Mr. Salt, are you on the phone?
I am, thank you.
All right, thank you. Everyone else is here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It's January 23rd, 2024 at 5:05 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Member Myers.
Here.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Bronga. Here. Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zalatel. Here. Assemblymember Cross.
Here.
Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley. Here. Assemblymember Stolt.
Here.
Assemblymember Perez Verdia.
Here.
Youth Representative Tyrell.
Here.
Chair Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I would note that there is a slight error on the agenda. Clerk's note that I didn't catch this morning. It states that any unfinished items from this agenda will be taken up at a special meeting on January 27. Actually, the intent of any unfinished item tonight will be at a continued meeting tomorrow, January 24th. So I just want to make sure that's corrected up front on the record. And it's also the intent of the chair tonight at 6 p.m. or there very nearby 6 p.m., no sooner, to take up items 14A through 14F, which are the bond and ballot questions that have a time-sensitive requirement that they be dispatched with tonight. With that, I would ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Mr. Myers. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Zalatel, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Tonight we have minutes from 3 meetings. So I would like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of November 21st, 2023, the regular meeting of December 5th, 2023, and the special meeting of December 12th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Volland, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to any objection. Hearing and seeing none, the minutes are adopted, are approved. Next, we have the mayor's report.
Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Good evening. I would like to start by taking a moment to remember civil rights activist, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. On January 15th, we remembered Dr. King, who inspired a nation with his powerful words and unwavering commitment to justice. His dream of equality, his dream of equality continues to resonate, urging us all to strive for a world where every individual is judged by their character and not by the color of their skin. In his memory, may we remember his teachings and unite in the pursuit of equality for everyone. Last week, I had the pleasure of joining with several community and state leaders in celebration of Martin Luther King Day and his advocacy work at the MLK Foundations of Alaska during its annual community-wide celebration. His dream continues to inspire us to strive for a world where everyone is treated with dignity and respect, an important reminder for us all. On the 12th of this month, we held the first ever Mayor's Annual Job Fair. It was a highly successful event with over 90 vendors in participation to include 17 municipality departments. And out of the 500 job seekers in attendance, over 71 people submitted job applications, and 40 of those were for municipality positions. We plan to hold a second job fair soon, and I would like to encourage all MOA departments and any interested company or organization to participate. Last week, the 33rd Alaska Legislature gavelled into session. I am looking forward to visiting Juneau and working with the legislature on advancing some key priorities in Anchorage to include funding for the Don Young Port of Alaska, housing and homelessness, and Cook Inlet Energy, just to name a few. I would like to thank the Assembly for their contributions to the legislative packet and uniting with my administration on several of these issues. Now, tonight we have a crucial public comment period open for the Holton Hills project. I encourage everyone to participate and share their thoughts as we work together to address the housing crisis that has persisted for years. I'm genuinely pleased to see the Holton Hills project back on the table. Our community has been battling a housing crisis, and the need for development is more apparent than ever. I eagerly anticipate hearing from and collaborating with the Girdwood community to bring this much-needed project to fruition. Your input is invaluable as we navigate these important decisions together. Recognizing the challenges posed by the record amounts of snow this season, especially its prolonged impact on our community, we need to think about our unhoused neighbors. There is a high probability winter will linger well into April or even into May, as evidenced by last year's experience. My administration has been working closely with the Assembly to address this prolonged winter and the effects on our homeless population. I want to extend my gratitude to members Rivera and Brawley for their leadership in spearheading this effort. As we navigate these challenging weather conditions, I want to voice my strong support for funding the extension of the cold weather shelter. In closing, I need to address a very serious concern of my administration, and that is the Assembly's expanded ability to subpoena citizens as solidified in the passing of AO 2023-133. This body is now authorized, given themselves the authorization to subpoena private citizens for any public matter being considered by the Assembly. This is a major concern. Under normal circumstances, citizen participation in municipal governance is voluntary. The Assembly subpoena process changes voluntary participation into mandatory participation. The reason we have our government divided into three sections, that is executive, judicial, and legislative, is to provide a system of checks and balances. The system fails when one of the three branches holds all the power, which is exactly what this Assembly is attempting to do. For these reasons, I have filed a veto today with the Clerk's Office for AO 2023-133. Now, I don't expect my veto to stand, but I really want you all to consider exactly what you are doing to our citizens who want to participate in public service before you vote to overturn my veto. We want to encourage citizens to participate on community councils, boards, and commissions, and to provide public comment at Assembly meetings. This expansion of uncontrolled subpoena powers you have granted yourselves will create a chilling effect on citizen volunteers participating in their municipal government, and it raises very deep concerns. That concludes my remarks.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I move to override the mayor's veto.
Second.
There is a motion by Ms. Zalatil to override a second by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I appreciate getting the mayor's rationale for his veto here tonight in his report. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding by the mayor of what we did, which what we did still subjects us to what's required in code, which is anytime there is a request for a subpoena powers, it comes before this body, and it comes before this body for a majority vote narrowly tailored to the reason for the subpoena. In addition, each one of those requests are subject to the mayor's veto. So there is plenty of checks and balances built into that system, and it's really unfortunate that it's being characterized in this manner. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So much like what Ms. Zalatil just said, the mayor just spread forth a number of misinformed points to the public, which I understand why he's doing that. It's cover for the fact that we have had an experience where his administration has had actors who have done very abusive things to the public process, and we have in fact needed to have their testimony so we could understand the genesis of the efforts that were undertaken by these individuals to, in effect, impugn our elections and overturn effectively our elections. And so at our last meeting, the municipal attorney herself said, we don't have a problem with this because it simply clarifies the code. And what Ms. Alatel didn't say, the mayor suggested that this is the assembly taking all of the power unto itself. He likes to say that. What's actually happening here is, as Ms. Alatel said, it is still subject to a veto, which is the other branch of government, and any subpoena that is issued is subject to challenge in court. So we don't remove anybody from the line of the separation of powers as was just suggested, but instead what we do is clarify that when a subpoena is issued by the assembly, signed by the chair, it is in fact a subpoena of the assembly, not the chair, because his former chief of staff alleged that I was abusing my power as the assembly chair and named me individually, which was quite amazing. So any of you who are in these seats who might find yourself the chair one day would seek the protection of the code that was created. And further, the simple reality is that way back when the power was put into the code and it was misinterpreted by the former mayor's chief of staff's attorney. And so what we're doing is making it painfully clear, explicitly clear, black and white clear that the assembly can in fact subpoena individuals for public purpose based on policies that we're working on or our budget, not just our budget alone. So I urge your support of this override. Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want, when we said way back, the issue to remember here is the charter never provided any provision for subpoena of power by the assembly. In 1991, Assemblyman Fred Dyson allowed for subpoena powers due to fiduciary matters. Now we've expanded that for any reason that the Assembly is considering, they may subpoena, and this is an interpretation of the Department of Law, they may subpoena any citizen for the purpose that the Assembly deems necessary. I just want to leave this with one last thought, and that is this. This is what a subpoena looks like. A police officer comes to your door, he knocks on the door, and he hands you a piece of paper, and he says, you have been subpoenaed. Imagine the threat, say a young mom with a couple of kids who simply volunteered for a board or a commission, Parks and Recs or library or something else, and thought they were going to be a good public servant, and they get that at the door. You have to understand that a subpoena means you now have to pay an attorney to defend you. That's what that looks like. This is extreme overreach by the legislative body. This is not good for this city. It certainly is going to put a chilling effect on people wanting to volunteer for boards and commissions or even citizens for any reason who can be subpoenaed. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions so I could make sure I'm clear. Mr. Mayor, do you have a list of the subpoenas that have been issued by this body that have done what you just described? And can you give us that foundational background to what you just articulated? That those are case studies on the record where there have been subpoenas issued to mothers in that particular category at doors. Is that something that is part of the record, or what was that, Mr. Mayor? First question.
Through the chair, I would like to answer that by saying no, because they never had the authority until now. This is what creates that. So, we couldn't have those.
It's my time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Is the answer to the question that this body has never subpoenaed anyone before? Is that the answer to the question?
That is not true.
Right. So this body has subpoenaed before. So I'm asking, is there a list of the previous subpoenas issued by this body that speak to the case that you just described?
I will, to the actual number and the cases, I will defer to the municipal attorney for that.
On the spot. While you all get that together, I
Well,
have
the municipal attorney does not have those cases in front of us. This is not about that. This is about what's going to happen in the future.
No, excuse me, it's my time, sir. I'm asking a question about something that you just spoke to, so it is about that specifically. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, so we can get that information from the municipal attorney, so we can understand the depth of this, because if people are being violated in that way, Mr. Mayor, I am going to absolutely have something to say about that. So I just wanted to be clear. Also, can you help me understand language for one moment? Is there a difference between any public matter being considered by this body and the language that you described as uncontrolled? Are those the same thing, or is there a limit when any matter considered by this body is different than uncontrolled? Would that be fair to say?
It is an interpretation of the Department of Law, and I voiced this in my veto today, that any matter under consideration of the Assembly, I think that's the exact language.
Thank you. So it is, thank you, I appreciate the answer. So from my vantage point, I just want to really make sure that when we hear things from leadership, I often use the term gaslight, and I don't want to use it lightly, but if there is in fact limitations that have been communicated by yourself to the letter of the code and for this particular action that this body has taken, then it couldn't live in the same universe as uncontrolled. So I just want to make sure that when we're making public arguments, that we're either sticking to an argumentation that is driven by a value proposition, some set of facts that are concrete, but not necessarily contradictory things within the same argument. I think that's challenging for me to be able to work with. So I just wanted to articulate that. Thank you for your responses, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm a little bit confused and unswayed by the argument around checks and balances, because U.S. Congress has the right to subpoena. And I want to read from the conclusion from a report published by the Congressional Research Service on March 27, 2019, titled Congressional Subpoenas, Enforcing Executive Branch Compliance. The very first sentence of their conclusion is Congress's ability to issue and enforce its own subpoenas is essential to the legislative function and an indispensable ingredient of lawmaking. So the Anchorage Assembly is a legislative branch of our local government. And so I think that it is an essential power that we have, the subpoena power. It has been used very rarely, and in fact, only recently. I see Chief Curl in the audience. I hate to do this to you, put you on the spot, but the mayor's comments prompted a question, and so I would love to ask you a question, if you don't mind coming forward. So my question is this. Have you or any members of your department ever physically issued a subpoena to a member of the public on behalf of the Assembly?
Not that I know of.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly, I think it is important to remember legislative intent, so I will restate what I remember was discussed when we deliberated on this item and then voted on it, and that is that in the intent statements from, at the time, Member Dyson, that this power was intended when it was put in code in 1991. I wasn't here, I was in first grade, so I'm just going off of what we learned in the record, that Member Dyson said the intent was to give similar powers as the legislature, and I appreciate Member Vollin's example of Congress, that it would be the legislative branch at the federal level. And also, I remember the discussion being the purpose was for any public purpose. So that is not any purpose, that is not one member's interest or something that you know, a couple of us are pursuing. For example, it is the Assembly. And so as I understand it, the change that was made in code was not to expand powers, it was to clarify when and how those can be used and then how we authorize that. So I intend to override this veto. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Mr. Hurt, as legislative counsel, could you describe how the subpoenas that we have issued as this body in your time here are actually served on those that are subpoenaed?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Zalatal. So We've adhered to Rule of Civil Procedure 45C under the Alaska Rules of Civil Procedure, which allows for service of a subpoena to be made. It can be made by a peace officer, but we've never done that. Any other person who is not a party and is not less than 18 years of age can serve a subpoena, or it can be served by certified mail. And certified mail has been the primary way we've used, although we have in instances contracted with a process server, but we've never used law enforcement. We've always used relied on either certified mail or on a person who's not a party, who's older than 18.
Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
And I guess this question is for council, whoever can answer it. Let's say I serve on a community council and I'm subpoenaed. What are the consequences for not responding to a subpoena from the assembly?
Through the chair to member Cross, so if somebody has served a subpoena and then it does not respond to it, normally between two parties, there's a conversation that happens to try and work out how compliance is achieved. If you cannot come to some sort of agreement through direct party communication, then the assembly or the person issuing the subpoena would have the ability to take that to a superior court to request enforcement of the subpoena.
Okay, so, and I guess that's where I'm balancing it out, which is, what is the enforcement mechanism? Because I don't think the assembly is a court. And my understanding that if we were to subpoena people, I guess, is this a more formal request that you show up, but what are the actual implications of enforcement? Because unless a judge tells you or there's some sort of, compulsion through law, I think that would be too much power for the assembly. And so I'm, as I think about this, it's the same conversations we've had several times on these matters as we keep doing this slow grab of more and more, and I feel like the assembly, a lot of times what happens, there's a problem that arises its head. We resolve it. Like you said, you overturned an election. I don't remember an election getting overturned. Does anybody remember? I remember a complaint being filed, and I remember us having hearings, and I remember there being concerns which we resolved, and actually going to ethics and elections and talking about how we resolved that. But I don't ever remember an election being overturned that we need to advance our subpoena powers. We resolved that, and I felt like we did an adequate job resolving the issue. So why out of something that the process that's already in place resolved the issue, why then are we asking to expand our powers or extend it? Because the problem I see being identified doesn't exist. Through correct process, we resolve that issue. So I guess I'm kind of wondering, why are we asking for more powers when the process worked that we currently have established? So thank you.
May I respond to that?
Mr. Hurt.
Please and thank you.
Okay. So in taking the enforcement of subpoena to court, there is no enforcement mechanism inherent to the assembly. It would have to be for the court to basically rule that it was a duly issued subpoena and that the person should comply with it. And just to be clear, the assembly's subpoena power is not unlimited. Like, it has to pertain to a legitimate legislative purpose, some matter that the assembly is appropriately considering as a subject of legislation or policy. And the court would have to be satisfied that it was an appropriately issued subpoena to enforce it. And then secondly, the person's rights are not overrun by the subpoena. So a person's constitutional rights, right to privacy, both under the federal and the state constitution, would still be preserved, and the court would be the one to determine that their rights weren't being infringed upon by the assembly. So I just don't want to give the impression that it's some sort of rubber stamp that the court would, the assembly issued a subpoena, rubber stamp enforcement.
Thank you.
Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of the comments that were made are the same concerns that I had last time when we debated this issue on the 16th, and I'm just wondering, because I asked Ms. Helzer before what the ramifications were of this passing. So I'm wondering if her stance has changed, or if she can give what the municipal attorney's thoughts are on the veto.
Through the chair, thank you, Assemblyman Myers. as we stated before, there isn't any objection from the Department of Law that the Assembly would have the power to subpoena. So that has not changed. It's true that any subpoena would have to be tailored to any issue that was before the Assembly. I'm not sure what control there would be over that, other than to object to the subpoena, maybe raise a privilege, and then have the Superior Court determine it, which is, can be a burden on people. I think in short, the Department of Law has no objection to this. I think the mayor's concern appears to be one of policy, and I think he addressed that in the veto that he presented to the Assembly.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Helzer. Can I ask that we call the question?
Hold on, 1 second. We have 2 more, so let's get through the last 2, if you don't mind. You can make that motion, it's your right, but Mr. Brunson, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't know I was in the queue, but I
Mr.
actually,
Chair,
after...
Point of information. My understanding is that a member called the question.
I said hold, he didn't, there wasn't a second. He asked if he could call the question, and I said, hold on just a moment. There's 2 last people in the queue. So, and I said
Thank
then a member can make that motion, but he ceded the floor.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Bronson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's never been an argument that this is illegal for the Assembly to do that. The Assembly clearly has the authority to do this, and this was articulated by the municipal attorney last week. This is a matter of what is best or what is right and what is wrong. I don't think the citizens of this city, and this is the policy side of things, should be subjected to subpoena because Mr. Hurd said that we talk about Superior Court, we talk about paying lawyers. At the end of the day, again, we can take the same young mom who got the knock on the door, and now she has to start paying a lawyer. And this is whether they get the subpoena by any means. At the end of the day, this gets resolved in court, and paying a lawyer $350 or $450 an hour because they've volunteered to do something in public, serve on a board or commission, I think is, quite frankly, a strident overreach by this body. This is a legislative body, and again, the original charter gave no provision for giving subpoena power to this body. They've assumed that for themselves over a couple of iterations, and again, that's legal. But at the end of the day, why didn't the charter give the Assembly, why didn't it articulate, as our Constitution does, the right to subpoena? That's the problem. This is a policy question. It's not a matter of legality. The other question I have actually for Mr. Hurd is your decision and your interpretation of the law or the process in this regard, does that bind the Department of Law? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and let Mr. Hurd answer. It's a strange question. Go ahead, Mr. Hurd. I don't think anything we do binds.
Yeah, no. As the legislative counsel, my client is the Assembly, and so my opinions are not binding on the Department of Law or the municipal attorney.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Rivera jumped in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to try to be brief because I think we've spent too long on this already. But I guess a question for Assembly Counsel. It sounds like Mr. Hurt's been taking this one. So if this veto were to be successful, meaning we did not override, which I don't think is going to happen. I think we're going to override it, and we just stuck to the original language, could the Assembly still subpoena private individuals with the original language?
With the original language, Yeah, there is no limiting language in the code as written right now that it does not apply to private individuals.
Yeah, thanks. So I think the mayor was trying to make some weird argument that this gives us the ability to subpoena private individuals, but we already have that power. Okay, that's over. There's, I think, one overriding point here that we haven't tackled, which is why. Why would the Assembly issue a subpoena to a community council member or to a board or commission member or to a private individual? And the answer to that is because a private individual did something and we need to explore what that something is. And in the instance of the most recent subpoenas we issued, it was something that was very serious, possibly basically a conspiracy to possibly overturn an election. Why would we not want to use subpoena powers to explore that issue, a basic tenet of our democracy? So I absolutely find the mayor's arguments here to be a farce. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I'll have the last.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Two quick clarifications. Mr. Hurt, because such a kind of scary scenario was painted, is there anything in the code that was proposed that's been vetoed that directs the police to do anything at all?
No, there's not.
Right, okay, so we had it established. I just want to make sure we got that on the record, that the rules of the court provide that anyone not subject to the dispute can issue the subpoena. Nobody anywhere said in this code, we appoint the police to be the deliverer of subpoenas for the Assembly. So that's a red herring. It's just fake to distract and cause emotion. And then to the point made by my peer from Eagle River about how we did resolve a process and a series of questions about the election and what appeared to be a tampering effort on the elections through the issuance of subpoenas. If we had not issued those subpoenas, the people who answered the questions that needed to answer would not have attended. And I believe only one of them sought legal counsel, or maybe 2 out of 4. And so it's not like you immediately must get counsel. 2 of them just answered, and we set up a visit with them, and it was actually quite painless. And so the process was successful, not without the subpoenas, but because of the subpoenas. And there's no assertion anywhere in this ordinance that this should be used lightly. It is a serious matter, a grave matter, a matter that a dozen people have to weigh, and a mayor gets an opportunity to veto, and should it be necessary, a court gets to decide. Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just kind of have one more little fact check thing. The power to subpoena is not explicitly provided for in the U.S. Constitution. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else. Members may proceed on the vote to override the veto.
Mr. Solt?
No.
On a vote of 9-3, the veto has been overridden. Next, I have the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. That was started with a bang. My report's actually pretty short tonight. A couple things to discuss. The elections are coming. As you've probably heard, the municipality will hold a vote at home election this March and April. The mayor's up for a job interview and election. I want to remind everyone of some important dates. Candidate filings for mayor and school board and limited road service area seats will close this Friday in just a couple of days, January 26th at 5 p.m. City Hall will be open till 3:30 on Friday, or 3 o'clock on Friday, and the election center down in Ship Creek will be open till 5 p.m. So the last day to register to vote is March the 3rd. Ballot packages will be mailed to qualified voters on March the 12th, and the last day of voting will be Tuesday, April 2nd, 8 p.m. Deliver your ballots to the accessible voting centers through the mail if you must, or to one of the many drop boxes that will be positioned across the city in the coming weeks. The mayor, several school board seats, and an open District 2 Chugach Eagle River Assembly seat will also be on the ballot, as well as proposed charter amendment and several bond propositions, and maybe an annexation, de-annexation question. The Assembly approved several items at our last meeting to put on the ballot, and we'll review the remaining few items this evening. As I've said before, local elections have a direct impact on our daily lives, including the efficiency of our snow plowing, the health of our parks, and the strength of our public safety. So I encourage everyone to follow the issues closely and vote by 8 p.m. April the 2nd. Anchorage makes requests to the legislature. The legislature convened in Juneau last week, and with that, the municipality submitted our legislative program with our 2024 requests to the legislature. Late last year, the Assembly worked alongside the administration to develop shared legislative priorities, including focused capital asks, statutory recommendations, and district-specific priorities. The municipality's top 3 priorities this session are the Port of Alaska modernization program, increasing housing supply and addressing homelessness, and supporting mental health and behavioral health needs. You can learn more about the top priorities as well as other municipal and district priorities at the Assembly's website from the state support button, muni.org/assembly. Property valuation notices. It's that time of year when residents receive green valuation slips in the mail, detailing the municipality's assessment of resident property values. Property valuation is a public process, and property owners should be aware of their options to participate. If a property owner believes that their property valuation was calculated in error, we invite their engagement in the appeal process. The deadline to appeal is February 12th. If a property owner qualifies for an exemption as not reflected in the valuation, the property owner has until March 15th to file for the exemption. You can learn more and check your property valuations at property.muni.org. Otherwise, this is a business meeting tonight. We're here to do the work of the city. Please help us create a climate of respect in the chambers and refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting and clapping and pacing. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches. Please keep the aisles clear, except when lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with members, please hand it to the clerk. For distribution, please stop speaking if a point of order is called, so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules does not occur, I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I may give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, what part of town you're from, and please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other members on the dais. I'll interrupt if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. Thank you, and now we'll turn to committee reports. Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Salt. My list.
Nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I went backwards. Mr. Myers. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The last meeting of the Community Economic Development Committee was held on January 18th, and the next meeting will be held on February 8th. At our last meeting, we had robust conversations about third-party review and open spaces, open space requirements, and I think some of that conversation of the third-party review will continue this evening. And in our next meeting on February 8th, we will have a presentation from the Anchorage Community Land Trust on place-based economic development, some of their work as case studies that they have been doing in our community, and so we're looking forward to that. And we're also looking forward to hearing from a report back from last year's big solstice festival that was held in Cuddy Midtown Park. The Showdown folks are going to come to our committee as well, give us a report on last year and what they're planning this year as it relates to just continuing to create other opportunities for diverse economic development, and in this regard, the creative economies and those sectors. And then lastly, I just say our last meeting was held last week, and it was a special meeting on the Tuesday, but I didn't shout out my wife's birthday the next day, and so Clara, I love you, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week at the Housing and Homelessness Committee, we got an update on emergency cold weather shelter. Long story short, things seem to be going relatively well at all of our emergency cold weather shelter locations, and the operators, the health department, and third-party oversight are problem-solving any issues that come out. Without a doubt, the operations are much more positive than some of the issues we saw last year. We also talked about the transition out of emergency cold weather shelter and some of the actions we have already taken as an assembly in housing and shelter, and the administration previewed some ideas that they may be bringing to the table with regard to encampments. The truth is, and I think we need to repeat this frequently over the next several months to our constituents, we are going to have a large unsheltered population this next summer. By the estimates that I've done, between 400 and 600 individuals will be unsheltered come April 30th or May 31st, depending on when ECWS closes. Good news is that that is a much smaller population than last summer. But I have told the committee last week, we need to do one of two things, and probably a little bit of both. Come up with additional proposals and funding to help provide even more housing or shelter to those individuals, which is really difficult, by the way, or face the reality that we're going to have encampments and to prepare for it. By this point, switching topics, all members should have received information about the AML Legislative Conference happening in Juneau, the week of February 19th. Speaking of, homelessness is one of the, and housing are a couple of the top legislative priorities that we have. I know of 3 members that are going for the full conference. Hopefully others will be able to attend as well. I also hope that members of the executive branch will be able to go as well so that we can be unified in our message. That is it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. Health Policy Committee met on January 10th. We had a report from our CMO, Dr. Savitt, who urged childhood immunizations, gave us a little glimpse at that mumps case and that there's other childhood illnesses floating around. Director Rash shared some of the concerns with the Health Department building and had her amazing, incredible detailed report on health services provided by the Health Department. On the 18th, Visit Anchorage met. They're ramping up for their new year. They talked about 14 new downtown businesses, which is pretty cool to hear. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly, tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. the Denina Center is the annual AEDC Economic Forecast Luncheon. It's a great event if anyone has attended in the past. The keynote speaker will be Patience Fairbrother from DCI, who's going to be talking about insights into national relocation trends, path to purchase for individuals considering new location or job opportunity, and other issues that I think are rather pertinent to Anchorage right now. So I'm not sure what the availability of tickets is, but if you have time and availability, it's a worthwhile event. As for the EUOC report, I will leave that to members Alatel.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee met on January 18th. Mr. Johnson is the vice chair. We had a very busy agenda, as always. First up was the Port of Alaska Modernization Project update. We have hit the 65% design threshold, and what that means is the port's design is coming into enough certainty around Terminal 1 and the cargo terminals to give us a cost estimate that now lets us start to work toward putting out a request for proposal to construct it. And we are aiming for construction in summer of 2025, which means we have to get that request out this spring because the lead time on constructing something like a cargo terminal is very long. We also go into competition with other major infrastructure projects around the world. So that will continue to be a hot topic for this committee. In the February meeting, we will specifically be taking up the finance mechanism on Terminal 1. Additionally, we were briefed by our water and wastewater utility. The first was really raising issues around what looks like a little bit of a new or more stringent environmental regulatory landscape for drinking water and a request for legal services to help navigate that. And it appears that the administration has found a way forward to get the utility the assistance it needs. Additionally, there's a proposed RCA tariff change for Eklutna water treatment plant safety, security, and liability. That's really about a single user who was providing bottled water, but it looks like that will be they've provided a long runway for that individual user to no longer do that. And then we discussed cybersecurity threats. If you read the news, it is a concern, and Member Cross raised that, and happy to report that our water utility seems to have really good protections and is prepared. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Nothing to report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the 17th, we had our quarterly Transportation Committee meeting. We touched on a number of topics. We heard an update on local control of 5th and 6th Streets downtown. We heard standing reports from AMATS, from the Traffic Department, from AKDOT, and from our long-range planning department. Let's see, we heard about amendment number 2, which is a big omnibus amendment to the short-range transportation plan, which is called the TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program. So some changes to potential investment in our local infrastructure. We also heard about the traffic calming program and how the traffic department prioritizes traffic calming in various neighborhoods throughout Anchorage. There's an item tonight about on one of our bonds. Some members have in that committee meeting. We announced that we have the intent to try to increase the funding for our traffic calming program. Hopefully, we can get more projects programmed. We heard an update about the Track J emergency access road from the port, the Don Young Port of Alaska, that is being considered by the port and also by AMATS. And we heard a little bit about the new safety fence on Minnesota, what some call the Minnesota cheese grater. And we discussed a couple resolutions from the Spenard Community Council, and there was one other one, the Turnagain Community Council, maybe some changes they would like to see to that fence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. 2 brief reports. First, the Budget and Finance Committee. We met on Thursday, January 18th. We heard a number of reports from our Chief Financial Officer and Office of Management and Budget, as well as a status update on our ARPA funding expenditures. Just a couple highlights. The staff are still working to close out the books for 2022, meaning fiscal 2022. Fiscal year, and the staff are in progress addressing closeout of fiscal year 2023, which ended in December. So hopefully soon we will have a better idea where we ended on those last 2 fiscal years, including what, if any, fund balance. I know that's been an open question for a while now, but they're working hard at it. Another great update is that, as we've shared previously, we have been able to recover over 99% of the I think it was about $126 million in spending during the COVID-19 disaster, and that is reimbursement from FEMA. So really, we're looking at approximately, I think it was 1.25 million that we will not recover, most of which was actually expenditures for staff, so labor expenditures that we would have already otherwise paid for in our general budget. So that is great news, and thank you again to our CFO, Mr. Thurn, and his team for making that happen. Our next meeting will be Thursday, February 15th at 12:10 p.m. in City Hall Room 155, and as always, we have a lot of fiscal topics to discuss. Other update is the Legislative Committee. So we met also on Wednesday, January 17th. We heard a briefing from our state lobbyist on anticipated priorities and what might happen during session, which started the day before that. And our next meeting will be on Wednesday, February 7th from 1 to 2 p.m. in City Hall Room 155. And just to note for folks following, we have scheduled regular monthly meetings during session on the first Wednesday of the month. And we will also be having a debrief meeting after the anticipated end of session in early June, so we can review what happened after the folks down in Juneau gavel out. So I would encourage all members, if you're interested, even if you aren't a member of this committee, please attend, and of course members of the public are welcome as well. Thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one update. On January 27th, coming up from 10 to 2, will be a meeting of the Anchorage Equity Committee of the Assembly. They will spend the afternoon discussing 2024 priorities and developing an annual plan. Encourage members to attend, and members of the public are welcome as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And because of the irregular beginning of our meeting, time has caught up to us. We have in our code a requirement that our appearance requests begin before 6 p.m. And so I am, if there's no objection, going to change the order of the day to move us to appearance requests. We'll come back to the addendum and consent agenda. Is there any objection?
If I may, just briefly, Mr. Chair.
Oh, he didn't give a report. You skipped the youth group.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Trell, can we come back to you? We're out of time. All right, thank you. So we have to get these started. So 9A, Aisha Malik, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. And the microphone is off. There's a blue or green button on the stand. There you go. It's on. And pull it down, please. Pull it down so we can hear you. There you go. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Aisha, and I live in Sand Lake. I've lived in Anchorage all my life. I have a degree in religion. I've studied Israel and Palestine on an academic level, and I have almost a decade's worth of interfaith work under my belt. Believe it or not, these hands have washed graffitied swastikas off of synagogue walls. I think it's weird that I have to introduce myself that way, but since of November, I've seen the look on your faces whenever someone from my community enters this chamber. The look of disdain. 2 weeks ago, we sat here and listened to David Gottstein stereotype 2 billion people by calling them terrorists. And do I have to remind the chamber that hate speech is not protected by the First Amendment? Then the next Zionist that spoke got an extra 45 seconds to talk, and you asked him to email his points to you. And I've seen this before in our history textbooks. Public officials giving special care and attention to a select, powerful few over the many that fill this chamber every 2 weeks. I'm not here to convince you that genocide is bad. I think we've gone past that point now. It's been over 108 days, and none of you, not a single one of you, wants to admit that ethnic cleansing of an indigenous community is wrong. You make excuses instead. Oh, we're just little old Anchorage. Why does it matter anyway? I can't believe I have to explain this. Here are 3 reasons why. Our tax dollars have killed 25,000 innocent people in the span of 3 months. If those numbers don't horrify you, how about this? The oldest churches in the world are now gone because of us. At this rate, the descendants of the people of Jesus will become extinct. When the atrocities of Ukraine happened, this is my second point, this assembly acted so quick to condemn the war. You suspended our relationship with our Russian sister city. So if you can stand with Ukrainians, why is it so hard to stand with Palestinians? Is it racism? Islamophobia? A combination of the two? You sit on indigenous lands. You open up meetings with a land acknowledgement proclamation. Is it because of our Alaskan history we should stand up for the indigenous communities that are being wiped off the face of the earth in real time with our tax dollars? 5 to 10 years from now, this body will be remembered for being problematic because no one had the moral backbone to support a ceasefire resolution. It has left a stench in this chamber. The younger generation, they will inherit this assembly room, and they will be embarrassed by their predecessors that they argued for hours over the name of the port of Alaska while ignoring our constituents. Lastly, I want to add that we have proof that you cherry-pick public speakers for public testimony. You don't like it when someone speaks the truth or hold a mirror up to you. So unfortunately, I have bad news. We're not leaving. We may never get the chance to speak at this podium again, but some way, somehow, our voices will be heard.
All right, thanks. Next we have Mace Azam, 9B. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Maïs Azam. I'm from the south side. May I approach the clerk? I have a few things for you.
Your time is running. So I'd speak and then hand. Okay.
I'm a Palestinian American and I'm disappointed by our government. First, I would like to point out that there is either a clear bias within the Anchorage government or it's just plain incompetence. When I had first applied for a spot to stand in front of you all today, I received an email response from the municipal clerk that was addressed to someone else. I clarified with the clerk that she meant to respond to me. The woman that applied before me never received a response and had to reach out to get the clerk to confirm the date that she would be able to give her testimony. This person applied before I did and did not receive a spot to speak today and has clearly been discriminated against by you and your team. She should have received the third spot that you guys placed someone else in today. This person applied a couple weeks after her, so this shows that your first come, first served basis only applies when convenient to your agenda. Next, I would like to address the Assembly's inappropriate behavior while their constituents plea to be recognized and heard. You all have made a point with your silence and lack of empathy. Tens of thousands of people are being murdered. A genocide is happening right in front of the world's eyes, and all you do is look at us with blank faces and make us feel that we are crazy for standing up against this. And of course, my main point, why is it so hard for you all to stand behind a ceasefire? I and many others have to continuously stand up in front of you and the rest of the world and try to justify that my life and my family's lives are just as valuable as yours. You have seen, and we keep telling you about the crimes that Israel is committing, yet it's nothing but crickets. There's a large pro-Palestine population in Alaska that needs your support. Be human and join other U.S. cities in taking a stand against genocide, war crimes, and atrocities in Palestine by passing a ceasefire resolution. Today I have brought you an already drafted resolution that was created by 2 Assembly members and has input from a few of our community members. Along with it is proof of community support from Anchorage residents that stand behind this. There's no valid reason to oppose peace anywhere in the world. If you are here in support of Palestine, we will be leaving now. Free Palestine.
Next, we have Reverend Gary Morton. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Gary Morton. I'm happy to be the lead pastor of Anchorage First Assembly at 1540 C Street, serving there for the last 28 years. I appreciate the opportunity to address you, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. I honor this Assembly's work dealing with the problem of anti-Semitism in our city. Over the years, 1992, you advanced a very powerful resolution. Last year, April, I believe 18, you advanced another very powerful resolution. In those resolutions, you asked for faith community leaders to do something. Well, to that end, I've come to address you tonight. Some of our neighbors, even this evening, have asked this body to demand from Israel, our nation's ally, a ceasefire. Sadly, these voices will not free Gaza. They have served, though, to stir fears of anti-Semitic barbarity here in our community. Their calls minimize the fact that Hamas broke an existing ceasefire in effect on October 7. And Hamas, in barbaric fashion, murdered children and infants, burned their bodies in ovens in their own homes, killed their parents, abused and brutally raped women, and sadly, proudly videotaped their crimes and placed its barbarity on social media, begging for folks to join their cry for a new intifada. I admit my heart hurts greatly for the people of Gaza, but to set the people of Gaza free, they need to be free from Hamas. If any resolution is advanced from this body, I would encourage it to be one that demands Hamas stop firing tens of thousands of rockets, lay down their arms, and release all 136 remaining hostages. Sadly, these demands for a ceasefire have spilled out across our country with anti-Semitic violence, even against my church in the last couple of years. At this juncture, I respectfully encourage the Anchorage Assembly to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism and initiate a citywide strategy for combating anti-Semitism in our city. The Biden administration has adopted such a definition, and I encourage your consideration. We can't defeat what we won't define, and we can't change what we're unwilling to confront. So I look forward to a continuing dialogue in this important matter with this important body. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. So on our agenda now, we're going to roll back. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Bronson, missed you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. A question for the pastor, if you could come back up. You may have answered it while you're coming up. Just a quick observation. It seems to me that anti-Semitism is rising throughout our country that I'd never thought I'd see before, supposedly in places of higher education, universities, where precisely that thing is not supposed to happen, if anywhere. I just have a question for you, and I was tempted to ask the group that came in before you. I applaud their ability and their opportunity to speak freely, and they did so. I think they spoke well. I don't think they spoke accurately. What would end the war, not that you're a military technician, what would end the war quicker, Hamas surrendering or a ceasefire?
Hamas surrendering.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll continue back onto our agenda. I'm sorry to do this to you, Mr. Terrell, but you have the floor for your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to briefly note the Red for Ed meeting that happened last Saturday, which I attended and spoke at. It had roughly 600 attendees, containing assembly members, school board members, the state legislature, students, teachers, and community members. It was a great rally, and I was glad to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. So next on the agenda, we have the addendum to the agenda. So we have several items on the addendum that have been, the laid on the table items. So before we get to the addendum, we're going to address laid on the table items, which incorporate any laid on the table items into the agenda. So I have 8 items, 4 new, 4 supplemental. I'll go ahead and start with the new ones. Item 10B1, Resolution AR 2024-37, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and the mayor jointly requesting $4 million of the Alaska State Legislature for continued low-barrier year-round shelter operations. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. In my capacity as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, I helped draft this in cooperation with the administration, would ask to be excused.
You are excused. You have a conflict on this item. So this item is a new item, so is subject to the laid on the table procedures, which will require an 8-vote majority. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Rivera, want to speak to the timeliness?
I would ask that the administration please speak to the rationale for laying on the table.
Mr. Colhase. Ms. Johnson, I see her coming up. So the question is, why is this time sensitive that we need to lay it on the table tonight?
Sorry about that. This is time sensitive, through the chair to the body. This is time sensitive because we have members of the administration that are making their way to Juneau to ask for the support of this funding. So if it is not passed today, it will not be jointly approved to go down to Juneau. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Anyone want to speak to it? No, seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay on the table.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
On a vote of 11-0, that item, AR 2024-37, item 10B1 has been laid on the table. Next, we have 10B2, AR 2024-38, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly asserting the municipality's home rule status, the constitutional basis for maximum local self-government in Alaska, and adopting general principles for evaluating pending state legislation that may impact the municipality and all local governments. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Brawley to lay on the table, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. This is also time sensitive, in part because hopefully the administration would like to sign on to this, but also we've already seen in the first few days of session a number of bills that are already in play and have been introduced that affect local control, and so I believe that it would be beneficial for us to respond soon and to be able to speak to legislators broadly about these principles. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay on the table. Yes, 10B2.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, 10B2 AR 2024-38 has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10D1, 10 Delta 1, Assembly Memorandum AM 120-2024, Board of Equalization, Michael Jenks. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley.
Turn to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Just to say that the tax season is upon us. The deadline for filing appeals to the assessor is February 12th. We need as many bodies as we can get on this commission in time for appeals to start to be heard. If not, Mr. Jenks, one of you might be called. So with that, members may proceed to vote.
A quick point of information, Mr. Chair.
Sure, Mr. Rivera.
Can you just confirm what the number of that item is?
Sure, it's 10D21. It's already on your agenda. It's kind of a weird one, long story, but it's still laid on the table.
Thank you.
It's not addendum. So with that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, item 10D21 AM 120-2024 has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10F6, which is Information Memorandum of Clutha Hydroelectric Project Draft Fish and Wildlife Program, October 2023. Project issues presentation by G.V. Jones and Associates. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, second by Mr. Voland. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. This is time sensitive because public comment on the draft program is due by the 19th, and we would need to take action if we are going to submit comments as a body, and so it's important that this get into the public record as soon as possible to be considered for potential comments.
So any other discussion? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, 10F6 AIM 1124 has been laid on the table. The remaining items are supplemental. I'll just go ahead and read them into the record. Item 13A, 13A3, Summary of Economic Effects, 13A4, Information Memorandum AM 9-2024, Resolution of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors identifying goals for short-term rental regulation within Girdwood. That item is laid on the table. Next, item 13B2, Assembly Memorandum AM 1009-2023A, an ordinance authorizing the competitive disposal of portions of Heritage Land Bank parcels 6-011, 6-016, and 6-017, legally described as Tract 1, Prince Edition, Alyeska Subdivision, Plat 87-131, PID 075-311-04-000, Tract B, Girdwood Elementary School Subdivision, Plat 85-38, PID 075-031-32-000, and Tract 9A, Section 9, Township 10, North Range 2, East, Plat 73-220, PID 075-041-31-000, to CY Investments LLC as described in the development agreement between the developer and the municipality of Anchorage dated April 29, 2022, and amend the Heritage Land Bank 2021 annual work program. That item has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 14D2, Information Memorandum AIM 8-2024, AO 2024-7, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $4,350,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and recreational facilities, capital improvements in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service area, and the question of the increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service area without cost to Chugach, Eagle River, Girdwood, and other taxpayers outside the service area. The election to be held at the municipality on April 2nd, 2024. Finally, 10F4, Information Memorandum, unnumbered AIM HIM Hillside Community Council letter regarding removal of Rock Ridge Drive between O'Malley Road and East 112th Avenue from the Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service area boundaries and related actions. That item has been laid on the table. So with that now, we're going to go through the, I'm going to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to incorporate by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? Hearing seeing none, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Hearing seeing none, the consent agenda laid on the table items have been adopted. The addendum. Okay, so next, I'm going to go down the dais and ask for members to go ahead and pull any items that they want to pull from the consent agenda. I'll start with Mr. Presverdia.
No items, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And then Mr. Salt.
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to pull 10A1, 10B1, and 10G6.
Is the purpose of pulling it to change the date?
Yes.
So I would ask you to rescind that one.
Yes, I'll rescind 10G6 then.
Thank you. Mr. Volland?
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
10A2.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, can we set the public hearing for item 10G6 to March 19th?
Directed to the clerk. We'll set the public hearing to March 19th.
Thank you. And I would also like to pull item 10 Delta 6 and 10 Delta 19.
Okay, Mr. Johnson?
No items.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga.
No items.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional item.
Mr. Martinez?
No additional items.
Mr. Myers?
No additional items.
All right, thank you, everybody. So next, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
So a motion by Ms. Zalatel, oh wait, I'm sorry, I should have gone through the items and made sure I got them all. Ms. Brawley, 10A1. Mr. Cross, 10A2. Ms. Brawley, 10B1. Ms. Zalatel, 10D1 and 10D19, and that's it.
10D6 and 10D.
I'm sorry, 10D6 and 10D19. Anything else? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items pulled. Okay. Next, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. So any objection? I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has been approved minus the pulled items. So for members of the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10G except for the items, passed or accepted all items 10A through 10G except for the items that were pulled. And so next, I would move us to item 10A1. After the A's, yeah. So item 10A1 is a resolution AR 2024-24, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Nordic Skiing Association of Anchorage for 60 years of service to the community. Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
So a motion to approve by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Is there any objection? I'd like to ask for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair, would there be an opportunity for, I imagine, many of us to add ourselves as co-sponsors?
Now would be the time. Is there any objection to adding everybody as a co-sponsor to this item? I'm seeing and hearing no objection, so all members will be added. I assume the mayor as well. So with that, all members are on. No objection, so the item has been approved. So who is reading and who's presenting?
Mr. Chair, I'm presenting.
All right.
And I'm reading.
Ms. Bronk, you have the floor.
And I want the Nordic Skiing Association of Anchorage representatives to come forward. I see we have a nice crowd of people, including Keegan Randall, gold medalist, and then is this Will Earnhardt?
Yes, it is.
And this is the NSAA Board Vice President.
President.
President. Sorry, I got that wrong. Thank you so much for being here. I also wanted to shout out Alice Knapp. She wrote a book called On Track that I got a lot of this information from. I also brought a vintage Nordic Skiing Association, but this is when it was Nordic Ski Club t-shirt. Doesn't fit anymore. So, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipality of Anchorage recognizing Nordic Skiing Association for 60 years of service to the community. Whereas for 60 years, the Nordic Skiing Association of Anchorage, NSAA, has provided trail grooming, cross-country skiing, and healthy outdoor activities in Anchorage. And whereas many of the first trails constructed in Anchorage were created through volunteer labor of NSAA, the founders saw a need for organized winter recreation in Anchorage, and cross-country skiing seemed a perfect fit. With their can-do frontier spirit and energy, the club was born with 40 members in 1964. And whereas in 1983, NSAA assumed trail maintenance and grooming for most of Anchorage's soft surface trails with the help of and contributions of volunteer labor, and whereas NSAA grooms 169 kilometers of world-class ski trails in Anchorage, and since the club's inception, they have hosted 49 national and international events, bringing in an economic impact of more than $12 million. And whereas these races gave skiers consideration for Winter Olympics, national team placement, and participation on junior national events, our world-class trails have been the training grounds for 33 Nordic, 9 biathlon, and 2 Nordic combined Olympians. And whereas there are over 4,000 club members with thousands of youth participants through junior Nordic, middle, and high school race programs, and whereas NSAA hosts community events like Solstice Tree Tour, Ski for Women, Tour of Anchorage, Ski for Kids, and the Ski Train, which brings fun and festivity throughout Alaska during the long winter months. And whereas the club has given out 123 college scholarships to local youth, now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes the Nordic Skiing Association of Anchorage for their contributions to the quality of life and economic growth of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of January 2024.
Hit that button on there, the green button. There we go. All right, welcome.
The Chair, Assemblymember Bronga, and all the Assembly, thank you for this great honor. I'm just going to say a couple words. I know you got a busy night, but then you also hear from our resident Olympic medalist, Keegan, whoever wants to hear from, not me so much. But I think this is really important for you guys in that this is, in the Assembly, this is a public-private partnership of 60 years and hopefully 60 or 100 more that has been wildly successful. And it still continues to be successful. We work very closely with Parks and Recs and to a certain extent ASD. But, 60 years ago there were no trails. Skiers were making informal trails. Those trails became the Coastal Trail, became Chester Creek Trail, and became our extensive trail system. Anchorage is unique not only in the number of groomed ski trails we have, and in the summertime those are running and multi-use trails, but also because you can go out on those trails and no one's going to ask you to get through the gate and pay a fee. This is the one place where it's totally dependent on volunteers and volunteering members. I encourage everyone to buy a membership, even if you only use it in the summertime. Those trails are built, those trails are groomed, those trails are mowed, repaired as they washed out, all by, even now, a lot of voluntary effort, and we encourage you to keep that up. And with that, I'll turn it over to Keegan.
Yes, this is a tremendous honor. I've been the executive director of NSA now for 3 seasons, and not only was I a product of the system here, growing up in the Junior Nordic League and racing and going on to 5 Olympics, but now coming back and being the executive director has given me the appreciation for all that it's taken to build this organization and what it does for the city, but also the potential that still exists. Already this winter, we've seen an amazing proliferation of our programs and events. Our Junior Nordic program is pushing towards 1,000 kids now. We have the Ski for Women coming up in a couple weeks, the Ski for Kids, the Tour of Anchorage, the Ski Train, and all of these things make our community bright. but we're also aspiring to bigger and beyond things, because if Anchorage is going to keep being a world-class system, then we can't be complacent with what we've achieved. So we're inspired by our 60 years of heritage, but we're very excited about what lays ahead, and we're happy to have your partnership in that journey. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for keeping our trails in such good condition. All right, next on the agenda we have... Okay. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations on 60 years. Next, we have item 10A2, Resolution AR 2024-33, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 50th anniversary of the commencement of construction of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Cross. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection to the approval of this item? Hearing and seeing none, that item is adopted. Come on forward, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the 50th anniversary of the commencement of the construction of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. Whereas 50 years ago today, on January 23, 1974, construction of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline officially commenced upon the completion of the federal right-of-way and construction agreement between the U.S. Department of the Interior and the oil company interests, and whereas before a single piece of pipe was put into place in the world's largest privately funded construction project, there was a historic effort to lay the framework for the Trans-Alaska Pipeline system, and whereas that historic effort was made possible by the work of many visionary Alaskans, including Alaska's Congressman Don Young and Senators Ted Stevens and Mike Gravel, who worked tirelessly to usher the Trans-Alaska Pipeline Act through Congress and secure the support of President Nixon to sign into law. And whereas the establishment of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline helped overcome the worldwide 1973 oil crisis and has contributed to the United States energy independence for decades. And whereas construction of the pipeline and the subsequent jobs and economic growth for over years of oil industry operations allowed for the creation of the permanent fund, funded many infrastructure investments, and brought on a significant economic boost to many communities across the state, including Anchorage. And whereas the growth of the oil industry in Anchorage resulted from significant contributions to arts and cultural institutions, support of local nonprofits, and the proliferation of local business, and the evolution of Anchorage into a bustling city filled with interesting people from all around the world. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes the 15th anniversary of the commencement of the construction of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of January 2024.
Jack, the microphone's off. There's a green button there.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Welcome.
By way of introduction, I was Ted Stevens' Chief of Staff, and then Don Young's Chief of Staff during the time of the congressional consideration of the pipeline, which was from, it was from March 1, well, actually April 1 to the House of August 2nd, and then on to the President's signature for November 16th in 1973. So Roger C.B. Morton then issued the right-of-way, and it's 50 years to this day that they signed that right-of-way, and Ed Patton, the president of the Alaska Pipeline Consortium, signed it, and construction commenced. But for a second, we might reflect on how we got there. As you know, the oil was discovered in 1969. And then we had actually 7 different camps ready to go to construct that pipeline down to Valdez, 800 miles. And then Secretary Stuart Udall imposed a land freeze until we had a resolution of settlement claims, Native Claim settlement claims, and that didn't occur until December 16th, 1971. When we passed the Native Claims Settlement Act, which governs today and is a very important law here in this land. And then the right-of-way was issued, but the Sierra Club, the Wilderness Society, the Friends of the Earth sued on the adequacy of the right-of-way. The Supreme Court denied the writ of certiorari in April of '72, and then it was given to Congress to amend the Mineral Leasing Act of 1920 to resolve the right-of-way disputes. Congressman Young, as you know, was elected in a special election March 14th, 1973. He introduced a pipeline bill April 1st, 1973, and had two titles. One was to amend the Mineral Leasing Act of 1920, and the other was to Congress deemed that the NEPA had been adequately addressed and that the impact statement was adequate to consider complete and satisfy of the NEPA requirement. That override, the NEPA override, as they referred to it, was very controversial. Mo Udall of the House, you may all recall, a presidential candidate, opposed it. Scoop Jackson, the chairman of the Senate Interior Committee that had jurisdiction on the pipeline, opposed it. And so this issue of the pipeline got mired in this environmental dispute. The Stevens-Gravel Amendment passed 49-49 in the Senate July 17th, and Spiro Agnew had to come in and cast a tie-breaking vote. It was the fourth time a president had to cast a tie-breaking vote. And so then it went over to the House, it passed the House, and everything was done to get it resolved before the August recess. So you might already, we always say in Congress, always resolve something before you let your congressman go home and hear otherwise. So it was passed at that time, and the president signed it November 16th, and so the rest is history. It was a really tough fight. The delegation really pulled together with a number of different supporting groups, as well as the Alaska Pipeline at that time. And thank you for commemorating this very much. I dutifully, as this young staffer, kept a journal day by day, 135 pages of the congressional consideration of pipeline, which I'm giving to Chancellor Parnell next week for inclusion in the university's history of the state and the pipeline consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Keep a journal like that for that long.
All right, so Ms. Salatil.
Thank you. At this time, I'd make a motion to change the order of the day to take up items 14A through F, the 13s, 14 Golf, 10 Bravo 1, then 14J.
Second.
All right, so a motion has been made to change the order of the day by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. The purpose of this motion is to take up the public hearings and the must-pass items that we need to get done tonight. The motion would be to change the order to take up 14A through 14F, the 13s, 14G, 10B1, 14J, and then return back to the consent agenda. So I'll go ahead and, if there's no discussion, ask for a vote on this one.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Brawley?
On a vote, somehow Mr. Vaughn,
I hit yes. I meant to hit yes, I think.
there is no abstain button, so.
So I'm just going to say that it was looking weird on my computer. The lines were all there, but then when I hit, that's what it showed up as.
So
it
it
was
is a vote
inside.
of 12-0. The motion to change the order has been approved. And I asked for that to be a recorded vote because we're dealing with ballots and bond questions, and I want to make sure bond council's very happy with us. And so, okay, next we have up on the agenda item 14A. Item 14A is ordinance number 2024-4, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $47,110,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of road and storm drainage capital improvements in the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service area.
Waive reading.
Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Walland. Ms. Zalatel?
Yeah, I urge passage. I know there are a couple of Midtown projects on here that have been waiting a very long time to come forward, so would really appreciate your support. Thanks.
So I don't see anyone else quickly speak. There are a couple of port drainage projects that I would love to pull and postpone because of questions around the port's engagement on the Track J Road and multiple streams of funding being sought and identified for that project, which raises a lot of concerns. And I'm not going to make that motion. I don't have that amendment. I really thought about it. I don't want to get in the way, but this is one of those inflection points where the Assembly could scramble some eggs. And I just, considering all the things, I decided not to do that, but I would love the port to understand that they need to be fair and honest with us because there are pressure points along the way in which we could exert our legislative authority to bring them into compliance with making sure they're truthful and honest with the public about their projects. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2020 and 2020, okay, that's right. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth rep votes
Yes.
yes, thank you. AO 2024-4 has passed the body. Ms. Zalatel?
I move for immediate reconsideration.
Second.
There's a motion to reconsider moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
I would urge a no vote. Thanks.
And I'll just briefly speak to this, say that the reason we're doing this is there's a chance, depending on public testimony, that we continue the meeting to tomorrow. If we don't conclude the meeting tonight, the items on the agenda aren't concluded until the meeting adjourns, which would extend the time for reconsideration a day, and that runs into the calendar that we don't have time for on ballot and bond questions. So for all of the ballot and bond questions, we'll be asking to make a motion to reconsider and urging a no vote. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
No.
On a vote of 0 to 12, the reconsideration fails. That item is completed. Next, we have item 14B, AO, and the youth member. Sorry, she's going to get me trained. It's been a while.
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Item 14B, AO 2024-3, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, question of issuance of not to exceed $1,500,000 of general obligation bonds to the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of public safety improvement police in the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service area. The election to be held municipality April 2nd, 2024. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Who was that motion from over there? Oh, it was Mr. Vaughn. Okay. Moved by Mr. Vaughn, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Anyone want to speak to the item? No? Okay. Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-3 has passed the body. Ms. Zalatel?
Move to reconsider.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Any discussion? Urge no vote. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
No.
On a vote of 1 to, you want to change your vote? It's not too late. Okay, on a vote of 0 to 12 and the youth member votes
No.
no, the reconsideration has failed. Next, we have item 14C, AO 2024-5, an ordinance providing for the municipality, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of issuance of not to exceed $8,100,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of area-wide cemetery capital improvement projects.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Mr. O'Malley, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the Board of Supervisors? You just turned the mic off, too. There you go. You're good.
There we go. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Girdwood Cemetery Committee.
Okay. Perfect. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. I want to thank you all first for your support over the years as this project has inched or millimetered forward. This is the cemetery bond is a unique bond. We are going to be creating sacred ground here. Everyone that I've talked to understands that cemeteries are a necessary civic service that Anchorage has provided for the last 100 years, and that the expectation is that we shall continue with that. Different committees in Girdwood, Anchorage, and Eagle River have worked for over 20 years to establish cemeteries both in Eagle River and in Girdwood, and then to bring the Anchorage Cemetery up to compliance with ADA, and also to make it ready to be turned into a park. The Anchorage Cemetery was started by Woodrow Wilson before Anchorage got started, and it has served Anchorage for over 100 years, and there's no room left for if you were Jewish or Muslim or Catholic or a moose, the Fraternal Order of Moose, or lions, you could be buried in at the Anchorage Cemetery, but for most of us here, there's no room. And so that's the imperative that we act on this one, and I am fully confident that this bond will pass as it is written. And again, I want to thank you all for your support over the years. This is unique public service that we're doing. Thank you. Any questions?
There's no one. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. Anyone else? Any member of the public wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Oh, there's a phone. Thank you.
I have a point of information.
Go ahead.
Should there be an S version in our packet? Because I think we discussed it at the work session, and I don't see it.
One sec. Okay, we're not there yet, so public hearing is going to continue. Thank you, Tommy. Anyone else from the public wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Cross, was it? Yes. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to be quick. I think as Mr. O'Malley pointed out, these are projects that have been in the works for quite some time. So these committees have been active for quite a few years. I know for the Girdwood Cemetery, there's been a feasibility study, a master plan analysis, a schematic report, an environmental study. The location has been identified, coordination has been done with the Heritage Land Bank. If you'll pardon the pun, that this is a fairly shovel-ready project. I think Mr. O'Malley spoke eloquently on the need for cemeteries and what it means to a community to be able to spend eternity in that place, and I certainly recognize and support that. I'd like to point out that this, again, speaking to the process that has been underway for some time, this is the next step in following up with Assembly Resolution 2023-58S, which this body approved last summer, which, amongst other things, stated that the Assembly desires to support construction and maintenance of municipal cemeteries in the Girdwood and Eagle River areas in the near future, and to provide for cemetery needs in the Anchorage Bowl. So I see this as the next step in that action. For this, if it is approved, we would have capital costs to either establish or at least start the process of building cemeteries in Eagle River. We'd also get some, I think, much needed and highly beneficial improvements to the Anchorage Cemetery, including cleaning up grave markers, which are overgrown and hard to identify, making sure that we have ADA compliance, which is certainly a matter of importance, and then construct an indoor columbarium where people's ashes could be interred. I would just say that these projects have been carefully considered. They're widely supported. As has been pointed out, the Anchorage Cemetery is running out of space. In fact, will run out of space for burying remains this summer. That is a problem that needs to be fixed. There's more work to be done. I'm here for that. This may not completely alleviate that problem, but I think it will help. Now, I understand that there was consideration of this version. It didn't make it in the packet. I'll be candid with members. Frankly, I would support the original, but if the body would prefer to take up smaller amount, I think I would at least like to see us make some progress on this, even if we don't get everything in there. So if that is the sentiment of the body, I think we could probably make those changes here. So I'd be willing to countenance that, although my preference would be just that we approve the bond as is.
So I made a mistake, everybody. Even Mr. Turner tried to make me get it right. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to quickly reopen the public hearing and take testimony from the final two people who are on the call list. Doesn't open that up for other members of the public, but can we call Mr. Edgington? Sorry about that. All this moving around. Hello there, Mr. Edgington. Anchorage Assembly on item 14C, which is 2024-5, the cemetery bond. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the Board of Supervisors?
I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I was a little confused because I was expecting to be called earlier. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be fairly brief because I think Tommy has said most of what I was going to say. Just a very brief history about why we are where we are. I think there's a well-known phrase that the only two things that are inevitable are death and taxes, and in 2016, Girdwood voted to tax itself to develop a cemetery project, so combining the two. And in the process, we raised a bunch of money. We raised some money. We spent that money. We spent our own tax dollars on doing pre-development work on the cemetery, coming up with a fairly well-developed plan. And we then discovered, as we have with other projects, that if we're not really practically able to bond for anything from within Girdwood ourselves, even if we're paying for it ourselves, due to the requirement the whole of the municipality must vote in favor, and typically those votes fail. So we ended up in a situation where cemetery is now an area-wide responsibility, which is probably the right place for it. And we're now requesting the funding for the project that's in front of you. I'm unclear because I'm a little behind on YouTube whether an S version was introduced or not. I would urge the body to approve the original version. The S version cuts the funding in half, which for, I think, other proposals, when there's a reduction in the number of projects might make sense. In this case, it's cutting an existing project which already has an estimate in half, which means the project couldn't be completed in its current form. And I think a bond for half a project is more concerning. If the S version does pass, it would be great if there was clear intent from the body to follow up with another bond in the future if necessary. Anyway, that's my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Edgington. We'll be calling you back a couple more times. Mr. Turner, can we call Ms. Sullivan?
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Sullivan. This is the Anchorage Assembly calling regarding AO 2024-5, the cemetery bond. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the G-Boss?
Myself.
All right, you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Assembly members, and thank you for taking time to address the great need for area-wide cemetery capital improvement projects. Those who have served on the dais for a couple years likely know how long this item has been in the works, and having these projects on the bond in April 24 is great progress. As a member of the Cemetery Committee in Girdwood for the previous few years and on the body of Girdwood Board of Supervisors, My time supporting this item toward the bond began years after the initial work began. Thus, it has felt prolonged and challenging, as with perhaps any grassroots effort, if you will, versus a president's executive federal order back over 100 years ago for the Anchorage Memorial Park. As Tommy O'Malley eloquently stated, cemeteries are a necessary piece of community and need to be part of life. The municipality of Anchorage is in a critical point right now, and the quickly disappearing public burial space needs relief by planning for the future as soon as possible, utilizing the plans and years of efforts which have brought the cemetery projects where they are today. Thank you for your support on 14C and realizing the necessity of planning for current and future needs within the municipality. Two things I'd like to quickly share. The first is that the bond dollar fund amount has been sounding like it was going to change for reasons you've discussed in recent work sessions. And if that amount decreased, I'm concerned that phase one for the projects will not be complete. This could unfortunately mean increased time, education, work, and asking by volunteers to request more funding. And if the remaining funding for the project is not secured, I would strongly suggest that somewhere in the bond proposal it is clearly stated that the projects would only begin or specify phase one would begin. Another thought I'd like to share: when I contemplate long drives in other states and cemeteries I have visited, is the circumstance that towns and cities throughout the United States likely share, that in order to plan for honoring their own passing or family members, individuals often reserve plots or space and may be interred over an hour away from wherever they call home. Further, the scenario of visiting family members or friends' memorials perhaps entails a drive in the car or much farther. And to bring that back here, if the Anchorage Bowl specifically did not have a next location planned for public burial plots, while the nearby space in Eagle River and Girdwood do, families can visit the similarly scenic, if not increasingly beautiful drive to a designated space to honor their loved ones within the municipality of Anchorage, yet just a drive in the car away. Residents live in a beautiful place here in South Central Alaska, and having an opportunity through 14C to properly honor those who have and will pass within the MOA is compassionate and demonstrates basic privileges. Thank you, Member Johnson, Mr. Gates, and several of the members for your support and work on this very essential and critical area-wide bond item. Good night.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh no, public hearing closed. So now the public hearing is closed again. So now we'll get back to the queue. I have a lot of folks in the queue. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. As indicated at the work session, I intended to bring an S version of this, so I'm going to do it by amendment. So I move to amend the total amount of the bond to $4,100,000 throughout. Amend page 4, line 5 to 83 cents in the ballot language as to the cost of the bond. And then at line 22 on page 4, the CIB amendment would be $4 million. I have a question for council as to my amendment, but if you want me to give me a second on that part first?
Second for purposes of discussion.
Okay.
Second by Mr. Volland. Thank you.
Question to Mr. Gates is, the S version had an amended statement of economic effect. Do I need to make an amendment to the statement of economic effect for this to satisfy the requirements?
Vice Chair Zalatel, first of all, my sincere apologies. I did receive an email from you. I've just found it, and, well, I recall seeing it before you asked for it to be on the agenda for tonight, and somehow I dropped the ball there. So my apologies to you for not following through with that. Secondly, with bond items, as you know, the accuracy is very important, and I heard your voiced amendment, but I don't think you captured every detail that needs to be amended in the prop language itself. LSC provides help, and bond counsel prepared these. What I really would suggest right now is that we give us a little time to get the S version laid on the table. It would include the S, the AM, and the C, and that you can then, I guess, if you change the order of the day to give us a little time, come back to this and move the original or the S.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so I would ask to move on to item 14D while council drafts the S version and prepares it.
Drafted, it just says to be printed and distributed.
Yeah, prints and distributes, however, and so we'll go through item 14D, and then we'll come back to item 14C. If there's no objection, I don't see objection, so item 14.
Actually, I object, because how that bond item goes is going to affect my vote on some of these other ones. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to say then, even though time is of the essence, that we should take our dinner break right now and come back to this when we're ready. So we have time for dinner break. Yeah, so we'll come back. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back in approximately 20 minutes. good? I can't tell if these do the same thing. So a bunch of people took themselves out of the queue, which I'm grateful for. But at this time, the floor, Ms. Zalatel has the floor still. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to rescind my motion. And I believe we have to deal with the main motion on the floor. Right?
Actually, hold on. I thought that you had made the main motion, so.
So, point of information. We now have before us the S version that was not in our packet.
Right.
Would it be in proper order, now that we have this in writing and can refer to it, and the clerk can see it, can a member on the body move the S version as an amendment to the original version to make them conform?
Mr. Chair, for the sake of simplicity, and I think as the original mover of the motion, I'd be willing to move the S version.
Okay,
that
so
gets the debate moving.
All we need then, so we've removed the motion to amend. We're now back to the main motion. The mover of the main motion has agreed very graciously, I think, second time I've seen such an act by Mr. Johnson, keep note.
And the second approves.
That the motion has been rescinded. So, so I don't believe the second actually has to agree at this point in the rules. It's a practice, but generally speaking, I think just the mover has the authority. So in this case, we have no motion on the floor. So, Mr. Yeah.
I withdrew, and I would move to approve the S version.
Second.
So there's a motion by Mr. Johnson for the S version, and then seconded by Ms. Zalatel. So go ahead, I guess. Who wants to speak? I guess I have Ms. Braga, Ms. Cross.
We have a new motion, and the mover gets the first chance to speak.
If you want to speak to it, you can, Mr. Johnson.
I support the main.
Oh.
So,
sorry, as the mover, I'm just going to speak real quick. I think my arguments why I think the bond makes sense, still stand. Certainly there are some advantages I can see to simply getting it done. If we pass the S version, which again, I think if that's kind of what the body would prefer, I'm willing to accept that. I will certainly take something over nothing. But I would just highlight the fact that this only pays for half the project, which does, I think, carry with it an implied mandate that we have to find a way to get the other halves of the projects taken care of. But again, if the will of the body is that this is a more appropriate amount for this year and receive support, I feel confident that either would be broadly supported by the voters. And so I'm willing to be agreeable here.
all right, thank you. Ms. Braga.
I wanted to support the full amount, so it's probably not, I feel like we have a community that has worked very hard for this cemetery. Their cemetery was displaced by the '64 quake. Sense of history and link to ancestors. And I brought this up at one of my community council meetings, and they were like, Anchorage people are even saying, that'd be cool. I'd like to be out in Girdwood. So I support what the community is trying to do by increasing space in our landfill, by spreading toward Chugach-Eagle River and Girdwood.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I support the amendment. I support the reduced amount. I can't speak for Girdwood or Anchorage, but I can tell you that the Eagle River Cemetery Board that put it together, their original estimates, that included several years of funding and a land acquisition. So I think even at half of that, if we're not having to buy the land now that we've formed our cemetery board, an area-wide, and we're looking at possible either reduced expenses or a land transfer from HLB, the cost of that project has gone down. So, and honestly, at 1.75 million or whatever the reduced amount is in half, I think that'll honestly keep them funded for several years, and if they need more money or something comes up, they can always come back with another bond request in future years. That's plenty of money to keep us busy to do, for the next several years for the cemetery project. Thank you.
Ms. Alaton.
Thank you. First, thank you to Mr. Johnson. That was very gracious. I appreciate it. I did have this available at the work session. It's my general philosophy that all of these new bonding tools kind of be kept in the same range, noting that none of these are probably one and dones. And it hasn't been our philosophy for most major capital projects to be one and dones. Particularly if you are in the bowl, you have to wait for most of your projects to be phased, whether it's a parks project, whether it's a roads project, you have to wait. And so you do have to wait to get basically 2 positive votes for your projects. And I think that should be equally applied to area-wide projects as well. I think it's an equity issue. And I think it's really important that that occur, especially when all municipal taxpayers will be bearing the burden of this. Second, the issue of space is always an interesting one. In a former life, I was an estate planning attorney, and I talked to people a lot about their final plans. And I saw it interesting just this week. We got notice of potential disposal of a Heritage Land Bank parcel for a natural burial site here in Anchorage. So these aren't the possibly only 3 options, you know, Anchorage, Girdwood, and Eagle River, Chugiak. There's a natural burial site being explored as well. So I think this will get the general intent going and get these projects well underway. And I don't think that there will be any problem bringing this type of cemeteries bond back in a year if that's where we're at, and those projects are already ready to move into the second half and they've spent this money. Or if they're not, then the following year. Again, I think that a cemeteries bond to me seems to be like an appropriate vehicle to keep in our toolbox for when we need it, and really set the expectation that this will come about as needed as projects reach various phases. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I would be happy to support either version of this ordinance. I know we're talking about the S version right now, and I understand the concerns about the total amount of bonds that would be on the ballot, as well as the size of each of the bonds and the relative considerations for that. I guess one kind of bigger picture, 2 bigger picture things I'd like to say. One is, if you look at older cities, it is interesting because a lot of times location of a cemetery was more for sanitary reasons. And so if you look at places like New York City, Chicago, a lot of the oldest cemeteries are really what at the time was out of town. So for example, in Brooklyn, I know that's where a lot of the most historic cemeteries are because they were out of the city center. And so this is an interesting 21st century version of that. It's less about sanitation, but it's also just the reality that a lot of our city is built out. So that isn't to say that there isn't places. I'm also interested in this natural burial cemetery, but also just to note that that is a practicality of where a lot of cemeteries are. Secondly, this is a more global kind of comment, but I am concerned about the kind of increasing feeling of factionalism, kind of regional factionalism within our city, and I know that's not a new thing, and it ebbs and flows and depends on the situation. But I do believe that there is a lot of value in thinking about where we can have common ground, and clearly that can be cemetery ground, but just in general, I want to flag that because I know that's been a theme of several of these conversations about these bonds, and I totally understand where each of those sides are coming from, but I just want to note that I believe we should try to mend this factionalism and really think about long-term what is a way forward on issues like service areas and equitable funding and those bigger pictures. So I look forward to those conversations going forward. Thanks.
Mr. Walland.
Actually, you can take me out of the...
Okay, then I'll briefly speak. You know, the factionalism question it's an interesting way to put it. There's a number of issues on the agenda tonight that really raise the issue very high about how certain parts of town look to the center for funding, and in some ways it's not equitable. in a number of ways. And so I could have real hard feelings on this one, but for the fact that Girdwood has made it plain that this is not a Girdwood cemetery, this is a cemetery for the municipality. And, sometimes one person is enough to make you support a project, and that would be Tommy O'Malley and his diligent presence for years on this question. And I, like Ms. Brawley, could support either version of this one, the smaller or the larger. I personally would take out the regional allocation of dollars that's identified in the memo and just create the fund. We know these are the general amounts, but we've heard from Eagle River it might not take so much, and create more flexibility. But I'm not willing to dive on that tonight. And so for that reason, I'm happy to support this, but I guess that's my comments. Anyone else? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt, on the S version of AO 2024-5S?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 1, AO 2024-5S has passed the body. Next, we have item 14D. 14D is AO 2024-7, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $4,350,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and recreational facilities, capital improvements in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service area.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward, state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree. She, her pronouns, 14 years, trans female. I'm currently residing out at the Alex. So something like this is definitely important. We need to keep our parks up. We need to be able to keep our trails in good operation. But I want to make sure that everybody's aware that it's not a matter of just our parks, but it's also being able to get through like Midtown and other areas. Some of these areas are getting so choppy and so bad, it's getting rough to be able to enjoy a bicycle on these trails. So since we've already put these trails down, we need to make sure that we keep our focus on all areas of town, not just one, just because it has a park. Some of our areas are not as popular as others. Some are tourist locations, some are for residents. So we need to keep our eyes open on that, so that way we're not tunnel vision in one direction or the other, especially when it comes to equipping our trails and our recreational areas. There's, like I said, tourist and residential there is a difference. So I just want to make sure that we bring our awareness to that with our minds focused on the entire city, not just, say, the coastal trail or not just Chugiak, but, throughout town. I know that, for example, over by Goose Creek and things like that and C Street, those trails have been neglected for quite some time as far as it goes, that have caused more traffic to be on the roadway versus the bike trails that we paved. So it kind of goes in tie with other things that you guys have spoken of with bike, cyclical safety and everything else like that. So just let's keep it an awareness all the way around. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Walland, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to direct my colleagues and the public to a memorandum that was laid on the table this evening that does provide some additional detail to each of the projects on the Parks Bond. That was a great idea that Member Bronga had, because in the original, in the AO, it gives a quick list, but it doesn't detail any of the project description language, whereas this document does, and I think it really lays out nicely not only what the goal for each project is, but also sort of our legislative history of our amendment that we brought forward. Now, I would just say it's been a pleasure to work with Ms. Bronga on the Parks Bond in general. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Never mind, it's a Scrivener's error. Okay, so Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to call out, I was so excited to be part of making these amendments to the Parks Bond and adding some projects in. We have 226 parks, 250 miles of trails, and 80-plus playgrounds, athletic fields, indoor and outdoor recreation. And when we have a park system this large, it takes capital funds to keep it modern, safe, and meet the service needs of our community. I think our parks are the crown jewel of our city, and I just really hope that people will support. I hope this gets to the bond and that people will support it. One of the things I wanted to call out for my constituents is that playgrounds are ranked by level of inclusiveness, and level 4 is the least inclusive. If you were a child with handicapping conditions or a parent in a wheelchair, you would not be able to go to the playground with your child. On the east side, we have the highest number of level 4 playgrounds, and this bond would include making accommodations on 3 playgrounds in our area. Russian Jack Springs Park is the oldest park, well, one of the oldest parks in Anchorage, and it has had a master plan made that would call for all kinds of upgrades, but the paved trail in the park has shark jaws or whatever they call it, where there's big cracks, and there's just so much love that park could use, and the bond would be matched by state as well as the inclusive playground. So those ones I really wanted to call out. But also the Davis Park one is really important. We were, this was one that Mr. Voland held strong on, that that area of town has had a lot of impacts, and we would like to see something very positive go in that would be for the teens in that area, maybe a pump track, maybe a skateboard park, maybe miniature golf, something positive for that park because of the impacts they've had of late. Anyway, I certainly hope my colleagues. And I wanted to also correct, Mr. Johnson said I said landfill instead of cemetery. I am so sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to offer a quick observation that I don't think any of these projects exist within my district. But if it passes, it would be on the persons in District 6 to share their portion of the load to help pay for this bond. So I wanted to make that note, but that being said, I support it because I think this is good. I agree with what Ms. Braga said about what our parks mean to our community. And so again, just to speak generally to this concern that I appreciate Ms. Brawley raising of regional factionalism. For my part, you know, if there is something that is good for a community in Anchorage and is fair and reasonable, then I'm inclined to get on board with it. Whether you live in Eagle River, Fairview, Mountain View, South Anchorage, Girdwood, West Side, Midtown, hey, if it makes sense, and if you have a question or concern, then I'm here to listen to you, regardless of whether or not you live in my district. So with that, you know, I'm going to happily support this, and I'm going to encourage the voters in my district to also support the park bond and others.
Thank you. Mr. Terrell.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo the sentiment that I've seen across the board. I think our trails and our parks and our green kind of is one of the things that really makes Anchorage, and I'm sure everyone in their mind, at least one that could use a little bit of extra love. So it's good to see this, and I encourage support.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell, and I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just, I would note that this is a service area that doesn't cover the whole municipality. It wouldn't have projects for Eagle River or Girdwood or any of the hillside areas that exempted themselves from the service area, and they also would not be required to pay. So I just want to make that out there. So is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0 on the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-7 has passed the body. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Move for immediate reconsideration.
There's a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Made by Ms. Zalatel, I believe, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Urge a no vote. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Ms. Braga, do you mean to reconsider? Okay. Thank you. On a vote of 0 to 12 and the youth member votes?
No.
No, that item has failed to be reconsidered. Ms. Zalato?
Thank you. Move to reconsider item 14C.
There's a motion to reconsider by Ms. Zalato, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. We urge a no vote.
Mr. Solt, on reconsideration of item 14C, the cemetery.
No.
On a vote of 0 to 12 and the youth member votes?
No.
No, the reconsideration on that item has failed. Next, we have item 14E. Item 14E, AO 2024-8, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $4,060,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of area-wide public safety and transit improvements.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
I heard a motion by Ms. Brawley to move the S version.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. So this is actually a modest increase to the total amount of the bond. As you'll see, it's $500,000, but it's actually proposed to specifically double the amount that we put toward traffic calming projects. So, and I'll point members and the public to, there's a memo. It is memo number AM 90 for 2024, and it's got more detailed information if you're interested. But just to sum up, we have been funding this in our bonds at $500,000 each year since 2016. However, the construction cost for transportation projects has increased in that same time 77%. So essentially, we're getting less for our money because we haven't made that increase. This is one of the top things constituents ask for, these traffic calming projects. It's things like speed humps. It really has to do with pedestrian safety and non-motorized safety in neighborhoods, because these are usually in neighborhood streets. And if any of us has been to a community council, you've probably heard this discussed before. So I will let others cover this issue as well, but I would urge support for this, again, modest increase to this bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is one of the primary things that I hear from my constituents is the desire for traffic calming in their neighborhoods. We had a presentation about this traffic calming program and the qualified streets list at our Transportation Committee meeting, as I mentioned in my earlier report. I did want to point out that there on the qualified streets list, potentially, there's potential for projects in the following community councils: Abbott Loop, Birchwood, Campbell Park, Hillside, Midtown, Mountain View, Northeast, Old Seward/Ocean View, Russian Jack, Sand Lake, Spenard, and Taku Campbell. So I feel like a lot of our districts could benefit if more of these traffic calming projects were able to be prioritized and move forward. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel. I'm sorry, Mr. Colhase first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I don't have that in front of me. And my only question is, the original version has $60,000 for O&M tied to the $500,000 traffic calming element. Does the S version increase that O&M amount? And if it doesn't, if a member would move to make that change, please. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
So would your suggestion then, Mr. Colhase, be to also double the O&M amount?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Volland, please.
Okay, thank you. I guess, do we need any clarity from bond counsel if we're raising an amount?
Yeah, so I was going to actually ask that question more broadly, but I think that's a fair question for you to ask. You kind of, Mr. Colhase handed you the floor briefly, so on his behalf, you can ask council.
Okay, sure. So I guess I'll direct that to maybe Dean. So Mr. Colhase has suggested that we, if we look at 14E in the S version, Exhibit A, the O&M amount, that we would double that accordingly, along with, I guess, the capital amount. Is that something that we can do, or do we need the approval of bond council if we're increasing an amount?
I don't think so. I think that's tax cap. No, I don't think so, because the O&M isn't part of the issue of the bond.
Well, my instinct is yes. There's two parts here. One is the bond and the debt service payments, right? And the other is the O&M. But in the ballot prop, it has an amount for the voters to understand how much the tax increase is. And we don't have that calculation right now. If you increase it here on the floor, but then that also affects the whole ballot proposition. So we would want at least the Public Finance Division or bond council to say that's okay. It's a little different than increasing the bond amount, increasing the O&M amount, but it's all one package. So I would recommend getting approval for that. But it looked like perhaps the municipal attorney had a thought on it as well. I'm not sure.
The O&M part didn't, though. Okay. All right, so Mr. Colhase, thank you. We'll go back to the queue and we'll kind of chew on that for a minute. Ms. Salato.
Thanks. I mean, the S version went through bond council, so hopefully we can make that change if that's what needs to happen. Substantively to the increase of $500,000, not only, what caught my attention here wasn't only the number of projects we may be able to do, but the quality of the projects to open up more opportunities for different types of traffic calming. And I think that that's great. I'm not a huge fan of speed cushions, speed bumps, speed whatever you call them, but I like that there are a lot of different things that can be done. But in order to do that, there has to be enough money available to actually consider a number of options. And then one of the things that was brought up at the Transportation Committee meeting is I think it's a little disheartening when community councils see this list of approved projects because the COLE list, the list that didn't make the grade to get traffic calming interventions that requested it is much, much longer. But they really talked to us a lot about temporary traffic calming measures that they can also implement in some of these areas that don't rise to the level of bonding because they're not capital improvements, but it's really interesting. So I think what we're doing here is we're giving traffic more tools in its toolbox to address what is a large community demand in a variety of ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I was just sitting here with a calculator. One thought is that if we are not allowed to increase the if we're not allowed to increase the total without triggering an additional public hearing, which is the point of the S version, I'm not moving an amendment. I just want to note that we could marginally reduce the amount from 1 million to say 990,000, and then that would make up the difference for the O&M. I'm trying to calculate that, but I just wanted to put that on the table as an option.
All right. I have a question. And this question for both of you. Here's the part that I don't understand. It is a whole package. However, the O&M piece is actually a municipal tax levy. It's under the tax cap, and it's got nothing to do with the sale of bonds. And so my experience with bond counsel, every time I've talked with Cynthia, has been that the real consideration is if a judge is going to find that some part of the process was not done properly, or if they can't certify that the public had heard the amount for the bond sale. And so the O&M piece, in my understanding, I'm not an attorney, is a separate matter. It's a tax cap matter. And so what role does bond counsel have to play in how we levy tax? Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that's a true observation you have. And to be honest, I don't recall having this question before us in the past where O&M was going to increase at this point in time for the bond item. I would note, though, that O&M is often, because there's some increased capital asset, for adding some length of road or adding a building. Of course, you need maintenance and operations to pay for that additional capital asset. The traffic calming measures, I'm not so sure what exactly those might be. It says raised crosswalks or perhaps speed humps. And does that increase maintenance and operations? I think it's a fair question, but Mr. Kohlhaas mentioned it. And in the original, it was at 60,000 O&M increase. And so one point I would make here is, I still think I would be more confident if we had bond councils, I guess, or the CFO's assent to the increase. But I would say that not increasing it isn't fatal. It just means we don't increase the tax cap by that amount of money. And what might happen as a result, though, is that we have to pay for whatever maintenance costs are by reducing elsewhere within the budget underneath the tax cap that didn't increase by this measure because we didn't get the approval to increase the tax cap by another 60,000 a year. And so I guess one question to Mr. Kohlhaas is what is the sort of nature of the maintenance and operations for traffic calming capital assets that are added to, I guess, our infrastructure?
Ms. Salatil has made a proposal that we consider making the amendment, passing it, and then not reconsidering it tonight, reaching out to Cynthia tomorrow. And if bond council has a problem with the structure, then we can file a motion to reconsider tomorrow if we continue our meeting, or if we need to, a special meeting, so we can fix whatever process may not be up to par. Mr. Thurn.
Just a comment with regards to O&M. Bond council does not create O&M. O&M comes from estimates provided by the maintenance and operation departments of the city. Now, I cannot confirm whether we went, as you know, we've been doing so many versions of bonds for the Assembly. I can't confirm that when this change was done, that they went back to the M&O department and asked if that number needs to go up. So that would probably be something that Lance would have to confirm for me. But they don't. They take whatever M&O says is the M&O for whatever different projects they are and so forth, and it just gets incorporated into the document. Dean is accurate. You can't just change it in one place. We do have to change it in the other portion of the bond because it says specifically how much per 100,000 and those kind of things. So and I don't know if they did or not, if they went back and M&O said, no, there's no increase for this extra $500,000, then they would have left it the same. If they failed to go back on this most recent change here to ask that particular question, we could be short if M&O says that indeed there is M&O attached to that particular thing, just like the original $500,000 was. I would assume that we probably are missing it right now. I can't imagine that we would have had $500,000 with that 60,000 and not increase it by $500,000 and have that same 60,000 applicable. I'd be very surprised if they would have said they could cover it. But I don't know that for sure, but I will probably assume that we didn't go back to M&O given the timeline and they were trying to get the document out.
So, Mr. Thurn, then to follow up on that, what I heard you say was that the matter of the O&M is not a bond council really matter. It's just a calculation matter, that we need to get the calculations right for the final product. Is that a fair assessment?
That is correct, because it has to be stated correctly in the bond proposition that goes to the ballot, goes to the voters.
All right, and Mr. Gates.
Yes, I think, one solution here, we don't have the exact number for the bond prop, but I'm looking at page 4, right, line 12 of the ordinance, the S version, and it's got us pegged there right now at 93 cents per $100,000 assessed valuation. but we don't know what to change it to. However, you know, if we're changing the 60,000 O&M and doubling it as suggested to 120,000, what you also would do as a solution here is make a motion to authorize conforming amendments without change to O&M, and the conforming amendment could be done by the municipal clerk in consultation with the bond council and so forth. For this page 4, line 12 number, that's a solution. And again, I'm much more comfortable advising that we don't increase the O&M, and perhaps we need to figure out a different way to pay for those costs.
I think you're right. And so this is good. I think, Mr. Volland, you had a motion to amend, and I think that Mr. Gates just recommended a very effective path forward, which is a subsequent motion to authorize the clerk to make conforming amendments to ensure that it meets the standard. And I think then the question has been answered. It's not about the bond, it's just about accurate numbers. And so I think, Mr. Volland, you have the floor.
I'm going to try to restate all that back. Do I need to?
I don't think you need to.
Okay.
I think we have a motion on the floor to amend.
Yes.
What was the motion?
I actually don't know if I made the motion. I think we were just asking questions. So
okay.
What I will do then is move to amend so that essentially to double the O&M amount to 120,000.
And make conforming
amendments. And make conforming amendments as Assembly Council suggested, and I think with particular attention to page 4, line 12.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
I just want to make sure that we get this amendment correct. So I guess to Mr. Gates, I just want to clarify the O&M number that needs to change on the ballot proposition, and there's also another section in the C that it needs to change. Would that be line 12, or would that be the number on line 14? I just want to clarify that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera, to verify, you are looking at, did you say page 4, line 12, where it says 93, 0.93?
Correct, versus...
That number's going to need to change since we're doubling that cost.
Thank you.
It's not necessarily doubling that number, though.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gates. So I was actually asking line 12 versus line 14, where line 14 has the 17 cents to pay for O&M. Is that the number that needs to change?
It's both.
Oh, my apologies. You know what? You are absolutely right, Mr. Rivera. I'm looking at the wrong number entirely. We need a conforming amendment. Well, I mean, the wording would be the same, to change doubling over in him. The number's the 017 on line 14. Thank you.
So the language is the same. The motion is to make an amendment to double the O&M and make conforming amendments. Is that a sufficient motion for folks? I think we're getting closer on this one. Thank goodness we moved these items up and it's not 11 o'clock. So anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? We had a motion by Mr. Volland. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, I seconded.
Okay, seconded by Brawley. Yeah, so it's a motion to amend to double the O&M and the clerk make conforming amendments. Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing anyone else on the amendment. Members may proceed. Oh, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, everybody, for your patience, and I'm glad to understand better how the O&M factors in addition to working with bond counsel. But I will note, this was on the agenda. We submitted it by the deadline, so I'm surprised to hear from the administration for the first time tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. So anyone else on the amendment? Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12 to 0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment has passed. Now we have the main motion back before us as amended. Mr. Gates.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but we really want to get this correct. And before we vote on the main motion, I want to make sure that we understood exactly the wording of that motion. It said double the O&M. I'm just reading what was printed on our screen. But the O&M and Exhibit A to the AM has two parts. One is for signal system, and that shouldn't double. Just the part for traffic calming and safety improvements should double. And I don't think that motion's wording specified. We're only doubling the one line. So if we're doubling all O&M, we're over doubling the amount, I believe. So I would suggest reconsidering that motion to amend and fixing the wording so we're only doubling the O&M for on Exhibit A, the fourth line for traffic calming and safety improvements from 60 to 120. And then conforming amendments. And I think I'm seeing some assent from...
Ms. Zalatal.
Thank you. I move to amend that the figure that is doubled is only related to the $1 million for traffic calming.
Second.
Which you did. Mr. Gates, will you please send an email to the clerk with the language that you believe is the right language?
We need to reconsider that.
Sure.
Please put it in writing.
If I may, what I just heard was doubling the 1 million, but
You're
no,
accurate.
we're doubling
You're right.
the
That's fine. It's stipulated, Mr.
60,000 in
Gates.
the O&M column.
Can you
That's all.
please send it in an email so we get it right? Who's going to make the motion? Go ahead and make the motion to reconsider.
I will go ahead and move to reconsider the amendment that we just voted on.
Mr. Rivera makes a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Ms. Zalatal seconds. This is the occasion tonight when members are requested to vote yes on the reconsideration. So members may proceed to vote unless somebody wants to get in the queue. Nope, okay. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
the item has been, the amendment has been reconsidered. As soon as we get the language, we'll move forward. Mr. Gates, we're waiting for the language from you.
It's through the air now.
Thank you. Ms. Salatal, do you want to make that motion?
Sure. I move to amend Exhibit A line for traffic calming and the traffic calming the O&M column from 60 to 120 and make conforming amendments to this item inclusive of the AO and statement of economic effect.
Second. The motion to amend has been made by Ms. Zalatil and seconded by Mr. Rivera. So the motion is now properly before us. The motion is up on the board. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Are we supposed to amend the amendment?
So I think we already did this, but on a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
the amendment has passed. So there was some question if we had a previous motion on the floor that needed to be dispatched from a procedural perspective. I am going to say we didn't. Does anyone object to that determination? There's no objection. So at this point, the question is moot. So we now have before us the amended ordinance. Anyone wish to discuss the ordinance? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly, I'm glad that we have hopefully moved past some bumps, so we can move forward with all due speed. Thanks.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt on this ordinance as amended.
Yes.
Mr. Myers?
Mr. Myers?
There it is. On a vote of 12-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-8 as amended has passed the body. However, I'm not going to ask the members to make a motion to reconsider. What I'm going to do is ask the Assembly Council and the CFO to communicate with Ms. Weed to make sure that everything is okay before we do any reconsideration on this. But for the purposes of the order, that item has been dispatched unless some future action is required. Next, we have item 14F. 14F is AO 2024-9, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality residing in the Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service area of the municipality at the regular municipal election, April 2nd, 2024, a ballot proposition to alter the boundaries of said area by removing all of the Rockridge Drive right-of-way between O'Malley Road and East 112th Avenue from Upper O'Malley, Lursa. I'm going to keep reading this beyond what's necessary. And submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service area at the regular municipal election, April 2nd, 2024.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she, her pronouns, 14 years trans female, and I reside currently at the Alex. Now, I know this is not my area of town, but I'm going to tell you after delivering newspapers for 21 years in this town, Hillside Drive to Flat Top was my route every day. I learned a lot about those wonderful folks up there on the hillside. And I can tell you from a person that comes from the street, you know, we often look at those big houses and we think everybody has a whole lot of extra capital in their lifestyle. I want to urge people that have, you know, all walks of life to understand that we all plan our lives differently. So those people that have those big houses up there, many of them have done so through the hard works of their labor. And when we're talking about opening up an idea for a street that contains to a school, and we fund schools down here and we're not funding things up there, this goes without saying that they should already be looked at. Those folks that are up on the hill, many of them are getting up to an age where they can't even get out of their house because nobody has that kind of money to pay what their property's worth and what they've invested. My heart goes out to them for those that are struggling to stay in their homes up there. I know many of them. I've spoken to many of them throughout the years. And as they continue to age and they continue to struggle to take care of that area, I want to take a moment to also say to those people that take care of the roads up there, man, what the city can learn on how to be able to be as efficient and I mean that, efficient on their snow removal who would they hire up there? They don't have the berms they have to try to see around when they're pulling into traffic. Awesome job. Everybody up on the hillside, I want to make sure you guys know we do not appreciate what you guys have done, what you guys do, and that your existence is there to our parks and how much they look out for them. So if they say that we need to look at this as far as it being a road that we need to take care of as Anchorage, I urge you guys to look at it through the right focus. That is not that they're trying to shove anything off. It's that the schools of Anchorage are everybody's responsibility, no matter what class or what size house or what size property or how much value it's worth. So to continue to remember that we are all different, and that's what makes Anchorage great, please do look at this and be serious about it, because when we're talking about our schools, we're talking about our future, and if we're talking about our future and our children, it's beyond our times. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
So, I have a motion to postpone indefinitely by Ms. Salatel, an exasperation from Mr. Salt, and a second from Mr. Volland. Ms. Salatel.
Thanks. Maybe we will get over the exasperation and get to the other item, but the S version that's suggested here really raises some concerns for me, that it feels like this needs more work. And so I'm going to outline a few of those things. And I don't also get the urgency of such a complicated. At first, I thought this was really straightforward. And the original one seemed pretty straightforward. The right-of-way needs to go in, and the limited road service area needs to say, yep, we want that to go in, and ARTSA needs to say, yep, we'll take it. That seemed pretty straightforward to me. But then we now have an S version which suggests that the limited road service area can determine to remove part of itself, but then whether or not that is also annexed by ARTSA could just leave a donut hole in service. And it seems like leaving a donut hole in service, particularly around what appears an elementary school, if I'm getting this right, doesn't seem like a good plan. So I'm really confused about what the plan is. And that's why I'm wondering if we need to just wait another year to take this up. So that's the reason for the postponement for me. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
I'm going to speculate that Member Salt was also trying to get in the queue, so if he was in fact trying to do that, I know he's not here to punch the button, but I'd be willing to let him go first.
Why don't you go ahead? He didn't.
I guess I'll just say...
He did actually text me, I'm sorry. So since he is at the queue, I'll go ahead and let him. Mr. Salt.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, my intent would have been to move the original version for precisely the reason Salatel just mentioned. So Rockridge Road is a unique situation within the municipality, and I don't know of any other schools in Anchorage that are located on a private road or an unmaintained road, with the exception of Bear Valley, which is on a road that has a school, a park, and a fire station. And to this day, we don't know who maintains that road. Trailside Elementary is similar, but essentially that road is within the service parking lot, so I'm assuming ASD maintains that, but I haven't confirmed it. So how this all got started is, back in 2000, Rockridge Drive was not part of any service area and maintained privately. There was a legislative grant for capital maintenance on Rockridge Drive. However, the funding couldn't be accepted because, of course, it has to be within a service area. 3 measures were put forward, and the Upper O'Malley LRSA was the one that was selected to move forward and accepted responsibility of Rockridge by about 56% vote back in 2000. It's important to note that the residents on Rockridge Drive were not part of the Upper O'Malley service area, so they did not contribute to the Upper O'Malley service area. So essentially the residents in Upper O'Malley agreed to annex it and just place the burden on themselves. So after over 20 years, they would like to be released from this burden. ASD has stated that they will not maintain the road. The municipality will only maintain it if it is within ARTSA, and it's not currently located in another service area. So right or wrong, we chose ARTSA as a path forward. And also, if it's not within a service area, we can't accept any state funds which are being worked on to improve the road. The original version is basically an all or nothing option. So the members of Upper O'Malley Road Service Area have to vote to de-annex it. The members of the ARTSA have to vote to annex it. And the residents of Rockridge must vote to be annexed. All three have to pass. If any one of those fails, the status quo remains. Which is why we did not move the S version, because what that would have allowed is for Upper O'Malley to de-annex with basically no plan, needing maintenance to be performed by the property owners along Rockridge Drive, which there's a bit of a history that they know they don't have to maintain it because eventually someone's going to step in because there's a school at the end of the road with 400 students. So what that would have done would have left the administration in a very difficult situation to solve next year, and we would have no plan. So this is the plan we came forward with. That's the plan we want to move forward and let the voters decide what to do next. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think Member Salt pretty well laid out the rationale for this. I just again want to say that it was our intent to move the original version before we were preempted there, and because, you know, as Member Zaltel pointed out, it's pretty straightforward. I don't need to belabor the points Member Salt made, but the current situation just does not make sense. I don't think there's much logic to it when you look at a road that is considered part of a LRSA, but is geographically half a mile plus away from the rest of the LRSA. It's also problematic when the people who live on that road are not participating either in the LRSA or the ARTSA. And frankly, the situation for the school, I think, has been untenable. When we had the major snow event back in November, every school in Anchorage opened, eventually except for O'Malley Elementary, and related to this problem with who is responsible for maintaining the road. And regardless of any other consideration, I think as Bree pointed out, you know, it is a school. It is in the interest of everyone in the city to make sure it is open, and I think this is a better path forward. So I am hopeful we can find a path to putting the original motion before the body, and I would encourage your support of that.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't support either version, the original or the S, and here's why. You know, I may be accused of regional fractionalism, but there is a disturbing trend here where I believe increasingly there is momentum to try to use ARTSA, I won't say as a sugar daddy, but to try essentially to put more of the burden, our tax burden, on folks in the ARTSA boundary. First of all, I'll just say, when I look at my district, I serve some of the wealthiest constituents in Anchorage. I also serve some of the poorest. I have a very diverse district. And so I weigh that into consideration anytime we're looking at, you know, what is the tax burden going to be. This, to me, is a very transparent effort of a LRSA to offload a road onto ARTSA that they no longer want to maintain. And I can understand, you know, looking at a map, it is a little bit interesting that this Rockridge Road is not connected, it's not adjacent to the Upper O'Malley LRSA. However, so the clerk just circulated a map. Look at where it falls, that road, in relation to ARTSA. It's about equidistant from both. And then look where it falls with Valley View Estates LRSA. Well, it's right next to that, right across the road. So why wouldn't the co-sponsors maybe ask Valley View Estates LRSA if they want to pick up that road? You know, whether it's this, the CASA bond, the cemeteries bond, I'm starting to get a little nervous about this impetus to rely on residents in ARTSA to fund the outlying communities. And again, I will say it, especially when some of these areas in South Anchorage are the ones that they come out most vehemently against increased housing density that could potentially increase the tax base in those areas. I'll also say, I think if you looked at a map of the students that O'Malley Elementary School serves, the majority of those students are not from ARTSA. And so what I would encourage is for us to go ahead and postpone this for now. We can take this up. I think that there are broader conversations, as Ms. Brawley has said a couple times from this dais, to be had about LRSAs and whether or not the property tax burdens are equitable with ARTSA. And I also think more information is required here before we just say, you know, yeah, we're going to put it before the voters of ARTSA whether or not they want to pick this road up. I will also say, I'm encouraged to hear from the co-sponsors that they did not plan to move the S version. I find the S version irresponsible and frankly offensive. And I'm just going to read from the language in the memo. The S version changes so that the proposition to remove Rockridge Drive only depends on the outcome of the vote in Upper O'Malley LRSA, in the LRSA that's impacted. So only they get to say, no, we don't want it anymore.
Okay, I'm getting side-eye from the clerk, and it's probably appropriate. Nobody's made a point of order, but Mr. Vaughn, while I don't disagree with you, the motion is to postpone. And so
sure.
The question...
I'll just say, as has been said, the S version leaves a hole. That is admitted by the memo attached to the S. So I would like to dispense. I guess my point, to bring it back, is I'd like to dispense with both, and I will not support the original or the S for the time being. Thank you.
So I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And I also, if you take the map that I had developed, if you look at the back, it's the school district boundary for that school. And only the very far left around the Alaska Zoo and down is actually in ARTSA, in the school district boundary for O'Malley Elementary School. And so I'd say about 80% or more, 90% maybe, of the school district catchment area for that school is in the area that is either in the gray on the other side of the map, which are no road service area, or the pink, which are the service areas. The yellow is ARTSA, and the green is also a service area. So I struggle as well with the rationale why, if it's the same distance from Upper O'Malley to ARTSA, which it effectively is, would we propose to move it to ARTSA when 80% of the students are in the houses up towards Upper O'Malley? But to take it one step further, I actually had a conversation with the manager today, and it was his position that we should wait a year, figure this out, come up with an equitable solution that makes sense. And that to me is more logical than saying, well, ARTSA could pick it up because they have a lot of residents, even though most of them don't live here, or saying, let's de-annex that road from anybody so it's left to be to the wind to clear the snow from the road. And so for my part, I would support the motion to postpone indefinitely on either of these items, not because I don't want a solution. And I had to fight to get this map the way it is because everyone kept generating the map without the Upper O'Malley service area on it. I wanted folks to see that it isn't in either, and it's really not fair that either is forced to pay without some equitable considerations. And so for my part, I would welcome us postponing this item, figuring out what is the equitable solution. So that would be my 2 cents. Ms. Zalatel.
Thanks. So thank you for the map. It actually really literally illustrates the problem, and it makes it much clearer to understand. I didn't see a statement of economic effect with this bond proposition. I presume it would cost the municipality something to come and plow this road. I don't know if annually that would be over $30,000 or not. But that is one of the things, right? That's the cost, right? There's got to be an estimated cost depending on the snow, but we could make a good guess of what that would be. But I think the bigger issue and what's really illustrated by this map is all of this gray area where there is no services. Hard stop. They're not in any service area. And to add a disconnected segment into ARTSA with no, right, I think there could be maybe a more strategic plan to make sure ARTSA is more contiguous versus just kind of having an island of ARTSA in a no service area, sea of gray there, if you were looking at the map. So I think I still support the motion to postpone. I hope, though, that if that's what occurs, that there's a conversation between the municipality, the school district, the limited road service areas, and that there's the opportunity to get creative and figure out a plan for the remainder, for the next year's snow season. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I support the motion to postpone, and looking back, I was remembering in November when we first had our big snow of this winter, seeing the school closures and seeing on one of the days, I don't remember which day, all schools are open, maybe it was December, all schools are open except O'Malley Elementary, and I wondered why that was. And it took me a while to connect it back to this more recently, but I was rereading that article that was in the Anchorage Daily News about that, so I would encourage folks to go back and look if you're interested. But yeah, I also see the compelling arguments for not moving forward to change the situation right now. I'm also curious about how much time and money this actually takes, similar questions to Member Zalatel, and I understand that it does require taking a plow away from the rest of the area, but that's pretty much what happens everywhere else that we have to drive past state roads, or we have to go from neighborhood to neighborhood. Like, that is certainly just an issue with the way that we've inefficiently designed and maintained our roads. And I don't just mean the distance, I mean the fact that we have that split responsibility between the state and local. Sorry for the microphone. So I would support postponement of this. I also am amenable to supporting postponement of the other item. We need to figure this out, and I think it is true. We just need to have a bigger conversation about how we maintain our roads and how we pay for them. And that certainly is top of mind as we go further into winter. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussion. Thanks.
So Mayor Bronson hasn't spoken yet. Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, a lot of conversations on this. I agree with the opinions for the motion to postpone. This is complex. The thing we got to focus on in the near term is to make sure that school stays in the LRSA for this winter and for next winter. And then I think, as the chair suggested, I think on the ballot in April of 25, we can solve this, because is what's really needed, and I'll defer to Lance or even Kent on this, of course, but is that we need to incorporate that area into a larger LRSA, and quite frankly, I think we need to combine LRSAs and get some economies of scale here, especially on the snow removal contracting side of it. So I support a motion to motion to postpone, because this takes a lot more work. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. There are some bigger, broader questions that are raised here, and I'm open to having that conversation. You know, I certainly am not going to look at this and say that this is, as I've said before, how I would design a city if I were doing it now, but it is sort of the conditions that we have to deal with. I think just to quickly, a couple points that were brought up. Member Volin was offended by the language in the S version, which we're not moving, but you know, again, if I'm looking at where you were looking at, that's just procedurally required. It is a vote for the people in the affected service area. That's just, that language has to be there. It's not something which we can editorialize. As far as, you know, the equity question, it's a fair point, right? But I would point out that right now the people on Rock Ridge are not in the LRSA, they're not paying into LRSA, they're not paying into ARTSA, they're you know, just kind of getting a free ride. This would annex them into the ARTSA, where they would contribute, as everyone else in the ARTSA does, to pay for road maintenance. So maybe that's not optimal, but I think it would actually arguably be a little bit more fair in the status quo. And then finally, I think my most immediate concern is the Upper O'Malley LRSA is funded and responsible for generally maintaining the roads in the Upper O'Malley LRSA. Taking on this added responsibility, it does carry some cost, and it has been a struggle for them to maintain the road adequately. And the concerns from parents around every time we get snow have been almost daily. You know, the road gets down to a lane and a half or less. There's heavy traffic coming in and out of there when the schools are when they're unloading and loading the kids for schools, traffic gets backed up onto O'Malley, which can be a public safety hazard. O'Malley doesn't get plowed very quickly because it's a state road. So you end up in the situation where you have a narrow road to and from the school. You have traffic backing up in O'Malley, which is very narrow. And again, do we want to take a look towards long-term fixes? Sure, but for the time being, I would say if nothing happens with this until 2025, I would just anticipate that again, going in through the rest of this winter and into next winter, there's going to be a lot of parents with concern about access to the school and safety, and those questions will absolutely remain if we do not take any action here tonight.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention for this item, it was a fast-tracked project, and I requested some of the economic effects last week, but in the short turnaround, we haven't received it in time. So that's just a missing piece since Ms. Zalatel mentioned it.
Okay. So I have myself in the queue. I'll just say that heavy traffic going in and out of one lane around a school is every elementary school in my district. It's pretty much every elementary school. I could share with you scores of emails that I have from people who are saying, what are you doing? I can't walk on the sidewalks. The state's plowed the snow. My kids are walking on Cordova Street to get to Denali Elementary, Fairview Elementary, Mountain View Elementary, that people can't drive to the school because there's so much snow. And what this proposal does, for better or for worse, effectively takes away from those kids in their schools who are already suffering from the same problem that is being identified for this school. And so the solution, I don't think, is to shift that burden. It's to figure out a comprehensive solution. Now, I have a question for Mr. Gates. I'm looking at the map that you did for me, thank you, the orange section that is the zone. Is the currently included area in Upper O'Malley just the road? Or is it all of those properties around that are in that orange box?
So in that map panned out with the orange box, the parcels are not currently in any road service area.
Right.
They're not in Upper O'Malley.
Right.
This orange box is if the proposition in section 3 to add this Rock Ridge Drive to ARDSA would also add the parcels to ARDSA, so they would pay the ARDSA tax levy.
So wouldn't those property owners also have to be asked the question, do we vote yes to be annexed into ARDSA? And is that question in this item before us?
Yes, that's correct. Per our charter 9.01, and it's worded in the proposition language. A majority of the voters in this orange box, the voters that reside in the area, need to approve this, as well as the majority of the voters in ARDSA.
And the voters in Upper O'Malley. There has to be 3 groups that opt in at this point or out, because it can't be if the properties abutting the road aren't in either, then you can't simply say we're moving from Upper O'Malley to ARDSA. Those 2 groups get to vote. The individual, also those property owners, have to be asked to vote. Do you wish to be annexed into a service area?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that, I didn't see that in here.
So the first sentence of each proposition in the original ordinance, it specifies that it's only effective if the other proposition passes, so it does. So the proposition for Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service Area says it's only effective if the proposition for ARDSA passes.
I get that.
And that's just one set of voters.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the 6
third
properties.
vote requirement is a dual vote requirement for the proposition in section 3. And so when those ballots go out, the municipal clerk, when they receive and count, they would count ARDSA current boundaries and the orange box boundaries for that one proposition.
Can you point me to the lines in the ordinance that address the 5 properties or 6 properties to the east of Rock Ridge Road, directly abutting the already annexed road, that's in...
Yeah, excuse me, I'm pulling up the document.
Thank you. Because I believe it takes a 3 affirmative vote, not a 2 affirmative vote.
That's correct.
Whoops. In the ordinance, section 1, line 32, there's that first sentence, and that applies to Upper O'Malley, so that's vote 1. Then you go to section 3, line 22, actually, it says only effective if Upper O'Malley approves, so that's something else. That's their 1 vote, referring to section 1. And then in line 25, it says requires separate approval of both the majority of voters in the current boundaries of Artsa and those that reside in the area to be annexed. The orange box is the area to be annexed. I guess the confusing part is the orange box is not in the Upper O'Malley right now, so they don't require a vote from them to de-annex.
Okay, so it's actually a 3-way vote you have crafted here. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to maybe give some confidence to the process here to Mr. Johnson, is that last month when this happened, we got the extraordinary wet snowfall and it became a challenge. I contacted the LRSA and told them I was going to I directed a couple plows to go up there, clear the road. So that option is always available. And then I told them that we would send them a bill, which we're in the process of doing. I believe the amount Lance was upstairs telling me, I think it's about, to answer Ms. Altel's question, because there's a budget item here, and I think it was a little less than 2 hours for about $2,000 for 2 graders. So it is not insignificant. It may surpass the question Ms. Altel had, is it over $30,000 a year? It may very well be, depending on the snowfall. But we always have the option of putting our graders on their roads as a matter of public safety and clearing the road, and that's what we did. So I think maybe, Zach, that'll allay your fears a little bit. We'll get it done one way or another.
Ms. Bronco.
I'm just confused on this. I am sorry. It says in here that they're in the Upper O'Malley LRSA, but are you saying they don't pay their taxes on the LRSA, though they are in that LRSA? Or the LRSA maintains, but they don't pay the taxes?
My understanding, if your question was pointed to me, is it's just currently the road that is in the service area up on Upper O'Malley, not the properties abutting the road.
Thanks for the clarification.
It's very confusing. Okay, so the motion before us is a motion to postpone indefinitely. Any further comments? I think this horse has been taken to its end. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
No.
On a vote of 10-2 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, the motion has been postponed indefinitely. The item has been postponed indefinitely. Now we move to item 13A.
Move to change the order of the day. The motion is to change the order of the day to take up 14G and then 10 Bravo 1, and then to go back to the unfinished items and the rest as we've already moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. 14G was in the original, so, oh, actually 14G, according to the motion, comes after the 13s.
So I'll second that.
Okay, so a motion has been made to change the order of the day to take up items 14G and 10B1 next. Okay, so a motion has been made by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Mr. Chair, may I speak to it?
You may.
Yeah, just briefly, these two items, I believe, are also time-sensitive, not that the other items are not important, but wanting to hopefully dispatch with those because the other items that we're taking up may have significant public testimony. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Zalatel, it has been already determined that you have a conflict on both of those items, so you're excused for a few minutes. So, okay, any discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt, unchanged the order of the day?
No.
On a vote of 10 to 1 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, the order of the day has been changed. Next, we'll take 14G. Item 14G is AR 2024-32, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,500,000 of alcohol beverages retail sales tax fund 206000 fund balance to the alcohol beverage retail sales tax fund 206000 Anchorage Health Department, and $500,000 of area-wide funds fund balance to the Anchorage Health Department to be used for emergency cold weather shelter costs. Someone waive reading.
Waive reading.
Thank you. So the public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Whiskey. I go by Bree. She, her pronouns, was female, currently residing at the Alex. Here we are back again talking about homeless. I want to say, you know, I mean, we're making strides, we're making leaps and bounds. I was out earlier today, and I'm going to tell you, that cold is something fierce to think to be stuck out there for any length of time because there's no other option. You know, you guys have done some incredible work in the last year and a half, 2 years to try to ease the burden of this from the administration to the Assembly. And I couldn't be more thankful and more proud of some of the work you guys have done. I do encourage that we continue to move forward in our work, but we have to be mindful and to a scalpel of how we go to do these things. At what level are we helping the right ones, not right ones? And I encourage to bring in the idea of finding a way, if it be a tax break or whatever, to bring in more mental health, to bring in more evaluation of which categories should get this kind of help and which categories should get that kind of help and when. It's such a complex issue, and to be a part of it in one way and not understand it in the other ways and trying to learn it, man, I've been banging my head all year long trying to keep up with some of the things. So I can only imagine what you guys deal with on your side versus me on my side, where I've lived some of this and tried to share some of this. And I don't know how much it's helped for me to share what I've shared. I don't know what variables or what ideas I've been able to bring to the tables. If they've helped, I hope they have. I hope to be able to continue to be a part of this and working with everybody that's moving in the direction of trying to find answers for the homeless situation. You know, again, division of some of our areas that we're looking at, whether it be those that are struggling under addictions, those that are struggling under situation, those that are struggling under disabilities. All these things are something that we have to look at, some of them together, some of them separate. But again, if we can find a way to bring in more, and I encourage youth and encourage those that are intelligent enough and charismatic enough with the right reasons for mental health, it's going to need to be there. And we don't have it. We don't have it in the community here. We don't have it in the state. We don't have these abilities to take on this load. So we need to be looking at that at high levels. I mean, it's got to be a priority, number one, when you're dealing with some of the issues that the homeless comes into. It is unlike anything else I've ever experienced in my life or my own personal self. And I can't encourage that the body keeps an eye to that. So again, keep up the good work, guys, and let's see what happens next.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Please come down. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Wanda Bowie. I didn't know anything about this. I just happened to walk in to this meeting, and I guess this was a God moment. I'm also part of the homeless community. I live at at the Golden Lion. And it hasn't been a pleasant experience. I had got to share my story with, a little bit with Anchorage Daily News yesterday. About like how they're powerhousing me and they're trying to force evict me, and like some of the staff got attitude, and I didn't even know the lady didn't like me, and because I wouldn't sign papers saying that my husband couldn't stay there, then they decided that he couldn't be there, and it's like I make my own decisions, and it seems like it's a dictatorship, and apparently they had got confused about the situation because we were no longer a part of the homeless community, and the way that you talk to people will be different when you're in a landlord type of situation. My things have been stolen. My car was vandalized. 2019 Chevrolet Cruze. When I was at the house, I'm trying to be fast. I was at the House of Transformations, and I talked to some assembly people there when they had this little meeting or gathering, and I was saying, well, why do people who are trying to do something better for themselves have to go back to the homeless community? Because that's what the NeighborWorks told me to get my RISE voucher, that I would still have to go back into like the Sullivan living, or I wouldn't be eligible. When I went back to the Brother Francis, I ended up getting stabbed in both my hands and in my stomach, which was very traumatizing. And then I have a lot to say that I wrote down, but first of all, I know my time is running out. I know that I have seen that the government has been sending billions of dollars to Ukraine, and yet the cold weather shelters are full and there's no beds. I emailed the mayor and on the computer or whatever, asking for some kind of temporary money, to open up like the Fairview Rec or somewhere. The Web don't even have enough places for people to warm up. It was so cold the other day, and me and my husband was just stuck outside, and I just want more consideration taken to this and permanent housing. I had 3 housing case managers, one at their wake shelter, Pauline, one at the Brother Francis shelter, Michael, I forgot what his name was, and then it became Dominic, and then I had one at the RISE voucher, and the best they could do for me after me getting stabbed, let me just say this, they did not give me my voucher until the day after I got stabbed.
All right, so
And
your
when
time has
I
expired.
communicated with them, okay.
Thank you.
I just want more done about the situation.
Okay, thank you. So the public hearing on this item is still open. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Rivera, a second by Mr. Volland. So, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this resolution, just to give a little bit of a broader context, the total projected amount needed to finish funding emergency cold weather shelter through April 30th is $3.9 million. At current budget, the burn rate of the existing funds is about 90% or so. So I think that 3.9 million number is fairly accurate. In addition, we will eventually make a firm policy decision on whether to extend emergency cold weather shelter through May 31st, which was going to require some additional funds on top of that $3.9 million, and that's an unknown amount at this point. So today's appropriation funds $2 million for emergency cold weather shelter using alcohol tax fund balance and some general government fund balance. So we need to find another about $1.9 million plus whatever the costs are to keep emergency cold weather shelter open through May 31st. And that second appropriation we hope to bring forward to this body in February. But in terms of this appropriation, this one's important for us to approve of today because the funds are quickly running out for emergency cold weather shelter. Thanks.
And then point of information, I second it. I was wondering, if Member Rivera meant to move the original or the S.
Yeah, thanks for that. The S version.
And I will second that as well.
All right, this version is on the floor. Ms. Brock.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks everybody also for getting this on the agenda last week for introduction so that we can move this forward quickly. I won't repeat what Mr. Rivera said, but the statements in the S version really demonstrate the rationale for planning ahead now to extend cold weather shelter, knowing that there is an additional cost that we will continue to work on, and to ensure that we have an orderly and intentional wind down of whatever emergency cold weather shelter needs to look like for the remainder of that winter. I will also note that that we are taking seriously the fact that that we have already put a lot of alcohol tax money toward homelessness. I think that is a good choice because we need to take care of people. We need to ensure people are not sleeping outside as much as possible in this cold winter. However, we do not want to solely rely on that. So you'll see an intent statement that basically says, if we need to use alcohol tax money to fill this gap, if there's no other options, we will, or we will propose that, but we will look at all other options first. So again, I will say thank you to our CFO and to Office of Management and Budget Director for really brainstorming with us, having that conversation, and really looking at what's possible. And so you'll see that we didn't quite get to a one-to-one between alcohol tax and other sources that I was hoping for, but we got, it's not bad for now. So I would urge your support. Thank you.
Bronca.
Hi, I was listening to the two speakers and wondering, I know that there's a resolution that we offer the policy of having 3 meals a day, but we're looking at a limited amount of funds, and I was on the Chester Creek Trail on Friday, and I mean to tell you, there are so many people in the woods in that area that really look like they're struggling, and I would like to spread this further by seeing if we couldn't have one meal supplemented by churches, and we take food out, hot drinks, something along the trail, because there are a lot of people who are not being warmed. There's no warming shelters, to my knowledge, being paid for by the city, and just trying to spread this a little further would be my preference. But I completely support continuing our mission, but it feels pretty hopeless when you're out there and see how many people are falling out through the net right now.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So responding to Member Bronga's comments, I appreciate that. I think what probably will make it difficult from the bureaucratic standpoint is the contracts are the contracts. And so I'm not opposed to the Anchorage Health Department working with our contractors and, as happened when we were debating the initial funding of this in September or whenever it was, seeing if there are either churches or other nonprofits that maybe could, at a reduced amount, provide this kind of service. As long as we maintain the food policy, I think that's critical. I am absolutely opposed to the idea of reducing the amount of food, because I think as everyone has been getting the third-party oversight reports, we have been getting some complaints about the quantity of food at least one of our emergency cold weather shelter locations. So I'm not in support of reducing the quantity of food, but if there's creative ways that we can get churches or Beans Cafe or other relevant agencies involved, then I think that's fine. But I think that's a proposal we would need the health department to bring forward to us.
I don't see anyone else. I have myself just to say, and nothing is there to stop churches from providing these services of their own accord, in their own mission, in the way that they prefer to. So seeing no one else in the queue on this item, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Vote of 10 to 1 in the youth member votes.
Yes.
Yes. AO 2024-32S has passed the body. It takes us to item 10B1. 10B1 is AR 2024-37, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and the mayor jointly requesting $4 million of the Alaska State Legislature for continued low barrier year-round shelter operations. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Yes, thank you. And there is a proposed amendment 1, and you'll see that it has multiple parts. Essentially, I had been working on an S version of this, and so there's multiple components. And so I wonder if we may be able to move through. I don't intend to move the entire amendment, but it is in pieces. So I guess a procedural question, is it possible to move 1A and 1B together, or do they need to be done individually?
I am looking for this amendment. Was it distributed in the original packet?
Yes. It's called Brawley Amendment Number 1 for item 10B1.
Okay, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 potential amendments, and you're intending to move how many of them?
My question was if it's possible to move, for example, A and B together as one motion.
Right, well, but my question would be, how many are you intending to run?
There's a couple that I was not necessarily intending to run.
Right, so why don't we batch all the ones you want to run into one?
Okay.
So that could be A, B, C. Tell us which ones you want to run.
Okay, then I would like to move 1A, 1B, 1D, 1E, 1F, 1G, and 1H. So all of them except 1C.
Okay, so then I would say the motion is to move Brawley Amendment Number 1 except 1C.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion to
I'll second.
amend by Ms. Brawley, a second by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And most of these are to add either additional context or make some corrections to this, or maybe corrections is not the right word for this resolution. But the intent is to make sure that we are very clear in our language, knowing that this resolution may itself not necessarily go directly to the legislature, but it is the basis for a legislative request. And so what is proposed here in this resolution, and I believe others can speak to it as well, it is to make a legislative request for $4 million of funding for essentially the summer months, or half of the cost of running what is currently the congregate shelter at the Solid Waste Services Administration building that we're running for the winter through the rest of the year. And so some of the language in here is really just making minor, as I said, corrections, but essentially not framing it necessarily as 6 months of funding versus 6 months of funding because the timing didn't work out, but that we're really asking for matching funds, and then also committing the municipality to figure out that other $4 million of matching funds for fiscal year, or for 2025, essentially. So these amendments make those changes that would have otherwise been offered in an S version, and I believe there's a couple other minor items that we need to amend here, but that is where we'll start.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. So good segue. I'm going to go ahead and move to amend the amendment to amend the Part 1E of this amendment to say the shelter's current maximum capacity of 200 clients, and then delete the comma.
Second.
Do you see where that is?
And I'll repeat that one more time. So 1E echo, to amend that to say the shelter's current maximum capacity of 200 clients, and delete the comma.
Shelter's current maximum capacity to 200?
I don't understand. It doesn't read right. So are you taking out and surge capacity up to?
Yes, correct. I'm taking everything else out. I'm just,
Taking underlined out.
the underlined, yeah.
Okay, so it's to remove all of the underlined language and insert,
What I was saying, yeah. Which to me reads well. Do you want me to read it one more time?
yes.
Okay, so it would say, whereas the shelter's current maximum capacity of 200 clients aligns with the municipality's goal to offer effective and manageable support to those in need, comma, et cetera. May I speak to the rationale, Mr. Chair?
As soon as we get it right.
Okay, sure.
Does that accurately reflect? But it kind of doesn't, because we'd have to also strike the shelter's current and then start over with, whereas the shelter's current. It's just, so the amendment should read, insert current maximum between shelter's capacity, then strike all of the underlined language, then add that language that you had added, except for current maximum. That would be great. Just the underlined language. Okay, and whereas it's not spelled right. Okay, so we have an amendment to the amendment that was moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment, I think, aligns more with reality and what we have been trying to avoid doing, which we started to do, I think it was in maybe the 21 season and onward, of using the term surge capacity, which I think has a certain idea and definition which really doesn't exist. Whenever we say there's a surge capacity of 200, that really means the capacity is 200. So let's just not use that term anymore and just be honest with the public about what we're talking about. So this amendment just, I think, clarifies and removes that term, which we should no longer use, of surge capacity. Thanks.
Mr. Bond.
I'm on the main motion.
Okay. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, I'm on the main motion as well.
All right. Anyone else on the amendment, to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. The amendment to the amendment has passed. Now we're back to the amendment as amended. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Rivera, Ms. Brawley on the amendment to, as amended. Okay, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just had a question just to make sure that we don't need to make further changes to the numbers. If I could call up Ms. Johnson, Alexis Johnson. Just making sure, so given that this says 200 clients, I know there was discussion about the 150 versus 200. I just want to make sure, we were having some back and forth. Given that this says 200, are there other funding amounts that would need to be adjusted to make this accurate?
Yes, through the chair to Ms. Brawley, in total, so page 1, line 19 would need to be amended to $3,940,000. And that was what I sent in an email, and I can send this to the clerk if you'd like to see it written down. And then page 2, did you want me to just ramble off the numbers? Perfect. Page 2, line 5 is $3,360,000. And then page 2, line 6 is a total of $7,300,000. And those will be the corrected numbers.
Thank you. And by corrected, you mean because we made a shift in the way we're describing the paying for through the end of May potentially, and then also just again reflecting that it's up to 200 people. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to move one additional amendment to the amendment that corrects those three specific numbers. I did just email the clerk, so again, that would be page 1, line 19, instead of, where is it? Instead of 4.1 million, it would be 3.94 million, or it could be written out as a number. It would be page 2, line 5. Instead of 3.5 million, it would be 3.36 million.
Which section of your amendment is this that you're amending?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so sorry, under 1D, AR page 1, line 19, changing the number 4.1 million to 3.94 million.
And then the next one?
The next one would be, let's see, I actually believe, it looks like the next two are,
Right, so let's hold those, and
Okay.
let's dispatch with this very complex amendment.
okay, then that is, I move that amendment.
So there's an amendment to the amendment that's been moved by Ms. Brawley. Is there a second?
Sorry, can Ms. Brawley please restate what that amendment is?
Yes, thank you. It is amending line 1, sorry, page 1, line 19, the amount that currently says 4.1 million to say 3.94 million.
Okay, I'll second that.
So Mr. Rivera has seconded. Is there any discussion of this amendment to the amendment?
If I may, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can you just explain again the $4.1 million? What are the assumptions that led to that 4.1 in the original?
Originally, I think the budget that we put forward was a rough estimate, and when you really drill down on the numbers, the municipality is currently paying for 197 days of emergency cold weather shelter, which is October 15th through April 30th, which comes out to $3.94 million a day. It's $100 per person at 200 people for 197 days.
Okay, so essentially, these changes are just making the numbers more realistic based on our current spend. Okay, then,
Correct.
yeah, that's fair.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on this amendment.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Marker absent. On a vote of 9-1 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
I don't think we mark her as abstain, right?
I can't do it from here.
Okay, clear it up. Okay, so on a vote of 9-1 and the youth member votes yes, that amendment to the amendment has passed. Now we're back to the amendment. Any other amendments? This would be the time. Let's get through this one and make your baseline amendments to new items. So any other discussion on the amendment as amended? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Stoltz, on the amendment as amended,
Yes.
On a vote of 9-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the amendment as amended has passed. Now we're back on the main motion as amended.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a floor amendment changing page 2, line 5, the number that currently reads 3.5 million to 3.36 million.
There's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Are there two sections you want to amend?
Yes, there are.
Let's go ahead.
So I
and
should
get
do them together. Okay. So as I stated, page 2, line 5 changed from 3.5 million to 3.36 million. And then on page 2, line 6, changing 7.6 million to 7.3 million.
Second.
There's a motion to amend and a second. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. It'll be just a moment.
Which was the second line, the second piece of it, 7.6 to 7.
Restate
What line?
the second part of your motion.
Yes, it's page 2, line 6, changing from 7.6 million to 7.3 million.
Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
You cannot abstain. On a vote of 9-1 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
the amendment as amended has been amended. Now we're back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. And I hope that my colleagues can help answer a couple of my questions. I'm a little confused what just happened and why.
Offended.
And primarily, my first question is, how does what we just did in this particular resolution that is a request, a joint request to the state legislature, how does this align with our legislative package? Can someone the legislative committee, potentially?
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I can answer that. And I'll say also, I apologize for for not being more prepared or not managing this better. From the legislative package, this is, the dollar amount is not included, but this is one of our priorities. We requested operating funding for shelter of the state. So this is adding on that. And then I would also defer to Mr. Rivera to speak further.
You're next in the queue, Mr. Rivera.
Well, I wanted to speak on further, so if you could please keep me in the queue, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, but I'm responding to a question from Mr. Martinez. So to Mr. Martinez, to your question, so this, yes, is, I think, further expanding on the legislative program request. So the legislative program basically says we need funding from the legislature to help with ongoing operational shelter costs. It does not name a specific location. I think as members of the executive and as the legislative, as we get ready to go to Juneau, one of the things that legislators will want, and more than that will need, is a specific location that we will be spending those operational dollars. And so that's what this resolution does, is it fills that gap so that when we ask the legislature, they have those details.
Thank you, Member Rivera and Member Brawley for this. I just wanted to frame that and say, what I understand, and this is to the public who may have been as confused by that process and the sausage making in real time, is at least the encouragement that we're putting more details to basically a part of a legislative package that we've already said is coming and they should expect. And I think that that does make sense. I would only encourage folks to just recognize that this was a lot. I mean, and so when we talk about transparency and we talk about making sure that people can follow along these processes, presumably there could have been some more work done offline, and maybe that's not true, but this doesn't seem like it was the best, I think it was described as not the best managed process, but this was a little confusing, and so to the public, this seems to be something that, just wanted to reiterate, is aligned to our legislative priorities and just add some details to it, and so we got those details fleshed out in a way that is not necessarily the best, but it is confusing, and I would just encourage my folks, the colleagues and the municipality to iron out some of those details as best as we can prior to it dropping as a lot and dropping with so many amendments in real time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a few questions for Ms. Johnson, and then I have a general comment. And this is just to, I think, clarify what this resolution really does. So does this resolution commit us to using the cold weather shelter facility, formerly known as the SWS Administration Building, in the long term?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, it alludes to the fact that we do have the capabilities to keep this facility running for up to 2 years. It doesn't commit us to using it beyond, it's just a resolution.
Great, thanks. Does this resolution commit us to a specific population size at the cold weather shelter?
No, it does not. It just currently says that we are sheltering at a 200-person capacity.
Thanks. Does this resolution commit us to opening the cold weather shelter during the summer if we don't get support from the state?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, no, it does not.
And then the last question before I get to my general comment, how likely are we to be able to afford keeping the cold weather shelter open during the summer without legislative funding from the state?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, historically, we have only been able to fund our emergency cold weather shelter operations October through the end of April. It would take a heavy lift from a lot of municipal departments to find the additional funding to run this year-round.
Great, thank you. So on to my general comment. I think it is critical that we get support from the legislature to allow the municipality to keep the cold weather shelter in Midtown open throughout the summer. We've all talked about how we really need our state partners to step up and help us manage what is really a statewide issue that is falling on the backs of Anchorage taxpayers. This resolution communicates a combined message to the legislature between the legislative and executive branches that simply says, for the short term, we are looking to continue using the cold weather shelter as a year-round shelter, and we need your help to pay for approximately half of the operations cost of this facility. And I'm going to be blunt, like as Ms. Johnson said, without state support, I'm not sure we can afford to keep the cold weather shelter open during the summer, which is only going to add to the number of unsheltered individuals that are going to be on the street in April or May. So I definitely urge approval. And just finally, because I'm fairly certain that this resolution will probably be taken to legislators, I'd like to see if the submitted by line could be changed to really showcase that this is in fact a joint effort between the two branches. So I'd like to see, Mr. Chair, if we could ask that if members are interested in being added to this resolution, specifically named, and then as well, if we could also specifically name the mayor to be added as sponsors of the resolution.
I don't see the mayor here. Is someone from the administration willing to step on that limb?
I apologize. You're asking if the mayor wants to be added as a sponsor for the resolution?
Yep.
Give me a moment, Mr. Chair, please.
Are there any members that object to being listed as a sponsor on this resolution? So no members are objecting.
Thank you.
Yep, other than Ms. Zalatil, obviously.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Collies.
Sorry to interrupt, but yes, the mayor would like to be added as a sponsor.
Mr. Rivera,
Thank
it's
you.
done. Anyone else? So I'm just going to speak to the process. I'm very embarrassed. Mr. Martinez said it wasn't the best managed process. I'm doing my best. And that was as close to offensive as I could find in that this item was laid on the table tonight. This item had extraordinary effort to get it to us, and then it was not ready to be dealt with because we spent 40 minutes now of a night when people are here to be heard on other items, making small, petty amendments to a broader conversation, and I'm embarrassed. So with that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-37 as painfully amended has passed the body. All right, so next we have item 13A. 13A is AO 2023-110, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 10 to add a new chapter for the licensing and regulation of short-term rental operations.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is continued for the meeting of 12/5/2023. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. I would like to move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 27.
Second.
Motion to continue to February 22nd, 27th, I'm sorry, by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. Mr. Solt and I, as co-sponsors of this ordinance, received some comments from the municipal attorney's office as well as from the Office of Management and Budget, and we passed those comments off to Mr. Gates to take a look at, to see about incorporating into a possible S1, because it's how it intersects with the particular departments, and given today's agenda and kind of the urgency of a lot of other matters, we figured we would try to set this aside so we could have a comprehensive S1. We've continued the public hearing because depending on which of those recommended changes might get picked up in an S1, we would really like to have the whole package before the public for purposes of public testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
I'm just curious, how many people here waited 4.5 hours to speak to this? Yeah, I think maybe that was an intent. Maybe that should have been properly noticed previously, so that'll definitely affect my vote. I wouldn't mind hearing some public comments. Looks like there's less than 10, and then move to continue, but allow those individuals who've just spent half their day here that opportunity. Thank you.
So the motion is to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 27th. Any other discussion? Ms. Branca?
I agree with Mr. Cross's idea that we could continue this, but allow the people who are here waiting to speak to have their moment.
Understood. So we'll go ahead and take the vote. Members of the public, if you testify tonight and a substitute version comes up in the future, you won't be able to testify if it's not substantially different. So you may testify once to the item and you may be able to speak again, but I can't guarantee it. So, but right now the question is before the body, shall we postpone or continue this public hearing to the meeting of the 27th? Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yep, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
So voting to continue the public hearing on the 27th, we can still afford the opportunity for these individuals with a yes vote, or would it require a no vote for us to open the floor up for public comments?
Yes, you would have to vote no.
Thank you.
So the queue is open. Members may proceed to vote. Lisa, no, hold on. On a vote of 5 to 7, the motion to continue the public hearing has failed. So the public hearing is open. Members, come forward.
So
please line up. There's a lot of people. We can't afford to spend a bunch of time waiting for people to walk down, so please line up. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Michael Patterson. I live in District 5. I mean, we just had to sit through 40 minutes of whatever that was before, so if you want to take your time, take your time. So I'm speaking as a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and about 2 years ago, we set out a bunch of housing reforms, and one of them actually was to require the licensing and registration of short-term rentals, because fundamentally what short-term rentals are doing is that they're taking from the long-term rental housing market, and what is that? That is essentially doing is that when we live in a city where we all know that there's not enough housing, it doesn't matter if it's 100 housing units or 200 housing units or 300 housing units, you are taking away from the folks that work here, that vote here, that pay their taxes here, because if you rent, you're also paying taxes. You're just doing it indirectly by paying rent. And so when we're in a housing crisis, which I don't think is really being, I know this body has taken up the matter of the housing crisis pretty urgently, but I don't really think it's been succinctly explained that the housing crisis is killing Anchorage. Not only is it's literally killing people, and it's figuratively killing the future of the city, because if you don't do something to fix the housing crisis, you're not going to keep Gen Z kids here, you're not going to keep people my age who have families here, because people are going to want to leave. And if you're going to, and you can already kind of see this anecdotally, if you ever go to a pharmacy, you know how long you have to wait now at a pharmacy because there's one person there, because we can't attract professionals with specialties to move up here because housing is too expensive. And this idea that the market is somehow an invisible force that just operates with the cosmos is just, it's not true. The market is the crisis. And so PSL Anchorage and myself personally, we do support this because it is actually taking a very small but tangible step to say, we can't allow short-term rentals just to operate freely. They have to be regulated, and frankly, there really shouldn't be short-term rentals when you're in a housing crisis this bad. But the reality is that, we support this, and we think it's a good step in the right direction, because not only should the emphasis be on helping those that are outside right now where it's negative degrees, but for the folks that are above that class of people who are living in precarious housing situations where I'm a professional and we have a combined income of almost like 80, 90 grand, it is ridiculous how expensive housing is in the city. And I think this is just a very tangible and small step that can possibly help a lot. And what I think we really need to see too is that when you start collecting this information on how many short-term rentals there are, like I said, it doesn't matter how many there are if you're in a housing crisis, that there's some swift and immediate action taken to say, they need to be more regulated, and we really just need a municipal housing authority as well.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come down, state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You just turned off the microphone, Lisa.
No.
There you go.
Hi, my name's Lisa, and I have a short-term rental that I've been renting since 2006, at which point I was fully licensed by the state of Alaska and registered with the municipality to pay bed tax. I've been doing that since 2006. To say this is a new thing is, I think, a bit short-sighted. But on the other hand, since I am an individual, not only do I pay the property taxes, I pay the municipal bed tax, I pay enough. And I have a state license, and I have a bed tax number. So I think part of this is a little redundant in more licensing. And the other thing is penalties. Okay, I only read the S addendum today. So, to penalize someone for not having their ID number on their advertising, if you're in advertising for a vacation rental, they're on multiple sites, and if you change it today, it could take weeks or months for it to change on the other sites that it's all connected to. And then the other few things I was going to say is that with just Airbnb alone collected $1.4 million in taxes, as you all know. Imagine the other 8 platforms. If you need to do a study, why don't you take the money from the bed tax that's already been paid by us to figure out what's going on? And then as a individual owner, my house is all municipal coded and everything already. And only from the addendum did I see that my redundancy there. So I just want to say, why don't you use the existing forms of licensing, the municipality with its bed tax license, and the state of Alaska, which is a business license number. And you could use those numbers in your advertising to then find out who is not registered, et cetera, et cetera. So what else can I say except this thing needs to be shortened. I think it's a little redundant, but yes, there's a lot of unlicensed, unregistered vacation rentals out there, and a lot of them are owned by corporations. So yes, there should be some sort of form of keeping a track of them all. But I think we're already keeping track of a lot of them with the existing licenses from the state and the bed tax. And safety, well, you know, if I can't get there in an hour, I know we've changed it to 24 hours, but still. Anyway, you get the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Elliot Switzer, I think District 5. I'm just coming up to ask on the behalf of a lot of people who I think sat back down. You said that there's potential change to this ordinance or likely change. What constitutes substantial change? I think a lot of people want to talk today but aren't willing to if they think they won't be able to talk after changes are made.
Right. And so generally, we don't answer questions. You have 3 minutes, so it's your opportunity to speak.
Well, I don't know. I just am concerned my parents want to speak, and I know other people want to speak in here and are worried that the change that's enacted won't be considered substantial. I don't know if you can give us anything about that, but...
It's an accurate
Thank you,
statement. Thank you. Mr. Myers, do you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to give some clarification. If an S version is introduced and you speak tonight, then you will not be able to speak to it when the S version comes out. Just a point of clarity for everybody in the lobby.
And I would just put a finer point on that. It's arguable because the code does say a public hearing, if an item is substantially changed, then the members of the public who have spoken before can speak, but only to the change. And so it's a little bit of a gray area, and it depends on the nature and amount of change, and it is a judgment call. And so that's why I said it. You have a choice to make as members of the public who wish to testify. Anyone else wish to testify tonight? Anyone at all? So we had a vote to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 27th, but that vote has failed. So in order for that vote,
Mr. Chair, I'll move to reconsider.
To be
Thanks.
addressed has to be reconsidered. So Mr. Rivera has moved to
Second.
reconsider. There has been a second on the motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 27th. So any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes on the motion to reconsider, the reconsideration is passed. Now the motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 27th is before us. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote again on the motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 27th.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Ms. Baronga and Ms. Brawley? Oh. This is a test.
That was just a test for the record.
No, the test is that Karen Baronga is absent. We're going to see if, yeah.
Okay, we'll figure that out later. So we have a motion before us to continue the public hearing to, is that how people voted? So on a vote of 11-0 and the youth member voted
Yes.
yes, this item has been continued to the meeting of February 27th. Thank you. Next, we have item 13B, AO 2023-137, an ordinance authorizing the competitive disposal of portions of Heritage Land Bank parcels 6-001, 6-016, and 6-017,
Waive reading.
generally known as Holton Hills. The public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to be heard on this item, please come down. We'll have 3 minutes. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Hi, my name is Skyler Quinn, SKYLERQUINN, and I'm here to voice my support for the proposed Holton Hills project. Housing development in the municipality of Anchorage and Girdwood in particular is desperately needed. It seems almost weekly there's an article in the paper about housing. Politicians talk about it. There's a housing workshop that takes place, what we can do to provide more housing. And luckily, Holton Hills is a step in the right direction, provided by a reputable and local developer with a unique vision for a mixed-density project. In September, I was appointed by the mayor to the planning board and confirmed by you all. This project won't come before our board, so I can speak openly about it. I'm now a third of the way through my term without ever attending a meeting because there's nothing to do. Our October meeting was canceled, our November meeting was canceled, our December meeting was canceled, our January meeting was canceled. The building permits are lower this year than last year, and based on the lack of platting work taking place, I fear next year will only be worse. We desperately need more housing within the municipality of Anchorage. I also think by not supporting this, you're supporting a nastiness that comes along with housing development. I hope by now you've all read about the misrepresentations and maliciousness that have happened last time around. I previously did the same thing I'm doing now. I stood up here and spoke in support of the project. I really thought I'd be forgotten about after I left. Little did I know I'd be the subject of much criticism on social media. If a 2-minute speech in front of you is all it took for me to get beat up, I can't imagine what this developer has gone through. So I urge you all to support this project. It's a small step in the right direction to support our ongoing housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm reading this testimony into the record for Emma Kramer, a Girdwood resident.
What's your name? What's your name, ma'am?
My name?
Yep.
My name is Betsy Cannell, and I'm reading this into the...
You've already testified, ma'am. You can't speak twice to the
I
item.
can if you ask the municipal clerk. I called her,
Nope.
and she said I can read this testimony into the record for another person.
I'm sorry.
She looked it up,
You've
and
already
she
testified.
called me back.
Ms. Cadell, you've already testified. You're the first on my list. It's not proper for
Can
you to
you
speak
ask the
twice.
clerk? Because I specifically asked her. I said, I have already testified. Can I read this into the record?
Says she did not speak with you, and I'm sorry. This is out of order. Please step aside. We have members of the public who wish to be heard who haven't been heard on this item yet.
You better get it together with your municipal clerk.
Welcome. Please state your name. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kevin Murphy. I'm a resident of Girdwood. Well, we're here again 1 year later, and I hope there's still some open minds here on the Assembly. Why am I here? I believe in the public process, and I'm passionate about seeing Girdwood develop and grow, and I feel strongly that we are stewards of our public lands, resources, and they should be used for public good. I do appreciate the efforts that the Assembly has put into improving the AO from last year, and it has improved. And it's a good. The problem was it was a very poor starting point. It wasn't just that it wasn't good; it was a poor starting point. The AO and the development agreement, and I don't feel it could be fixed. I said that last year. To ensure we're using public lands for the public good, the AO needed mandates that required the development to provide affordable housing for the community and workforce housing and long-term rental units that are affordable at affordable price point. We don't need the majority of this land being developed as single-family homes that have a high probability of ending up as second homes. Recently in an ADN article, CY Investment says, I believe the fear that Holton Hills will end up as mostly empty vacation homes is unrealistic. Well, it's my opinion that that statement is not based upon what is happening in other resort communities. Currently, short-term rentals and second homes is what's happening in other resort communities throughout the lower 48. Recent condo project in Girdwood, there's one occupant of 9 units that is a resident of Girdwood. The rest of them were investments or second homes. But one thing I think is the scariest part of this is we have limited land in the valley. And the HLB and CY Investments, they're experimenting with that limited amount of land. They're using a significant portion of that developable land in the Girdwood Valley. And I quote again from the ADN article, "We're literally piloting something new here. Let's see how it goes first." Don't you think it would be a little more prudent to do something to try and use HLB and the CY investment approach on a little bit smaller piece of land to see what the result is, rather than, what if it turns into a bunch of dark homes like we're scared and second homes? That's what Girdwood fears is going to happen. I urge you to vote no and send this back to Heritage Land Bank and to their drawing board and get them to do their job. Get Girdwood's input, review the Girdwood Area Master Plan, which is due on May of this year. We're slated to have that finished. Solicit advice from other resort communities in the lower 48 that have successfully addressed this problem with land trusts and deed restrictions. Because I would like to thank you for your careful consideration on this matter. I know it's been a long time, so thank you.
Sir, can I get your name again?
Excuse me?
Can I get your name again? Your name again?
Kevin Murphy.
Thanks. Come on down. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Catherine McDermott, Girdwood. Any Holden Hills proposal passed and set into motion by the Assembly needs to be able to tick all the boxes of the Assembly Housing Action Plan passed in December, and assure that the Holden Hills Plan has strong features added to the agreement to assure that investment by the municipality has desired outcome of providing more housing choices so that there is a home for everybody who wants to live in Girdwood. The Assembly has influence and the control over many things that fall short in the Holden Hills Plan, namely having a plan to assure that housing built can provide what is needed, and that is affordable and attainable housing options for middle-income people. What guarantees are in the Holden Hills proposal that meet the criteria of the Housing Action Plan? Specifically, how can it guarantee that homes sold will be at price points that fit the needs and preferences of a variety of incomes? It has been said that housing, or calling someplace home, is the foundation of a thriving community. Conversely, opening up public lands to the specific development agreement without cost structure guidelines lays the foundation for more second homes, more second-home condos, and townhouses that will be purchased by out-of-state and even out-of-country investors. This development will wind up being one that will be used as an investment opportunity for cash buyers and not to provide for local needs. A look into the current housing market now shows that of the 18 condos built and sold recently, only one of those units is occupied by full-time residents. The Holden Hills Development Plan needs to be specifically created to ensure that the lots that are sold to builders, and those builders are bound by an agreement to build small multifamily tri- and fourplex housing that will be accessible for all younger working people. Girdwood needs a housing development that prioritizes the idea of accommodating more neighbors who are full-time residents, as these are the people who sit on our boards, who attend our fundraisers, who support community events and projects, attend the Girdwood K-8 school, and are the workforce for Girdwood's businesses. This truly is the highest and best use of Holden Hills, one that builds community. Only dispose of the Holden Hills if it truly meets the housing goals of the Housing Action Plan and prioritizes the real and obvious housing needs of Girdwood, so that it is truly the highest and best use of these public lands. I think that another round of negotiations and more time is required to assure the disposal will be in fact the highest and best use of these public lands. This disposal should only take place once terms are included to ensure the development will diversify our community, promote housing and employment stability, and increase the housing opportunities that can be accessed by more than just the wealthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Todd Bethard. I live in Anchorage. I'm for the development of the project. I've witnessed many developments go through the process, which this one did, be okayed and then pulled back. You hear oftentimes in construction, in housing, in all of it, that I'm not anti-development. I'm for development. I want it done in a responsible manner. And this is being done in a responsible manner. They've proven their past developments have been done responsibly. It's just that when it happens near someone's home that they don't like it. I think that takes away from a lot of the projects in the city, and we need housing. And you've heard many people talk about the need for housing in Anchorage, the greater Anchorage area, Eagle River, Girdwood. The housing is going away. And if there's tracts of land that can be developed responsibly, I think it's our job to make sure that we do that. So there are places for kids to live, so there are other places for people to move into, and keep some development moving forward rather than pulling the rug out from the ones that get approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Lottie Michael, and I've been in Anchorage all my life. Own a home downtown, and I own a home in Girdwood for the last 35, 40 years. I'm not lucky enough to live in Girdwood, so I live in Anchorage, and I spend weekends and ski time in Girdwood. My sons spend time in Girdwood. That's where they learn to ski. When we listen to people talk here, it's almost like we're horrible people that we don't live there every day. But these are, I'm just a working person. My sons, one's an engineer, one's an attorney. They learned to ski at Alyeska living in the cabin. Now their kids are learning to ski and living in the cabin. What we need in Girdwood is more housing. We've got a great developer. She's really the last developer standing. There are 2 other developers, but they don't really develop for other builders. They develop a lot and then they build themselves on it. Ms. Yoshimura would sell these lots to homeowners. If you wanted to build your own home, you could. You wouldn't have to buy a home from a certain builder. She's done that in several of her projects. Her project in Sand Lake turned out beautiful. The neighbors were worried that she was going to clear cut the trees. It's rolling hills now and trees, and everybody that lives there is happy. I would urge you to support Girdwood. Several years ago, I own the largest RV park in the state, and I was trying to do an RV park in Girdwood. And all I heard back then was, we need big food grocery stores. Excuse me, I'm tired, so I can't remember. Trader Joe's. They wanted a Trader Joe's. I said, you don't get Trader Joe's until you have rooftops. You can't have one for a very elite group of people. And we need the tax base. Frankly, Anchorage needs the tax base. A moment ago, you all decided that the graveyard was an issue for all of the city. It was in Girdwood, but it's an Anchorage issue. Housing in Girdwood is an Anchorage issue. We can't have them and us. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Bill Taylor. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. I own Colony Builders, and I've been building in Anchorage for over 40 years and built hundreds of homes. And a lot of those homes have been in CY investment subdivisions. So I know Connie's product very well, and it's a quality product. She's a very responsible developer, and I want to speak tonight in support of Holton Hills because I know that this public-private partnership that you're creating has a great chance of success with this partner. And I think that, you just look back over history and over time, and Connie has developed more property than anybody in this town. And as a builder, I know that when I go into one of her developments, it's going to be solid. It's going to have good architectural control. It's going to have good covenants. It's going to be maintained. It's going to be responsible. So I think if you're going to proceed with this, and I think it's a great idea, because we need housing, and housing is, that fundamental is indisputable in this market. So we really need to move forward with this project. I think it'll turn out very well. You'll be very happy with it. And I don't want to belabor this, but I'll open it up. I know I've got a minute or so left for any questions you might have.
We don't do questions in public testimony, Bill.
Pardon?
We generally don't do questions in public testimony.
Okay.
But if someone wants,
Thank
they
you.
can. All right, thanks. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You might lift up that mic just a little bit.
Hello, my name is Dennis Rittenberry. I'm reading for Emma Kramer, who is a resident of Girdwood, Alaska, as I am. The Holton Hills development is a poor use of public lands and may lead to adverse effects on all MOA taxpayers. The public record shows that the proposal is not supported by the Girdwood community. Additionally, it's socially and physically irresponsible and will exacerbate current issues within the community. These current issues include only a single road in and out for evacuation, access to food and family services, lack of progress in our Girdwood Industrial Park, trash collecting, still no recycling, no shelter space, folks' electricity and wastewater capacity issues for residents, and a severe housing shortage with trends in the wrong direction, and no incentives to stop. Resort towns need planning in areas of high-density workforce housing. This has been proven in Crested Butte, Vail, Whitefish, Telluride, Aspen, Tahoe, and more. Building million-dollar homes on accessible community lands that become VRBO rentals will exacerbate our housing issue. I moved to Girdwood in 1999. Since then, my husband and I built our home off-grid, up Crow Creek Road, raised 2 kids, ran 2 businesses. In my 24 years, I have never seen the local Girdwood economy so strained. We're not wanting for demand. The problem is that we can't supply the demand that there is. Instead, local businesses are forced to run with high turnover, low staffing, and undertrained employees, which in turn affects their productivity and service quality. We desperately need workforce housing, as well as deed restrictions on any new construction on public lands like Holton Hills. We could greatly benefit from STR regulations that bring in income from local STR permits to support our community. We have been having these conversations for over 2 years, and we have to share this and again with you because we have not been clearly heard. We are not NIMBYs, we're YIMBYs. We're saying yes to high-density housing in our backyards. We're saying yes to affordable housing in our backyards. We're saying yes to more housing for our teachers, first responders, service workers, senior citizens. We're saying yes to the development in the Girdwood Industrial Park, which doesn't even have electricity at this point. Our main plow guy's lot doesn't have any power. Growing in a way that supports our local economy and our community. Now here is the moment. We stand before you again at a crossroads. While our voices may not be many compared to the entire municipality of Anchorage, everything that 200-plus Girdwood residents showed last winter at the Assembly meeting and all of the public comments cannot be ignored. And clear the public record shows that HH proposal is not supported by the Girdwood community.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The microphone is off. You'll need to hit that green button. You need to hit the green button. Go ahead, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Paul Michelson. I own Michelson and Daughter Construction. I've been building in Anchorage and Girdwood since 1976. I moved to Alaska January 1974. I actually lived in Girdwood till 1981. And all I see that's changed with the attitude is the faces of the room. The attitude of the Girdwood people has been the same since the 70s. They're anti-development. I don't know why. They've been anything you propose down there, they're against. But besides that, Connie, as it's been stated, is a Class A developer. She's going to take this land that's just sitting there idle with no tax base at all, and she's going to convert it to a beautiful neighborhood that for everybody to share, including the people of Girdwood. People of Girdwood have always wanted somebody to give them something for nothing. I urge you all to take time before you vote on this tonight to read an article that came out in the Alaska Landmine. If you haven't read it already, it was written by Paxton Wobler, actually. He did an excellent job in describing Girdwood and the problems that exist with Girdwood. And if you read that, you'll see that there's a lot of lies and misconceptions that have been said, have been touted, and I think he puts it to bed. So I urge you, if you just, it take you about 10 minutes to read it, take a recess, go read it, and I think you'll come back with a different attitude. Girdwood needs to grow, no doubt. As far as the one road in, the one road out, Seward Highways, one road in, one road out, clear to Homer. It's the longest cul-de-sac in the world. So the one road in, one road out excuse is poor. There was a proposal to build a secondary access around the back, coming out by the maintenance building. I think they could do that. I think they can pull that off. You guys have a task in front of you. It's a difficult task. But for once, the municipality of Anchorage is doing a joint partnership with a private developer and the city. I think it's going to be a win-win for both sides, and I think everybody's going to benefit. And I appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman, and the fellow members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. And daughters. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Questa Locke. So I am a new construction specialist. That's what I do. I've been helping connect buyers with builders for the last 12 years. And just to give you an example of like my right now experience, I have 17 pending new construction houses where I have specifically connected buyers with land, builders, specific house plans that work for their needs. And I understand what's happening right this second in the new construction market. I know it's been happening for the last 10 years. We know what's going to happen. We think we know. We have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen in the next 3 years based on our data that we have. It's what we do. This is what we specialize in. And I feel like I am one of the voices that was silenced. I'm a professional. This is what I do. I connected, so in the last 3 years in Girdwood alone, I helped create 8 units. I will tell you right now, all of those units outside of 2 are owner occupied. Brand new construction units where we found lots, have home buyers, and they now live there full time. 100% of the people that we help leave a house to move into their new construction home. And I've got up multiple times at meetings before and tried to explain this process. Buyers right now that are purchasing new construction homes are not buyers that can only afford affordable housing. That is not, I would say 0% of the people that are purchasing new construction homes in this city, in this state, probably, are not, it's not their first home. It's people that are leaving homes that are worth less money and buying newer homes. So it's usually second or third purchase in a home. I've been really frustrated with this process because I feel like people like myself, I have a home in Girdwood. I'm a part of that community. I love that community. I spend thousands of dollars in that community. My kids are on the ski team. The people that I see sitting in this audience are good people, but they have it's okay for them to demonize the other people that are willing to come in and take action in a community to help with housing that we desperately need. And I'll just end with this. I think that anytime right now you are having a conversation with a developer that thinks that there is a project that's feasible, you should jump. There is a reason why people aren't out trying to develop property. It's because there's no money in it. And so if you think that you have someone that can come in and help ease the housing situation, I don't think new housing in Girdwood is going to reduce prices. I absolutely believe it will stabilize prices in Girdwood right now, for right now, until we figure something else out. Voltaire has a good quote, but...
Sorry, Questa, you could email us your quote.
Huh?
You could email us your quote.
So...
you should email it.
Email, okay.
Email it, yeah, thank you. Sorry, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Alex Prosak. I live in Girdwood. I wanted to say that I believe that everybody clearly wants to accommodate everybody in this situation, from lower income to million-dollar homes, and I think it can be done. It just needs to a little bit more time and patience. I think we need to wait for the master plan to be released, and we have such a small area of developable land that we want to do it right, and as had been noted earlier, do it on a smaller scale to begin with. I think we could potentially look at reaching out to AHFC or Cook Inlet Housing for potential grants, that maybe CY could do a partnership with them. But I think it's important to try and accommodate everybody, and I think it can be done with a little time and patience. I would urge that you hold off on passing it for now, maybe wait till the master plan is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Kelly Ockenick, and I live in Girdwood, have for 18 years. I partly feel like it's futile to stand here because we came in such force and tried to be heard last year, and it doesn't seem that that did occur, because we're here now, and this came out of left field, you know, over Christmas, and it seems like it's quite rushed into this meeting, and weird timing and everything. It doesn't give the impression of grand interest from the Assembly to truly actually give Girdwood the opportunity to speak, but here we are and doing the best we can. Last year the message was clear: Girdwood needs to say what you want. And so what we've been doing is the Assembly-sponsored Girdwood Area Plan that hasn't been updated since 1995, and much of the community is actively involved in creating that plan. It is extremely relevant that much of the discussion includes this area, and in much of that discussion, this area is, Girdwood is saying we want this to be extended commercial, like downtown, you know, and then high-density housing near the extended downtown, getting lower density as you go up valley. Girdwood is actively specifying what we want with this land, and it isn't Holden Hills. It's a different design because it's a community-driven design, and much of Girdwood's opposition is not to housing. It's to having a project imposed on a small community that has a lot of character, rather than actually letting the community specify the nature of the development, which we are actively doing through a process sponsored by you. And it seems crazy to me that we would approve this project before that Girdwood area plan is complete. And it seems that it's being driven by, there's already this development agreement, and there's financial implications to, you know, canceling that. I don't know. It's so unintuitive to me why we wouldn't wait for the plan to complete, why we would bring this project back that had so much opposition from the community, why we wouldn't let the community specify how we want our community to develop. You know, there's just so many logical things, why we wouldn't study the impacts on traffic and infrastructure and everything else. There's just so many unintuitive things going on, and I literally cannot wrap my head around it. And I mean, it's difficult to leave me speechless, but I'm almost speechless, except for I'm going to finish my 3 minutes, because That's what I do. Point being, please vote no. Please let the Girdwood area plan complete. Please let Girdwood specify what we want in that land and then put it out to bid, because we want development. We want high-density development. We want development in that area. We just don't want this development imposed on us by an entity that isn't made up of the people that will be around it. So please vote no.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Terry Sherwood, Girdwood. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I was totally offended by some of the comments made tonight, so I felt I needed to. I'm a 23-year Girdwood resident. I taught in Girdwood for many years, and as well as Anchorage, and I run the food pantry in Girdwood. But I'm really here to speak and urge you to vote no. Girdwood has done its due diligence since our meeting last year and has been working very hard to come up with an area plan and to address our needs and really look at what we need in housing. I don't know what the municipality's done or HLB. We all know that HLB is a very dysfunctional unit of our government and our system. They haven't had a director and they've lacked leadership for years. And so who's going to run this biggest land disposal that the municipality's ever done? Who's going to be the leadership in that? When you lack leadership already in HLB, it scares me. It scares me. I don't think you're ready for this. I know that we're not ready for it, and we're asking for some time to get there. I want to share a short story about my 35-year-old son, who this week has been looking at 2 pieces of property to buy in Girdwood. He's lived there since he's 15 and lives and works out of Girdwood. He looked at a piece of property that had nothing on it, just raw land, quarter of an acre, $250,000. Then 2 days ago, he looked at a piece of property that had a shed and a cabin, which was just 3 rooms, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a kitchen, $450,000, and it doesn't meet code, so you can't get any funding on it. That's what housing costs. I don't understand how you're giving this land to the developer for such a cheap price when the going rate for land is so high. The amount of money that she's getting it for, I think, is just not enough. HLB land is public land and should be used for public funds. You could get so much more money for this land and do so much more for public good with the funds you could get. And I have nothing against Connie. I think she's wonderful, and I think she can do great things. I just think we need some time to work together and do it right, and there hasn't been a meeting yet to even come together and have those discussions. So why was this suddenly put on the table without our own representatives even know it was going to be put on the table? What was that about? I don't know. It doesn't feel right. So don't push it. Don't rush it. Why the timetable? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Tim Alderson. I live in Anchorage, South Anchorage, and I own a second home in Girdwood. And I'm coming here tonight to speak in support of the year-round and permanent residents of Girdwood who are close friends and neighbors. And there's a large population of people like me that aren't real estate speculators that own second homes. And it's easy to dismiss our testimony as being in our self-interest, but we engage with that community in a different way, primarily around the ski club and the 700 families and their athletes that participate in that. Many of them second and third generation who have inherited their second homes down there. We spend 40 to 50% of our time in the community, and it's not just all real estate speculators down there that are buying these second homes. And so we have a vested interest in seeing the community thrive and see its institutions continue, and we support and participate in those institutions in a way that a real estate or second homeowner in Vail or Aspen or other places doesn't. So I hope you'll consider that as you consider my testimony today. Last year when I testified, I said to you that you cannot separate the issue of housing from the issue of regulating short-term rentals, and that's still true today. And in the interim, Girdwood has not sat on its hands. They've engaged in a robust public process resulting in the comprehensive plan that's going to be made public here in the next few months, that has been a process that has been public and has been vetted and has
really gone an extra mile to incorporate best practices from all around the country in resort communities for managing land use and regulating STRs. So I encourage you to wait for that process to be completed before you take any action on Holton Hills. The developer has said that she believes that she could get around some of the problems that Goodwood has put forth by incorporating certain conditions into the HOA. And I think this is a fallacy, and it cedes the regulatory authority of this body to an HOA, a group of neighbors. I participate in 2 HOAs, and we rarely can even get a quorum together to decide anything. There's been no discussion of what the bylaws of what these HOAs would look like or how they would be funded and supported. So that to me is not a reasonable way forward for managing this problem. And again, it encourages you to wait for it to, for the process to play out. If you started from scratch, Girdwood would never be part of Anchorage. So I encourage you to support self-determination of this very unique community that is not just a neighborhood of Anchorage. Allow these folks that have come in here through the middle of the night to have their say and allow the process to play out. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Clint Kiffin. I live in the Alaska Basin in Girdwood. I've been there almost 20 years, and I own a business building houses there. I'm a contractor. Girdwood isn't Sand Lake, and it's not Anchorage. I'm sure you've been there. It's not very big, and most of the land we have it isn't very feasible to build on without a ton of infrastructure, which CY Investments, I'm sure, will do a great job, and I'm happy to have it personally. I just don't think that we need to rush it. I don't see why we were here doing this last year and we're doing it again already. We've had a housing crisis in Girdwood for years, so why are we rushing this? In my opinion, what we really need, what would make me happy with her proposal, if she's getting, say, 60 acres in the first phase, can we have 3 or 4 or 5 acres for low-income, affordable workforce complex? A place where people that actually serve me my pizza or, sell me a beer can live? That would make me a lot happier with her proposal. We're going to develop Girdwood. It's going to happen no matter what we do. And like I say, I'm a builder, so I'm fine with that. But we can do it in a way that we'll regret, or we can do it in a way that will make a community something we can be proud of. So I urge you to vote no tonight if you guys are voting, and then give us a little bit more time, and we can come to an agreement. Please, whether it's through this or something else or whatever, the people are living in their cars and getting towed. Like, I want them to sell me a beer. We need them to clean our Airbnbs. So let's do something for these people. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Brooks Chandler from Girdwood. There's never been more housing in Girdwood than there is today. Yet it's never been more difficult for somebody that works in Girdwood to buy or rent a home than it is today. The reason is that the vast majority of new homes being built in Girdwood become either second homes that aren't lived in by folks that work in Girdwood or are an investment property used for short-term rentals. My community is in a very bad position with regard to worker housing. It's been that way for years, and it's getting worse. And I would like the Assembly to take this opportunity to try to do a little bit more to solve it, using this incredibly valuable resource that we have of public property. There's no real reason to use this property to conduct an experiment in whether building market rate housing will result in creation of more workforce housing. We've been doing that in Girdwood for decades, building market rate housing, and it has not improved the situation for workforce housing. We've done the experiment. We know it doesn't work. If you really believe in promoting affordable housing in Anchorage, Girdwood is a great place to conduct an experiment in how to use public property to leverage creation of affordable housing. There are examples of how that's done in other resort communities outside. It's an experiment that's actually been tested, and it's been successful to varying degrees. It involves combining a development with market rate housing with portions of the development being devoted to workforce housing. In this particular development agreement, that could be done to a much greater extent than it is now. Now we have one of 52 lots that's proposed to be transferred to a local nonprofit to develop workforce housing. That is being done by the municipality contributing part of its profits from the development to that purpose. My suggestion is that the municipality should devote much more of the profit from this development and realize it in the form of land, not money, and use that land to create workforce housing. Couple last points to make with my remaining time. This ordinance does not limit the use of STRs in the multifamily lots. It should. It does not prohibit using ADUs for STRs, and it should do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queednow, Anchorage, Sand Lake. I'm coming to you in regards to this ordinance as a renter. I have a decent job, but I'm not management, I'm not an executive. And Connie Yoshimori, she does beautiful homes and beautiful neighborhoods. I live in Sand Lake, and the Sand Lake development in Sand Hill was referred to several times. But I can tell you right now, there's 3 houses in Sand Hill still for sale. 819,900, 843,900, and 849,900. There's absolutely no way I could ever afford a house like that. And if she does a condo project, that's commendable, but I can't afford a condo either. A new construction condo will be at least $250,000 to $300,000. Even with my decent job, I can't afford that. But even if I could afford the mortgage, I've testified to you before, then you get $300, $400, $500 of condo association fees, and that kills it right there. That's why I can't afford a condo. So anybody who is waiting at a restaurant or is working in a grocery store, even if she puts condos there, will not be able to afford that. So my suggestion is, during the discussion that you had a while in one of the previous meetings about the zoning, somebody mentioned that Cook Inlet housing is chomping at the bit and they can't build affordable housing because of regulations and stuff. Why don't you offer that land to Cook Inlet Housing instead of a developer who does $800, $900 million homes? And that might actually create housing for the people who work in Girdwood. Thank you.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. They said no. Microphone was turned off.
Just a quick point, are you here to testify on behalf of the Board of Supervisors?
No, I was going to get to that right away. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Jennifer Wingard. I've called Girdwood home for over 20 years. I'm currently co-chair of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors and Land Use Committee Liaison, but I'm speaking today as an individual. I've been a long-term landlord in Girdwood for over 20 years. I only disclose that because I have, among other absolutely incredible things about this process, I've gotten some heat about owning a property in Girdwood. I rent the kind of long-term rentals you guys claim you want. So the vilification for that has been something else, but let's move. I first ran for GBOS because I believe that political participation is a civic responsibility if and when you're able to do it like jury duty. It's turned out to be nothing like jury duty. I didn't have a platform or mission beyond believing in the importance of local voice, which I thought was about as radical and interesting as being in favor of apple pie. I was wrong about that too. When a significant percentage of Girdwood's voting population showed up despite blizzard conditions to testify in last year's meetings on Holton Hills, all of them were opposed to this disposal. Girdwood's requests then and now have not been radical or even original, frankly. We have the same issues with the availability of community housing as almost every other resort area in the United States. Girdwood simply asks that publicly held lands be used for the public good, with the public's input, and particularly to help with our crisis in community housing availability. At the end of that discussion, Assembly members praised the crowd, calling the testimony perhaps the most organized, polite, and informative the Assembly had heard from any one community. Since that time, a narrative has been developed that pretends all those people either weren't there or were actually arguing against housing instead of for it. I don't know of any other community that has been so falsely characterized, stereotyped, or any other community that would have put up with it so patiently. We have been characterized as NIMBYs, despite the fact that we've consistently been asking for development and housing. We've been labeled layers, while the developer, muni employees, and decision makers repeated the assertion that housing units in Holton Hills would start at $500,000, an estimate that, first of all, isn't affordable by anybody's standards, but second of all, was off by at least $250,000 based on our actual comps. We listened with surprise to the claim that GBOS had a history of opposing multifamily housing. Those actions are readily available online. There's been one. Now, you may shake your head, but I am tired of being held responsible for facts that aren't facts. So if you can find proof of I'd be fascinated, because I've been on GBOS, I didn't see it happening. Please let us complete the Girdwood Area Plan and get housing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to do Bree's testimony, and then we have 4 people that we're going to call, and then we'll come back to the room. Ms. Whiskey, come forward. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Whiskey. I go by Bree. She her pronouns 14 years, currently residing in the Alex. So I was not going to testify on this, and then I continue to hear things back and forth one way or the other about it. And all I can say is that, back in 2002, 2004, over Route 25th, I was a part of a build with the small condos that were built over there. I was concrete finishing that year. And I watched them start out at $110,000. And before they had the project completed, they had them completely all sold out. And they were going for like $374,000. So as far as new construction being an affordable housing solution for anybody, I don't know where that ever came to be. It just doesn't make any sense to me. When you're buying something brand new, you can't ever expect it to be affordable in a low bracket. So get that fight out of there. I mean, it just makes no sense. The next thing that I tend to often wonder is, when you've asked the community of Girdwood to come up with a plan, the Assembly has made point time again, and I speak to you, Chair, that, procedure is everything. We've heard that argument last year, so give them the time to do their procedure if that's the thing that we're going to do, one way or the other. Following that up, when it comes to affordable housing, and we're speaking of the greater area of Anchorage, including Girdwood and everything else, we look at monopolies as possibly an issue in all things. How about Widener? 80% of the rental property, and they hold the keys to all of us on affordable. Every time you sign a new lease with them, they raise the rent. This is not making it affordable. This does not make longevity. But yet, nowhere are we addressing that end for affordable things. But yet, we're trying to skip processes here and skip processes there. Goes back to that last year when I spoke of, are we for, are we not, are we arguing good, or are we not, one way or the other. Again, I'm just a simple street person. I don't have the keys to all the knowledge. You guys are educated. I hope that you guys use that higher education and listen to the people and their points and their procedures between builders and homeowners and property lands. And at the end of the day, I say this. In Alaska, we are Alaskans. keep it in Alaska. We can figure it out because we're Alaskans and we all survive the winter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turner, can we go to the phone?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Edgington. This is the Assembly. We're taking public testimony on AO 2023-137. I understand you're speaking on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. You'll have 5 minutes.
That's correct, thank you. So my name is Mike Edgington. I'm the Housing and Economic Development Supervisor on the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. So tonight you're considering essentially the same ordinance that was in front of the previous body and indefinitely postponed a year ago. A year ago, GBOS issued a resolution in opposition for several reasons. We'd entered into good faith discussions with the then director of OEDC, brought forward several specific asks only to be told that no changes would be seriously considered and the development agreement would not be amended. Due to later work from Assembly members Alatal and others, the final version of the AO did have a single lot, which was conditionally allocated Girdwood for future community housing development. There were also welcome changes to the ordinance language, setting desires, but none of those are the requirements on the development itself. On balance, GBOS couldn't support the disposal as it wasn't in the best interest of Girdwood or its housing needs. So while this ordinance is substantially the same as the one a year ago, and the development agreement hasn't been changed in the almost 2 years since it was signed, the context around Halton Hill's proposal has changed significantly. So I just want to list a few of the actions that the Assembly have performed and the Girdwood community has performed. In last year's ballot, Girdwood voted itself taxing powers and a new local service to support housing and economic stability. We've effectively put our money where our mouth is. The Assembly passed a resolution requesting HLB to allocate land in Girdwood towards lower cost housing and also set aside funding for a consultant to work on the Halton Hills project on behalf of the community, although that RFP hasn't been published yet. The Assembly adopted the Housing Action Plan. GBOS created an Advisory Housing and Economic Development Committee, and together with several proposals in development, active development, including temporary workforce housing, community-focused short-term rental regulations, and have identified specific land parcels for affordable housing development. A new draft Girdwood comprehensive plan has been developed and will actually be released at the end of next month, so in less than 5 weeks. Alyeska Resort's also presenting an area master plan next month. All these things have happened, but that disposal ordinance or the development agreement itself reflect any of that progress. You could decide tonight to postpone this ordinance and give us the opportunity with other partners to update the disposal ordinance to reflect all these changes. Changing tack slightly, we often hear that all new housing helps. It's a great slogan. And for those of you used to housing in Anchorage Bowl or Chugach Eagle River, it makes perfect sense. Nearly everything around you is occupied by an owner or renter. But it's a completely different world in communities such as Girdwood or other Alaska cities like Sitka, where there's incredible demand for vacation second homes and increasingly turning of homes into commercial short-term rentals. This isn't to demonize second homeowners or vacation homeowners. They're an important part of the community. The question here is balance. In Girdwood, over half of our housing are those empty homes, i.e. not used as primary residences by anyone. In fact, Girdwood doesn't really have a housing crisis, it has an occupied housing crisis. And the Assembly's own action plan identifies this, or identifies that general problem in Goal 3. Goal 3 is to increase the share of occupied housing. So let's take a look at what's actually happened in the past couple of years in Girdwood for this new housing. Halton Hills is a new housing development, so we should look at what happens with new housing. What kind of housing do we have? Well, based on analysis of the property assessment database from the municipality, there were 38 homes constructed in Girdwood in 2022 and 2023, approaching 10% of all residential housing construction in the MOA. That's about 5 to 10 times the rate of the rest of Anchorage. So more housing helps. Therefore, Girdwood's housing crisis must be getting better, right? Well, spoiler alert, it's getting worse. The median current assessed value of those 32 no Girdwood homes is $940,000. I'll repeat that number. The median is $940,000 assessed value. So by definition, half are higher than that. Of those 38, 18 are condos, 18 are single-family homes, 7 of which have ADUs. 1 is a duplex, and 1 is a small cabin. Out of those 38 homes, more critically, 7 are occupied as primary residences. The remaining 31 are empty, either second homes or run as a short-term rental business. Now again, you can see 7 out of 38 with recent development. That makes our situation, that decreases the percentage of occupied homes in the community. We often hear that the answer is higher density multifamily condos, and I'm sure that's true in other places. In Girdwood, generally, our condos have lower occupancy rates. In fact, of the 18 new condos that were developed in the last 2 years, only 1 is occupied. So getting back to the ordinance in front of you tonight, this AO
Mr.
does
Edgington,
provide...
I'm sorry, that's 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, can I just say my last one sentence, if that's okay?
Say that again?
If there's a question. Can I just repeat my last sentence?
One sentence, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think we appreciate the developer has stated in recent news articles that she also desires a development that is mostly occupied, and I urge the Assembly to give HLB, Girdwood, and the developer the time and support to craft that requirement and allow the project to do exactly that.
Thank you. Next, can we call Mr. Bobian?
Hello.
Mr. Bobian, this is the Anchorage Assembly. We're in a public hearing on AO 2023-137, generally known as Halton Hills. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Seth Bobian. My wife and I have resided in Girdwood since 2019 and have been homeowners there for just about a year. I thank you deeply for affording me the opportunity to comment, your attention, and your service to our community. Girdwood is an awesome, welcoming community. The healthy, sustainable growth of this majestic valley and respecting and honoring the denying of people who cared for it before us is important to us. So important that I'm calling you from Los Angeles, despite having crossed 15 time zones in the last 4 days. I will highlight 3 of the many reasons why Halton Hills should be scrapped and an entirely new bid released on these HLB lands. In the last year, the Girdwood community has made improvements and efforts towards alleviating its housing issues. The Girdwood area plan is almost complete, just weeks away from being finished. A Housing and Economic Committee has been named and has done great work in creating an information matrix that quantifies our housing and residency issues. GBOS Housing Authority has been established, and a camping RV park has been proposed for transient workforce and guests. In that time, Halton Hills' proposal has had little changes or improvements. Public land should be used for the public good. This outmoded development is not of the best use of this land, and the price points at which the developer has suggested it will in all likelihood go the way of the recently completed Powder Run, where only 1 of the 9 units is permanent residence. It is not the best interest of Anchorage residents from Kincaid to Hillside, from Eagle River to Girdwood, that their lands be developed in this manner. 3, sometimes the sign of good leadership is to admit failure or a bad vector and start again from the beginning. This proposal bid was originally let to 3 entities, only 1 of which remains in the project. Conflict of interest determinations have already been made, but last year you voted to set aside Halton Hills project because the lack of confidence in the administration's ability to follow through. This hasn't gotten any better. Wait for the Girdwood area plan. Start over, send it back to HLB. As a postscript, I think it's important to note that the Girdwood Board of Supervisors has not written a letter of objection to any bid permits in the last 3 years. We are not NIMBYs. We want healthy, workforce, thoughtful housing as part of a comprehensive growth plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Trick.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Trick. This is the You're on the phone with the Anchorage Assembly. We're hearing testimony on AO 2023-137 Holton Hills. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Members of the Assembly, thank you for this opportunity to address my concerns about AO 2023-137 Holton Hills. My name is Lori Lakovsek Trick. I'm a longtime resident of Girdwood for over 35 years. I've raised 3 kids on the mountain skiing, hiking, playing, working, and being outside a lot. As Girdwood's beautification chair for 5 years, I feel I have a close feel for the community, its people, the topography, and especially the weather. I speak with concerns over the disposal of HLB public land in a development agreement with CY Investments. How does this agreement work if there are problems and cost overruns? Who will be liable? Will the muni taxpayers be on the hook? Who is held accountable? Utilities. Who will pay for the infrastructure costs to be doled out? Will our sewage treatment plant require a multi-million-dollar upgrade? Will our utility rates increase to subsidize the Holton Hill Muni CY investment development deal? Or how about property taxes? How will this development affect our taxes? Any clue? Over the last 35 plus years, I've witnessed growth in Girdwood, and I can honestly say any new development must be scrutinized carefully. When I looked at CY Investments' plan for housing, it seemed out of touch with Girdwood's reality. We get lots of rain, lots of snow. Her 50-foot lots stacked up like cordwood don't cut it. And some of the big lots with the big houses at the end of the cul-de-sacs don't mesh either. And where is the affordable workforce housing, which we so desperately need? I ask all of you on the Assembly to listen to the locals, embrace our concerns, help us all do this right. Girdwood is a very special place, and we could set the standard for workforce housing needs and resort living for all incomes. We need affordable, considerate housing, not more STRs and McMansions that sit empty and gobble up precious public land. This is not in our community's best interest. We have a housing crisis. Please delay this development and wait till the GAP plan is unveiled. Let's keep working with our local communities to guide development so Girdwood has a fair and equitable plan for Holton Hills.
Right.
Howard Holton, a longtime Alaskan Mighty Mite coach, would appreciate local...
Expired.
Thank you for not. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please call Mitchell Roth?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Roth. This is the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking testimony on AO 2023-137 Holton Hills. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Mitchell Roth, and I live in Girdwood. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue of Holton Hills. I'm a 14-year resident of Girdwood, and a current board member of the Imagine Girdwood group, which has been leading the effort to finalize the 2024 Girdwood area plan. I'm actually a newcomer to the community planning concepts, and it was because of Holton Hills that I became involved with it in the first place. To find out what was going on and what direction Girdwood is going to take. There's 2 things that I learned about this entire development here. And I think they're generally agreed upon by both sides. The first one is that Holton Hills, the size of the development is a major development for Girdwood. It involves about a 30% increase in the number of residences overall, and it also involves a very large portion of all developable land in the valley, and almost all of the land that's adjacent to the town center. The use of these parcels will determine in a very big way the entire future of Girdwood. So it's important that we get it right. The second thing I learned was that the planning document that was used to guide much of the proposed development for Holton Hills was the Girdwood area plan from 1995, which other people have mentioned this. Well, newsflash, it's not 1995 anymore, even in Girdwood, and it hasn't been for almost 30 years. The new Girdwood area plan has been in the works long before Holton Hills was proposed, and it feels like the attempts to push it through at the last minute are sort of a grandfathering in a development that isn't supported by the community, at least not in the way that the 2024 Girdwood area plan is being developed. So in conclusion, approving the plan in its present form would lock up the remaining centrally located land for development, which is opposed by a large majority of the community, as evidenced by the hundreds of written comments
Can you go ahead and finish
that were received. Yes, I'm on my last sentence. That were received during the development of the 2024 Girdwood area plan. So
All
please
right,
let
sir,
Girdwood
we're out of
use
time.
the new plan and develop a house.
Thank you, sir. We're out of time. All right, next, we'll move back to the room. If you're intending to testify, please come forward. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Crystal Hoke, and I live in Girdwood. And like many other resort communities, Girdwood is landlocked. Roughly 1/3 of the land is federal land, 1/3 is state land, and 1/3 is municipal land. Stepping back in time to the 1960s, Girdwood was its own small town. When the municipality unified in the 1970s, that was what was once Girdwood's now became the municipalities. This included many acres of land once belonging to the city of Girdwood. Today, Girdwood has many land needs, most of which are unmet, despite the 5,000 acres of Heritage Land Bank assets in Girdwood. Tonight is a disappointment to see the community be demonized and stereotyped. It's painful for me to watch my community have so much vitriol towards them. I love second homeowners. A lot of them are my friends. They're not my enemy. But I fully understand that we have people in our community that we need there, to be part of our workforce. And that doesn't make me a NIMBY. It doesn't make me elitist. It makes me a realist, that I know that these people need to be included in our community. The largest problem is the lack of land. To think that we are disposing 60 acres, and in this ordinance, Girdwood gets 1 lot. I do not think that this is in alignment with the goals of your action plan when you consider the 1 lot will be used for an eightplex. So we get 8 units out of how many units? I hear all kinds of things about Girdwood being written about, like how we're supposedly saying that we're proposing a treehouse village instead of Holton Hills, which is absolutely ridiculous. This discussion was because South Townsite is currently flooding. A lot of our planning documents have involved South Townsite, and what is happening right now is California Creek is meandering. And so if you go look at Forest Fair Beer Garden right now, you'll see that the river is moving all throughout it. And that is basically upriver of where our community had planned, and there's currently an adopted master plan for that spot. Well, now we're realizing maybe that's not a good spot, and so instead I'm saying, what can we do with that land instead? And it might be suitable for permanent development, but it might not be. The reason why the Holton Hills area is so important is because it's higher ground and it's away from the floodplain. Because I'm worried that you might pass this anyway, I'm offering a few amendments. One would be to increase the lots for workforce housing. Another would be to parcel out the 6.5 acre of Girdwood Institutions and Parkland that is part of parcel 6-016, but is not part of the development as proposed. The road to Holton Hills would go directly past this parcel. I do believe that it could be added in a whereas and in a therefore. We have passed an RV park. Times are changing, I guess, in Girdwood because we just passed it in October of 2023. Also, I have concerns about the HLB fund paying for the road. Thank you.
Quick, finish that on point. So I'm going to ask the members to consider a motion to extend just for 15 minutes so we can make sure we hear everybody who's wanting to be heard. Just so it's on the record, the intent, if the clock runs out, is that we'll continue this meeting to tomorrow night at 5 p.m. and finish up the 6 or 8 items that remain on our agenda. But I would ask for a motion if the members are willing to extend to 15 after. Yeah, sure. How many people still intend to testify? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 5 or 6. So it's probably enough. So is someone willing to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and extend by 15 minutes.
So Mr. Rivera makes a motion to extend by 15 minutes. Mr. Martinez seconds. So again, is there any objection to that motion? Hearing and seeing none other than the general objection, I'd like to go home. And everyone else would. The motion passes. So again, the intent tonight is to have the meeting roll over to a continued meeting tomorrow. So, okay, everyone else who wants to testify, we have just a little bit more time. Come on down.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is.
Sorry, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Jorleen, and I am a 9-year resident of Girdwood. While there are land use stipulations outlined in the Holton Hills proposal, they are lackluster and do not represent the best interests of the Girdwood community. I believe the project should have stronger requirements on who may purchase these lots and what these lots will be used for. Despite the months since this issue was last brought to this council, the development plan has not been updated to address the concerns of the Girdwood community. The manner in which this ordinance was brought back to the council makes it difficult for me to believe that the developer will be acting in good faith. Please let us complete the Girdwood area plan before dispersing this land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Who else wants to testify? I saw 5 hands. Now's the time. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Months ago, we started, actually in the summer, we started a newspaper in Girdwood called the Turnigan News. And part of the reason we started the newspaper was because we didn't feel like some of the issues last year on Holton Hills were getting out. And our community was being covered by, the Anchorage Daily News somewhat and some other publications. And, dozens and dozens of people have been giving testimonies. And I just kind of wanted to put a face with a name too, because I've been trying to call and email a lot of the assembly members and haven't heard anything back. And I know you're terribly busy, but we're trying to get this newspaper kind of rolling to be a voice and kind of a conduit for our community and all the communities in Turnigan Arm. And I certainly would appreciate if you could take some time. I know you have busy schedules, but at least just to let me know that, I need to write something. And I just wanted to say, I've been in Girdwood for a long time. I know a lot of the people there, and I've been in Anchorage for a long time. And my grandfather came up here in the 1960s, actually, to sell cars. The folks in Girdwood are resolute in their opposition to this Holton Hills proposal, and they still are. That opposition has only deepened, obviously. And I guess the question that I just can't seem to get an answer to is why are you prepared for long-term conflict with this community? Is this something that's really worth it? I think people are going to constantly be opposing every step of the way, and I'm just wondering why. I can't understand why Anchorage needs homes that ostensibly are going to be dark homes. There's no real answer that the Assembly has really given at this point for pushing this project on a community that has so steadfastly opposed it. So I hope that question is answered. And I just wonder if you are prepared for if this proposal moves forward for this long-term conflict. Thank you.
Mr. Volland has a question.
I have a question for you, Soren. Thanks. So looking up Turnagain News, I guess I'm a little bit confused about where you're coming from in your testimony, whether it's as sort of a member of the press or in your personal capacity. It looks like on your board of directors for Turnagain News, David Nyman, Brooks Chandler, Grace Pleasance, some folks that, that we've heard opposition from to Holton Hills, and I think you said you sort of started this newspaper in response to this issue, or you wanted to get the word out. And it looks like with your bio, you've worked for 3 Alaska weekly newspapers. So are you, is your testimony on behalf of Turnagain News as a press outlet, or in your personal capacity as a Girdwood resident?
Well, first of all, it's a nonprofit organization, and all of my time has been volunteer. But I'm speaking for myself tonight. I do want to, as a reporter and a writer, I have a background in journalism, and I've been an editor of many newspapers around the state of Alaska, small community-based newspapers. And I do have the ability, just like the Anchorage Daily News, and to separate my editorial side with the reporting. We have a couple of reporters who we've...
Okay, I think I got the answer to my question. So it's in your personal capacity, not on behalf of the Turnagain News. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, anyone else want to testify on this item? Anyone, come on down, please. If you're queuing up to testify, now's the time. So, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Pete Peterson, a resident of Anchorage, and today I stand before you to express my opposition to the proposed Houghton Hills development project. Girdwood's town's infrastructure, as it currently stands, is not equipped to handle the influx of residents and the additional traffic that 100 new dwellings will bring. Development could overburden Girdwood's already limited resources, leading to problems with road maintenance, sewage, and other essential services. Girdwood's a close-knit community with small-town charm. The introduction of a large-scale housing project like Hilton Hills risks diluting this character, potentially transforming Girdwood's unique town into just another congested and overdeveloped area. The process leading to this proposal has raised questions about the transparency and community involvement. Many residents feel their concerns and suggestions have not been adequately considered, as we've seen with last year. It's crucial that any development in Girdwood's town is pursued with the full participation and consent of the community that it will affect. While I understand and appreciate the need for growth and development, it should not come at the expense of their environment, community character, and the well-being of our residents. I urge the Assembly to reconsider the approval for Hilton Hills development and to work towards a more sustainable, community-focused solution, as many of our friends and family are on vacation at the beginning of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to postpone to meeting of February
Second,
27th.
the motion to approve.
So there was a motion to approve. There was a motion to postpone, but there was a second to the motion to approve that was heard timely. So there is now a motion to approve on the floor. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. What I'm hoping we can do to start is take care of some of the amendments that have been proposed. I have a floor amendment that is not drafted because all it does is it deletes section, sorry, I've got to pull my papers back in order here. I've been flipping through the various amendments as they've come in. On page 6 of 6, the top section 2, that should not be there. It should delete the entire section 2.
So there's a motion to amend Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Voland. The motion is to delete section 2.
Correct.
So is there any discussion?
Yes, briefly, I'd like to speak to it. It's a holdover from the past version that shouldn't have been there. The monies we appropriated for the third-party consultant will take place of this piece here in section 2. Thank you.
All right, members, Ms. Brawley?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I need to make a disclosure, and I neglected to do that before the amendment.
I'm sorry, that was my bad, actually. You warned me. Ms. Brawley, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My partner with whom I live owns a small computer repair business. He does house calls on request. He does not have ongoing service contracts. Both Rick Davidge and Connie Yoshimura have been regular customers for at least 20 years of my partner for their personal household computer needs. He's done computer work for CY Investments in the past. I checked with him. His last appointment with them was 2018, and there is no current work with CY Investments. And as I said, it's only a personal business.
So on an annual basis, do you have any sense of how much work is done at their home?
I would say it varies by year, but I would say less than $1,000 per year.
Okay, so at that number and with that disclosure, I'm going to rule that you do not have a substantial personal or financial interest in the question. Is there any objection to that? Hearing and seeing none, the ruling of the chair stands. You do not have a conflict. Ms. Zalatel.
So it was by error that section 2 was still in there. It's replaced with the third-party RFP being administered by the Real Estate Department and Community Development. So I would ask that we delete it, and then we can move forward to the other more substantial amendments.
All right, if there's no... There's only the main version.
Mr. Chair, point of information, do we need to move to extend the meeting?
We did to 11:15.
Okay, okay.
Yep, we did to 11:15. So there is no S version on 13B?
Right, I was looking at A.
Yeah, okay. So members may proceed to vote on the motion to delete section 2.
Mr. Schultz?
Yes.
Ms. Bronga?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, the amendment has passed. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I would move Zalatel Solt Voland Amendment Number 2.
Second.
So there is a motion to amend Zalatel Voland Salt Amendment 2, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does is it extends the opportunity for additional lots to be conveyed to a Girdwood entity from the HLB profits. So the language is always at least one multifamily lot for at least 8 units. So the floor was always 8 units. But this adds, and at least one other multifamily or single-family lot to be drawn from HLB's portion of profits from the total phases of the project. It's important to remember this is a 3-phased project, and phases 2 and 3 haven't yet been platted. So this opens up more opportunity, and I think this is where there's been a little bit confusion. One of the testifiers tonight said, to the extent that we were piloting something, well, I was quoted in the paper saying we were piloting something. What we're piloting is using HLB's profits in this manner. Usually HLB's profits simply go back into running HLB and are used municipal-wide. We have not before said we are going to pre-dedicate HLB's profits to a particular community for a specific purpose. And that's what we're piloting. It looks, I would be reluctant to do a whole lot, right? HLB's profits in phase 1 are somewhat predictable. In phases 2 and 3, I think they are a little bit different, and that's out in the future. And what I want to do is create the flexibility so HLB can work in its portfolio at the time with its needs in the current conditions to determine what the right thing is for basically purchasing lots to convey back to a Girdwood entity that meets the conditions that are in the rest of that paragraph. And so I think this provides, it raises that floor up a little bit, but still provides maximum flexibility to make this determination in real time when it's happening. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess to Member Zolotel, I just want to understand what one phrase in here is intended to mean. The phrase "at HLB's sole option." What does that mean?
Sure. So what I understand is this means will be designated for future disposal at their option. So they will say there is enough profit to be able to purchase the lots to not only meet the requirements here, but any additional lots. So because it's their profits. So they're directed by us for the first 2 lots, and then anything else would be above and beyond.
Thanks. I guess just an additional clarifying question. Did HLB get a chance to look at this amendment?
No.
Okay. I'll go with it. It's just a little bit confusing to me, but I'm fine.
All right, so we have an amendment on the floor. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone. Mr. Volland.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward with Member Zolotel and Member Solt. And I'll just say, this is another example of us trying to listen to the community and carve out potential for collaboration with Girdwood. There was testimony that talked about how, what was once Girdwood's is now the municipalities. And that, in this ordinance, Girdwood only gets 1 lot. Well, to Member Zolotel's point, this is a new paradigm where we are open to HLB's profits being used to create workforce housing in Girdwood. This is something that typically isn't done, and is yet another, in my perspective, reflection to the input that we've received, along with the evolution of the original ordinance that went from the original to the S to the S1 and so on and so forth. So I hope this demonstrates that we're listening. I would also just add to the point, when it comes to what Girdwood gets a lot of investment from this body, whether that's ARPA funds for your daycare center, et cetera. And so the testimony about, advocating for self-determination of Girdwood, well, make sure you can pay for the things that you need to pay for if you're going to have that conversation. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Anyone at all? Okay, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Bronga?
Yes.
Vote of 12-0, the amendment has passed. Next, we have an amendment from Mr. Solt. You want to move that, Mr. Solt?
Yes, I'd like to move Solt Amendment number 1.
Yep, and maybe, I don't know if we can get you any more clear, a little muffly, but, so we have a motion to amend by, there you go, that's clean, by Mr. Solt, and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Solt.
So what this amendment does is on Section 1, page 5, beginning at line 2, Section A, it inserts the words "and multifamily." And so right now that line restricts short-term rentals on single-family lots, and I'm not sure why we wouldn't do the same for multifamily lots. Now, once the HOA is established, I believe this can be overturned by 100% unanimous approval of all parties. So I just wanted to incorporate single-family as well as multifamily. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question for Member Solt. When you're saying multifamily, are you contemplating that could be, for example, if this is developed into a building of apartments versus condos? Do you see a distinctions there, or would you imagine this would apply to all?
I would imagine it applies to all, but there's only 5 potential multifamily units on the Phase 1 plan.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Walland.
Thank you. I appreciate Member Salt bringing this forward. Man, I'm torn on this just because a lot of the people that we've heard testimony from, both with this, bringing it back, but also formerly when this is contemplated, own short-term rental properties. And so what's being asked, I just want to make it very clear, is that this development would be much more restrictive than what is currently permitted in the rest of Girdwood. And I just don't know if that's fair. I don't know if, I worry about creating sort of a two-tier system or this grandfathered-in system where everyone else can do a short-term rental. I think this kind of has the potential to create sort of a wealth imbalance, and I think there's a broader conversation that needs to be had when it comes to what should short-term rentals look like in Girdwood. What should that regulation? We received, and it was a memo attached from GBOS, some of the recommendations on another item that's going to be before us and what they'd like to see with some of the short-term rental regulations. So I don't know. I'm torn on this one. Thanks.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I'm torn on this too for a different reason. So when you get into multifamily properties, unless they're condos, and we're talking about properties that are over 4 units, one of the income approaches they use for an appraisal is income, and they look at what is the highest and best use for the property. And my concern is that if you limit and restrict the use on the multifamily properties, if you don't leave the option for short-term rentals available, you may run into appraisal issues depending on the scale of the building. Doesn't mean an individual has to use it for short-term rentals. They could always do market rate. But typically market rate is a lower income approach, which means that could have negatively affect the appraisal value and create difficulties with financing. So, restrictions on single family is different because single family looks at the homeowner and looks at the individual's ability to repay the loan, but on multifamily properties, they analyze the property through a debt service coverage ratio. It's a different analysis as far as evaluation and utilization. And so I would not necessarily think that it is wise to extend this to multifamily. I think you're going to create financing issues and then buildings just won't get built. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson and Mr. Salt. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm comfortable supporting this amendment. The point that this would be structured differently than, perhaps other existing properties in Girdwood, I think that's reasonable, right? Because this is not just private property that's being sold for development between parties, but this is HLB land. So I think if we do have different conditions, then I think that's a reasonable distinction. And I think this is a fair amendment because we've heard, from, I think, this body as well as from the prospective developer that the intent of this project is to achieve a higher rate of owner-occupied or primary residence housing. And so I think putting this condition on it will, I think, be in furtherance of the goal that has been broadly stated and supported, I think. So I consider this a fair step.
Next in the queue, Mr. Salt, and then Mr. Volland.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Member Volland. One of the reasons for this amendment is I don't think anyone would argue that the multi-unit lots will be the least expensive housing available out of this development. And so likely to go towards affordable workforce housing or the closest this development will get to it. And if we don't put this restriction on it, I feel pretty comfortable that the majority of these, and approximately I think it was 18%, the converse of that, 89, whatever the number is, 82%, will turn into short-term rentals and investment properties. Thank you.
Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I move to extend the meeting to 11:40.
Second.
There's a motion to extend. It takes 8 members, made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Zalatel, if you want to give your peers the rationale.
I think we can finish this item.
So, any discussion on the motion to extend?
Yeah.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that my colleague feels like we can finish this item, but we have this amendment and then a couple more amendments and then the main item to debate. I think it would behoove us, since we already have a meeting that's scheduled for tomorrow, and we already have, 8 other items that we need to finish tomorrow, to get through the amendments. So I'm fine if we need to extend by a small amount to get through the amendments and then leave the main debate for tomorrow. I think that makes more sense for us, so that we have a chance to mull things over one final time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatil.
Sure, I'm good with that. I still think it's going to take us till 11:40, because one of these amendments, I think, is going to spur some debate.
So now's your opportunity if you want to amend the amendment, or we just vote on it, but either way, we have 2 minutes, so.
Yeah, thanks. I'm good going to 11:40, just understanding my hope is that we just go through the amendments and do nothing else.
I think a motion to, no, we can't adjourn. I was going to say motion to adjourn. That wouldn't be in order, but I hear you and I agree. So others on the amendment, or the motion to extend? Any objection then? I know. I see those looks. Then without objection, we are extended to 11:40 with the intent just to get through the amendments. So Mr. Volland.
Thank you. So I think I am going to support this amendment, just because I think it is consistent with our strategic housing plan. The argument that, this is HLB land and should serve a public purpose, well, I think housing serves a public purpose. And I guess I'm not aware, I don't know if Mr. Johnson is, but of a similar situation. It's a normal thing where HLB land is disposed and then it's built on. Is there a past precedent for not allowing short-term rentals when HLB land is disposed of? I'm unaware of that precedent if there is. So anyway, just want to make that comment. Thanks.
Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. This section of the ordinance requires for it to be effectuated to have agreement after we pass the ordinance with the developer, CY Investments. Would you like to provide whether or not you, Ms. Yoshimura, would you like to come up and tell us whether or not this is something that you would be able to agree to if it was going to change the development agreement, this addition of multifamily?
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Connie Yoshimura. I am the owner and the developer of this proposed project. In regards to the short-term rentals, it has always been my intent that this was a family development because, in my opinion, home ownership is really the cornerstone and the backbone for any sort of democracy and for any sort of community. So I am not opposed to a limitation, but I think the limitation should be limited to 50%, which is the standard requirement for condominium development. So I would propose that be, for this particular amendment, a possible compromise. And as far as single family is concerned, in the last 2 subdivisions that I have developed, we have put a restriction on the property on each lot that it would require, if there was to be a rental, it would be for no less than 30 days. You could not deny legally a person, an owner, from renting their property, but through an appropriate HOA and covenants, codes, and restrictions, you can limit the amount of time that can be required. And our position is a 30-day requirement for a lease for a single-family home is really a detraction for obviously short-term rentals or even or either Airbnbs.
Okay.
But basically, if to give you an example, we sold a home to a young engineer, and before he could move in, he was transferred out of the country, actually. And so through our HOA, we looked at the lease that he had for a long-term basis, and he was allowed to lease his property, which I think is absolutely his right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, I move to amend the amendment to say 50% multifamily.
There's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Walland. Any discussion? Ms. Elsley, you want to speak to it?
Very briefly, it brings it in line with kind of the general standard, and I think it still goes to the overall impact we're hoping to have in Girdwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you restate the motion?
It says, so the amendment before us says and multifamily, I put and 50% of the multifamily properties.
Yes. All right, so is that the motion up on the board? I'm going to say it is. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? Hearing and seeing none. Oh, Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's maybe not a question for quite frankly, I share Dr. Volan's problem with, quite frankly, restrictions placed on new development on short-term rentals, as suggested, Section 1, page 5, and not applying to everyone else in Girdwood, or if not Anchorage. It creates two classes of property owners there, the folks that got there first, and they get to have as many short-term rentals as they would like, supposedly, and then Connie or whomever comes in after this is restricted. So I think that bears some consideration here. That's problematic when you start, and quite frankly, I don't know if within the same zoning district if that's even legal. So I would like an opinion on that. I don't know if Ann can sign off on that or can comment on that, but I share the questions the concerns that Dr. Volan has. Thank you.
You want to speak to that, Ms. Elser?
Through the chair, my apologies. I would love to have the question repeated.
I'll restate the question. I think I got it. That the question is it legal to apply a standard like a limitation on short-term rentals in a subdivision, in a zoning district, if it's not equally applied across the zoning district or other properties within the general area?
Through the chair, I appreciate the question. I'm going to have to look into that.
That's a good response. Complex question. So I don't know how to proceed with that, if we want to wait on this or proceed. I think we have members in the queue, so Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm speaking on this amendment. I would support the 50%. I understand the rationale for 100%. To maybe not legally answer Mr. Bronson's questions, but just to state, I live in an HOA, and so it is typical for HOAs to have their own covenants, restrictions, rules, bylaws, whatever it is, and so I think that's something that happens with any property that's in common ownership, including restrictions on short-term rentals. I don't believe our HOA has that currently, but I've heard many do. And also, I think the bigger question of what to do with short-term rentals, that's certainly another item on our agenda, or that we're going to be taking up at a future agenda. But I think really that's a global question that I think is bigger than this property. And so one question is knowing that that's an issue, but knowing that we're creating a property that will have an HOA or a series of properties, can we consider doing something about it here now? That's my take on it.
All right, Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling with this as well because I'm not an expert in this field, and I'm really curious about how this plays out in other communities, and would love to get some information to know whether this is common to have two sets of rules in one community or not, especially a community like Girdwood. So I'm struggling to to support this, because I'm not sure we have the information available to us right now as to whether this is something that's going to create a conflict and create a problem within the community. So I just wanted to share that it'd be nice to get some additional information before we vote on this. Thanks.
Mr. Cross?
Yeah, it's very common. If you look at the covenants and restrictions on properties when they replat, first off, I don't support it. I'm just saying you can do it, right? It's covenants and restrictions you put on properties. You can go into one neighborhood in Anchorage and they don't allow chickens, and you can go right next door and they allow chickens but limit your dogs to 3. But, so it just goes back to what's recorded. It becomes a civil matter if there's a dispute. However, I will tell you, I don't support any of, listen, we're trying to solve the problems created by overregulation with more regulation. So, and you know me, I'm the largest advocate for private property rights. You pay the taxes, you pay the insurance, you pay the mortgage. God bless you. So, but you can do it. Don't mean it's right.
So I put myself in the
Mr.
queue.
Constant.
Thank you. Well, and I would say we did have an expert tell us they're okay with this. We had an expert, the one who's actually putting their skin in the game. And so I am comfortable with the assessment of the potential developer first. And second, yes, HOAs can do it. There's an argument to say, though, that's not government doing it. That's the private property owner. But I think what Mr. Yoshimura spoke to was, in fact, the condo standards that require, after the meltdown of 2008, 50% ownership of residents and no more than 50% renters in a condo association. That's a federal law. And so the federal law has found that it's allowed to have these two different standards, and they found it because it's a protective factor for the condo community. At least that was the intent. Whether you believe it worked or not, I know it's created some headaches. And so I think that there are examples in the law, there are examples in the HOA system where it is allowed, right on from the Federal Housing Authority down to HOAs, and an expert said they're okay with it, and it's the one who's responsible for putting it in action. And so I tend to agree with Mr. Cross in general. I think in this case, I'm comfortable with the amendment. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am also comfortable with the amendment, and I just wanted to speak to the idea of overregulation. You mentioned the expert, Mr. Chair, but fundamentally the developer is doing a partnership with the municipality, and these are the terms that they're agreeing to. All right, so when we talk about the market and overregulating of the market, well, the market is speaking here because there's a developer and there's the land. And so we as the Assembly, in my mind, have the real ability to embed values of what we want. And I think that it feels interesting when the developer is aligned to a lot of the values that we're describing in this particular situation, especially about making sure that we extend to this particular amendment the restriction on multifamilies as well. And so I just think that it's important to recognize that the market is also speaking here. When we get to the full body, we'll dig into that, the full debate on this particular item. We'll get into that deeper, but I just wanted to establish that we get to establish our values in these contracts, and I think this is a good establishment of some values at this particular juncture. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Just one last point that I believe part of the reason this is being created is to be responsive to the requests or the needs or of the community itself. And I'm not sure that we've heard whether there was agreement from GBOS or others in terms of this. That's a voice that I don't hear. I'm curious if representatives who represent that area, if Mr. Salt or others want to speak to whether this is something that they feel like is representative of their constituents' needs.
Mr. Salt.
Yes, I would say that this amendment was produced by members of the GHEC and Girdwood. And again, it's trying to be consistent with, if we're going to limit single-family units, why don't we limit the multifamily units as well? So trying to drive a consistent standard across the development. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue on the amendment. To the amendment. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Bronco?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 2, the amendment to the amendment has passed. Now on the amendment as amended. Any discussion? I think we've talked it through. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Bronco?
On a vote of 10 to 2, the amendment as amended has passed. We're now back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Salt, do you have another amendment?
Yeah, before I move that, I need to get a read from Mr. Gates on whether it's possible, so I might suggest going with Felix next.
He wants to do Rivera number 5 first, is what he said.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go ahead and move Rivera Amendment number 5.
Second.
Motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I got the idea for this amendment while we were listening to public testimony. So thank you all for testifying. What this amendment basically does is add some additional intent language. You know, I heard a lot of folks who were referring to the Housing Action Plan and some of the intent that we have in that plan. And so as I'm scrolling through this amendment, what's the easiest way to incorporate that? Well, that would be in Section 4, where it talks about our intent, and it has just specifically around attainable housing for year-round residents. And so this amendment adds a little bit more intent language, specifically around ensuring diversified housing types, sizes, ownership models, and price points consistent with the approved Housing Action Plan. Again, this is intent language, right? It's saying we as a municipality, policy-wise, developer, we hope you do these things. So it's not like the kind of teeth that I think some of the folks testifying probably wanted, but I think at a minimum this is what we should do, and I'm not really ready to go any further than this. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Member Rivera's effort here, and I think I'll vote to support this amendment, but I'll also say I'm not sure how meaningful it actually is, right? This is good intent, and frankly, I think if we had more time to work on this project, although I'll save my comments till we're on the main motion on that, maybe there would be a way to actually achieve the goals you outline here. But I think simply saying we want this without any mechanism for saying how it will be accomplished really just feels like window dressing. So again, I think it's better with it in there than it is without, but I think we're establishing a goal without any plan for how we're actually going to achieve it.
All right, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. And I think Mr. Johnson's assessment is fair. It's window dressing, and I don't have a problem with dressing that window up. But I do want to say to Mr. Rivera, is it the approved housing action plan, or is it the approved Assembly's housing action plan, or is it the approved municipal housing action plan? So can we land that housing action plan to its authoritative source?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Thank you.
Just to see what the exact title is.
Excellent.
All right, Mr. Volland.
Thank you. So I think the project, as it stands, already does these things. This planned unit development is going to allow greater density, more diverse housing types and sizes than what the current zoning in Girdwood for that area allows. So I feel like the intent fits the project. Thank you.
I think to answer the previous member's question, it's the Housing Action Strategic Plan.
If I may, so I did find the official language in the resolution. We take out the word strategic, and it's just the Assembly Housing Action Plan. And I would be fine if the seconder agrees with just changing the amendment accordingly.
Agree.
So Madam Clerk, it says approved Assembly Housing Action Plan. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. So I agree with the amendment, and I agree with the amendment because I don't think that this is just simply aspirational, and I don't think this is simply window dressing. What we have here not only is this going through a planned unit development, which it has to meet or exceed the current density requirements for zoning in Girdwood, but we've done something here that when these parcels are conveyed using HLB profits, lowers the cost of development for Girdwood for those housing units. These are fully developed lots, and that is novel. I think we heard testimony about, looking at raw land. That is a huge barrier. We are removing a major barrier to development. We are now into the builder phase. We heard from several builders, I think building is much more accessible than development. And I think we often conflate the two. Getting the pipes in the ground, making sure there's water, sewer, electricity, roads, that's the really, really hard part in my mind. And we are facilitating that with the lots that we are saying HLB can use its profits to purchase. And so I think that not only are we doing these things, it will create some different price points. It should drop down that housing cost, but also we're doing it in a novel way. And I think that is really at the heart of the approved Assembly Action Plan, Housing Action Plan, which is to try new things. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue on the amendment. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Bronga?
Yes.
Spicy. On a vote of 10 to 2, the amendment is passed, and we have window dressings, curtains. Mr. Salt?
Thank you, Chair Constant. So before I move SALT Amendment number 4, I'd just like to maybe check with Ms. Yoshimura. This is in regards to parcel 6-016, which part of that parcel is zoned, I believe, Girdwood Institution and Parks. And I believe it's your intent to subdivide that lot, and that portion would go back to HLB. And if that's the case, then my amendment really would go towards the annual plan or the 5-year plan with HLB.
Are you discussing the plan that has been proposed by Crystal Locke regarding that particular piece of property? That really is a decision that needs to be made by Heritage Land Bank. I have no objection to it as long as it doesn't violate the preliminary plat that has already been approved. Thank you.
Are you done, Mr. Salt? Did you get your answer?
Yeah, I think I did. I'll just for debate, I'll go ahead and move SALT Amendment number 4.
Okay, so there's a motion
Second.
to amend by Mr. Salt, moved by Mr. Salt and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. We didn't do this already.
Nope.
Okay, so you want to speak to it, Mr. Salt?
Yeah, real quick. So the purpose of this amendment is to take part of parcel 6-016, which is part of the disposal, the entire parcel. My understanding is that the portion that is zoned Girdwood Institution and Parks will be cut out of the development and returned back to HLB, which we would like to potentially keep available for future local community needs for Girdwood. And again, I'm not sure if it's part of this disposal or not, but maybe more of the Heritage Land Bank annual plan. Thank you.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to this. I do wonder if it's fully within the title of this ordinance. That gives me a little bit of pause. Because it has really nothing to do with the developer's consent to it, I'm wondering if Section G is the right spot for it. I think it actually maybe should go in the numbered sections of the ordinance. It could become a new Section 6 or drop in appropriate number. But I want to check in with Dean really quick.
Thank you. And Mr. Solchi, I've been looking into it. I don't really have all the time and I guess some computer research resource that I'd like to verify, whether this amendment is within the scope of the title here, but my instinct is it's not. And one reason I'll tell you why is, well, I did forward this to Mr. Wilbur and Real Estate and HOB. It's late at night. They're not probably thinking about
Mr. Gates, we are
development agreement.
really short on time. I think I'm satisfied with the answer.
Let me get to the point, though, really quick. 2 sentences. The development agreement says the subject property shall be conveyed to Connie Yoshimura. That's the title. Portions of 616. And the development agreement defines it as what's outlined in the exhibit, which is just the Houghton Hills subdivision area. It doesn't include this area that this is talking about in this amendment.
Okay, great. That answers my question. With that, I'm sorry, but I'm going to withdraw my second on the motion.
And I'm going to clear the queue right now. We're just at the end of our time. I'm not going to ask for a motion to extend. I'm going to say that this is a good principle, and I think it's an item that could come back as a separate ordinance with the intent to achieve the goal expressed by the community for this property. And I think that...
Mr. Constant, I'll withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. And I think it's a good idea. It was requested, and it doesn't seem that far-fetched to achieve in a pretty swift manner to provide some confidence on the folks who are proponents for that parcel. We have approximately a minute and a half left. I just want to restate that the meeting is intended to be continued to tomorrow at 5 p.m. We will finish this item as long as it takes, and then we will take up item 14J as we had changed the order. Then we will go back to the agenda 10D6, 10D19, 11A, B, and C, 14H, 14I, and 14K. And with that, thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.